killer. Beats in the
Hopefully it's what it should be. This is your boy N.O.R.E.
What up, it's DJ EFN.
And this is Drink Champs Yappy Yappa. Make some noise! And these brothers that we have standing in front of us is, I would like to say, the blueprint that me and EFN wanted to live out. Meaning, we wanted our culture to speak for our culture, and people that played the game, people that was in the locker rooms, people that was, you know, this is a real DJ. Like, people don't know that he's a vinyl DJ. You know what I mean? A lot of people don't know that. And we wanted to. So when I look at these four brothers, even though three of them showed up, and I look, and when I look at the chemistry and you know the different worlds that these brothers come from, and they sit down. And I got to see the Rick Ross clips. I got to see, and I see them social distancing. I see them with they got the people making them food.
Chef Nancie.
They got Chef Nancie. She go Queens. She go Queens. You know what I'm saying? So just in case y'all don't know, the One Athlete Show is in the building. Now, off top, what made you four brothers say, you know what? Because you could have actually did a show by yourself. You could have did a show by yourself. You could have did a show, and Ocho, you know, he could have did a show by himself. Right. But what made y'all say, you know what? Because that is like humbling. You know what I'm saying? That you brothers. What made y'all say that you're gonna do that together?
That's funny.
Yeah. So you call it what? Quarantine dreams, and I'll pitch it to you quick. But we all live in the same neighborhood, and when you know back in March and everything was locked down. I mean, we walking around each other in the neighborhood. He might be on his bike or riding by. What's up? And I'm looking at this situation like, man, like I got legends in my neighborhood, and this is just a couple of us. We talking about everybody living in our neighborhood. And I was like, this is an opportunity for us to start a podcast, start a show, and see what we can do. So it really was what Fred say, quarantine dreams, where it's like we sitting here, we ain't doing that, and we all in the same neighborhood. If we abide by CDC guidelines and we quarantine, let's see, let's give it a shot.
Yeah, B pulled up to the crib one night. It was almost
I see y'all
dark.
social distancing. Y'all even did an episode where y'all was like,
y'all was
really serious.
It was at the beginning, right? You know, they always gonna paint a picture at you if you fucking up. Right. So we was trying to get that right. But B pulled up to the crib on his golf cart. You still got that cart, bro?
I'm just throwing it out there. His neighborhood sounds rich. Let's continue.
So he pulled up.
Got in early.
Right. He's like, yo, bro, what you think about a podcast?
Lock this out.
I'm like, if you down, I'm down. What's up? Whatever. He said, who you think we should use? I said, shit, Reggie right here. Reggie Wayne lived right across the street from me. He was like, all right. He said, I'm gonna bring in Channing. And let's do it. Let's meet in a week or two. Let me button it up real quick. Next thing you know, we at the facility, House of Athlete, the old building.
Yep.
And then, shit, we just started taping, and the rest is history.
Because you know what it is? I remember me growing up, right? And me actually thinking G-Rap, Big Daddy Kane, and Rakim all hangs out together. Right? And then it's the same thing with sports. Like, you would think, like, you know, when you guys are on the same team, most of the guys get along with each other, but then when you dig deeper, it's like everyone is human. So, is that something that you guys were friends prior to this, or like?
It's dudes, just like you said, all rappers don't really vibe. So dudes jump around team to team, and you'll get on a team with, 60 dudes with a practice squad and all that shit. And all them niggas don't vibe. Like, You know what I'm saying? People just don't get along.
I'm sorry, is that your shot at tequila though? Because that looked like a regular drink.
Oh, I thought that was a beer.
Listen, I thought you poured your beer. I ain't gonna lie.
No, I don't. They
You a real drink champ. You might have to leave with a chain. You might have to leave with a chain.
You know that's to the head right there.
How long y'all gonna keep me? Because I go to sleep.
Let me tell you something.
I go to sleep no more.
I gotta let you know. I gotta let you finish. But hold on. Let me just say something. So you a sip of tequila, bro, like that. You trace it with the beer.
Yeah,
That's good. That's a good mix.
And no ice.
That's a good man.
Yeah,
Man, he know how to drink, man. What you drinking over there? That sparkling apple juice?
But damn, I gotta let you finish. Because your shot. We're gonna do shots.
Yeah.
So what do you prefer when you do shots?
Tequila.
Or if you're drinking tequila, you stick with tequila?
I'm stick with tequila.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
We're gonna let Michael Jordan live.
Yeah.
You know, we got the other black-owned tequila. We got the Puff Daddy tequila. We got that Ciroc. And what happened to the Bel Air shipment? The Bel Air we're supposed to have. We got Bel Air coming for y'all. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
I was gonna say, like dudes really don't vibe like that. People think a team like it's a high school team. Man, it ain't like that, bro. People go their separate ways. Dudes be 40.
Plus y'all grown. Yeah, y'all grown.
Dudes be 21 or 21-year-old and 40-year-old. Y'all don't got the same shit going on in your life. One dude running the streets and one dude got 7 kids.
Right.
So as soon as B Marsh came on the team, me and B Marsh bonded.
Back in Miami, 2011.
Yeah, as soon as because Fred before me at Florida, but we always got that Gator love. We both with the UL.
Right.
As soon as me and Fred, first time we saw each other, went up and gave him that Gator love, and that was dude.
I shook his ass up on the field. Real quick.
You got me one time.
I'm just saying.
What about the time you cussed me out in the preseason because you told me I shouldn't be hitting that hard in the preseason like hit you in your back?
Yeah, that's some bullshit.
But that's the thing. But long story short, OG know an OG.
Right.
Real know real.
Right.
So as soon as you walk in that locker room, when you come from another team, you walk in and look how that dude move.
Yeah.
You know.
That's the dude I fool with.
You know, that's a great, you just gave me a great question because, you know, being an athlete is different.
Right.
Meaning like I can get dropped from a record label or they could let me go, but then I might have a choice of where to go. Like with y'all thing, like you could just wake up and be in Minnesota tomorrow.
Correct.
And then what happens if? Okay, let me ask a better question.
Yeah, because
have you ever had beef with a team and then wind up being on that goddamn team?
I tell you this now, because Brandon need to answer this question, because that motherfucker was on 497 teams. Me and Fred were a little more consistent.
He gave me confidence when I was at the Jets. When he was at the Jets, I was like, we finally gonna win. And then it didn't happen. I was mad.
That's how we felt when he was in Miami.
He got this one.
Well, so you know, you're right. There's a lot of guys like, man, I found out, you know, I was traded on Twitter or Instagram. That happened every single day.
No
but
way.
For me, people knew that, you know, they had to check with me first. Right. Because like I was just a little different. Like I wish back then, you know, I understood the magnitude of
When you say
the
people,
business.
who do you mean exactly? The team?
Owners,
Right,
general
okay,
managers.
right.
Because for me, football was personal. Where I came from, I come from Pittsburgh, and it's the poorest county in Pennsylvania.
Right.
So that was my way out. So I never understood the business side of it. It was like if something happened on the football field in the locker room, it was like war. Like you taking food off my you know what I mean, off my table. Right. So I didn't handle things in a professional manner or a diplomatic way. So teams knew. So there would be teams that want to call and trade for me, and I would tell them like, even the team was trying to trade me, I would tell them like, here's the 3 teams I'm going to. Cleveland Browns, for example, called and they wanted to offer me $5 million past what market was, and I said, I will retire before I come play for the Cleveland Browns. Stop it. You know what I mean? So like, you know, even
You're gonna have this house and LeBron will see you.
So it's both ends of the spectrum where you got guys who find out that they was traded and they're going to another team on Instagram and Twitter, and then you got some guys who dictate, right? So when I went to the Jets, that was intentional. I wanted to go to the Jets.
Goddamn, make some noise for you.
Yeah.
It was heartbreaking, bro. I'm a lifelong Jet fan. You know, I remember your point. The other day, I spoke to one of my father's friends, and I was like, yo, man, my father made me a Jet fan. Like, he was like, your father was never a Jet fan. That was the cheaper jersey. My whole life, I've been following the Jets. You gotta think about my father was a cheapskate. He just like there's a Giants right there. Giants was the hotter team, so he just went with the Jets because it was cheaper. I got to speak to him when he go to heaven.
Because when you said Jets, like, oh yeah, you gave us hope.
Yeah.
I was like, I always ask people from New York, like, why you choose the Jets? Why you choose the Giants? So
it was actually some subconscious. My father was giving me Jets jersey, so I just ordered that. And so the other day,
and now your childhood got ruined.
Yeah, my childhood was ruined. Fitzpatrick was there,
and New York too.
Davis was there.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you about some current time, like the current events. Are you keeping up with the Jets now?
No, because we've been doing horrible so long. I just don't expect us to do. Are we doing good, Has? You're a lifelong Jets fan too.
I wanted to ask him.
Hell no.
Because I wanted to get to, ask you about, they were supposed to get the #1 overall pick.
Right. Yeah. But they won. They won 2 weeks ago.
And then they won 2 games.
Right.
Correct. Right. Yeah. So as a Jets fan, the players, we want to win every single game.
Right. My squad.
But then the Jets fans, they're looking at it like lose every single game so we can get Trevor Lawrence in that #1 overall pick.
And you played for the Jets and the Dolphins.
Yep.
And the Giants.
Rivals, right?
Yeah.
I real quick. I just want to get back to your question, right? What you asked B. The rap, your industry and our industry.
Right.
The difference is, in our industry, when you cutting up, like what B said, like he was cutting up bad for a minute.
What you mean, getting traded?
No, acting out.
He was a knucklehead. Teams don't want to deal with that shit. They call you a virus. But a lot of labels, they want that heat. You know what I'm saying? They want these guys that's gonna, you know what I'm saying, bring that attention.
Wow, you right.
Because that's gonna sell. But it's different.
Oh, that's a good point.
You know what
No,
I'm
that's
saying?
good.
It's real different.
Yeah,
so
Fred, you should have a podcast, Fred. We got one, Fred. Yo, that's deep.
Well, it's interesting what you just said because I could never understand that when I was in the league where it was like the things that we do as athletes, they cut us for. And then rappers, entertainers, you smoke weed, right? You drink, you get shot. Don't matter the situation, any drama, anything that controversy, you get deals. So the same thing that, like, there was one time I saw, like, dude, there was one guy in the league, he got cut for this particular situation, all right? And then I saw a rapper go through the same thing, and he had a Wrigley's commercial. I was like, how is that possible?
Because they dealing with different demographics, bro. Rappers are
you know
dealing
why? Every
with
Sunday they got white kids watching y'all.
White kids watching, but
obligated to watch y'all. So
N.O.R.E.
y'all held to a different standard. I love this conversation, by the way.
White kids to 85-year-old white men. An 85-year-old white man ain't listening to your goddamn music.
No, I don't think he is.
The demographic change. To answer your question, the demographic change. Every industry has to worry about the demographic that they're trying to appeal to.
But it could be deeper than that, because in music, if something happens to the artist, the music keeps selling.
Yes.
100%.
Something happens to you.
But let me say something. I've been all over the world, and American television is not universal. Football is
100%.
Like I would be in Dusseldorf, Germany, and they'll be watching football. Like you know what I'm saying? And so
at 6 in the morning.
I think although y'all have the point, but I think y'all held to a higher standards because one, we have a parental advisory sticker on our thing, and there's no parental advisory sticker.
Yeah, but what about the brands though? But like, how can you be a brand spending money? The same brands are spending money on an athlete and an entertainer. Athlete goes through something, you drop that athlete. Entertainer goes through something, you give him the bag. Right. You know what I'm saying? I just don't understand.
Because it's the audience.
Like, remember Robert Downey Jr.? He used to get arrested every week, and they made him Iron Man. Let's make some noise for him. Make some noise for Robert Downey. He flipped his shit around.
But in the same breath, we dominate both industries.
Right.
You know, the majority is 1,700 players in the NFL. Majority are African American.
And how many is on a team?
In hip hop and rap, you know, y'all know what it is. Majority of the rappers, the guys that are making the money for the big labels,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? They're African American.
Right.
When are we gonna understand that we control these spaces?
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? So we can come back to the table and get together.
Wow.
And figure that shit out so we can monetize and be in a position where we're bringing other guys in so they can eat. You know,
right.
I mean, now it's different than it was, especially in your space back in the day. Right. It's different where these guys, I hear everybody talking about owning their masters and all this shit, and they can bring other guys in to eat and teach them the ropes. Right. It's tougher in football But you guys, y'all, you know, y'all the OGs.
Right.
You got to tell these guys this how you're supposed to do it. Like we try to tell the guys on our show, this how you're supposed to do it and conduct yourself so you can maximize your time. Because our window is like this.
Wow.
The average lifespan in the NFL is 3.5 years.
I thought it was 4, but 3.5 is just damn near 4. Look at my-
But you got motherfuckers like Brady that's played 20 years.
Wow.
Then you got guys that's playing 1, 2, 3 years. It come back down to probably about 3.5. So it's still small.
Though, right?
Right.
Yeah, we got in 13. Shannon got in like 9, 6.
Yeah.
But
All on one team.
he was doing some other shit.
Because he was drinking beer all day.
Y'all motherfuckers, they want to get massages all day.
He was in the hotel looking for the riffraff.
You fly to another city you ain't never been to. To play a game. San Diego Charge, you going to play them. Ain't no way I'm staying in the house. I ain't never seen the girls in San Diego. I got to get out and see something.
You gonna go get your michelada somewhere?
You a Dolphin fan?
Used to be.
You used to be. So this is why I struggled in Miami. I was there for 2 years. And this is when I knew it was over.
You already know what you're gonna say.
As soon as I came down here, every Friday, this boy had the whole defense. And what was the place?
Coco's.
And Coco's.
Every Friday.
Shout out to Miami
One time.
We going to the hood,
Coco's in the road.
No, I pulled up one time. I pulled up one time, had a good time,
Take
but
one?
I walked away. I said we will never win the championship.
But hey, let me say something.
It's too much partying out here.
Check it.
By the way, this is Drink Champ Sports, guys.
Salute. But in Denver, it's a different dynamic, right? As far as corporate wise, right? So you play 7 years, or you played a couple years in Denver. Then you came to Miami. So it's a totally different environment.
So you
But
was
my
Chicago
mentality,
before that?
but my mentality was always, you know, like so with Fred, I was a knucklehead, and really it was I didn't understand the business, right? So everything was personal. I didn't understand the magnitude of it, and so I had to learn the hard way. But one thing I always did was I handled my business. So even when I came to Miami, I can count on one hand how many times I went to Live, still to this day. Like I wasn't in Live because I knew I wasn't trying to pay the price, you know, the next morning waking up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m. and being hungover. No, like I wanted the bag and that was my focus.
That's real. That's real. Let me ask you a question though. With being independent, how you were just talking about rappers being independent, how you feel about The Rock stepping out and doing the XFL? Because he'd be able to recruit a whole bunch of players to do that independent league.
I don't think it's gonna work. I think he's wasting his fucking money.
It's not what you said. This is how you said it.
I'm looking at people. I give you my opinion.
He looked at him and said, "Answer."
I don't think that shit gonna work. It's just if you can play in the NFL, you can play in the NFL.
And he only bought it for like $2 million, right?
Yeah.
Was it $2 million? I don't know how much you paid. I really don't know how much you paid. But think about that, bro. You used to see in the NFL, like you said, you can be in, that nigga said the word, I don't know, Dusseldorf, Germany.
Yeah. And they'll be saying it in German too. Like, that's what we heard about. Like, what the fuck?
And
I was there, yeah, that's where Kobe Bryant get the Regenicon shots. And you go in there, yeah, you got it. You see?
No,
Because
I had an appointment at Coco's. You think I'm gonna go to Dusseldorf? You ain't an appointment for Coco's? But they had this big girl in there. I ain't gonna get into it. But what the hell was
you don't think it's gonna work that?
Oh no, the XFL, man. The thing is that there's when you look at tiers of stuff, there's tiers of athletes, and that's what. So if you're good enough to play in the NFL, you're gonna play in the NFL. So it's gonna be 22 guys on the field that are the best in the world.
Not even if he calls you.
What's that?
Not
so his league is a competing league.
No. That's to my point. It's a next level.
But not
perfect example.
It's like that, but not retired.
So, but you watching the best in the world, and you know if anybody in the XFL can play in the NFL, they want to go get their money. Right. So it's going to be the second tier of players. Right. When the first XFL, the quality of play, it wasn't NFL, and we've been so stuck on the NFL that you can't get the NFL in any other league. I think that big thick motherfucking Samoan wasted all his goddamn money.
Jesus.
That's his only play right there, though.
That's why they ain't starting it last season. They're gonna wait 2-3 years.
You gotta look at the NFL. You know, that's A1.
Right.
Then Canadian League, right under the NFL. That's what they're going to look at. That's a B squad.
Right.
And
I wanted to ask Ocho. Sorry, man.
You got XFL. That's like C and D. But these guys looking for an opportunity to try to work out. They just want to get filmed so they can try to get to Canada or get back to the NFL.
So couldn't it be positive in that way, that it's a stepping stone?
No. It's the development league.
Right.
But at the end of the day, it's a development league.
Okay,
The Rock, he whatever he put in it, he has a potential to get that money back because he ain't doing business. Right. You know, The Rock, couple $100 million. Right. He ain't doing business to fuck off. Right. So he can take that $10 million play and see if it hit. But the sponsorships, his relationships, he could try to get that back. So he got some time, man. I don't think it's going to. I don't know if it's going to fail,
Fred.
But I'm going to see how it goes.
Freaky Fred.
Quickly
to that point. That's your name. Everybody know that. Everybody know that's his name. But Fred, y'all like basketball? Everybody like basketball? All of them motherfuckers watch basketball. Right. How many G League basketball games have y'all watched in the last, I say 5 years? G League, the little motherfuckers that play in the summer
league?
In the little gym.
Summer league?
How many?
I watched the last two summers, right? No, not G League, but summer league.
That's what the bubble felt like. It felt like the G League this year.
Yeah, so the G League, bro.
You not watch the G League.
The G League, and like Fred said, there's NFL, there's Canadian, and then there's XFL. So the XFL is gonna be under the NFL G League. Nobody's watching that shit.
But you ain't gotta watch it. You wait for your opportunity. Like Buddy went to the Lakers. Andre Ingram. They brought him up. That nigga lit the shit up.
But see, that's the difference between the NBA
on the
and the NFL, where you got a lot of guys, like you dealing with men in the NFL. You know what I mean? Like, it's serious business there. So you got a lot of college kids that can ball, but they need time to develop. So when you leave college, if you don't make it to the NFL, where do you go? So the XFL is important because it's a developmental league. And the NFL actually wants that. They want the XFL. They know they can't compete. They know Rock can't compete with them, but they need The Rock to be successful and also understand his place, because that's a place where the guys is just not ready. They can go play a couple years, get some film, and get to the next level. Right? So with The Rock gotta have that mentality.
Speaking of The Rock,
so why the XFL done failed twice?
The Rock,
why the XFL done failed twice? Nobody wanna watch that shit.
Well, speaking of The Rock, this show on HBO, Ballers. It's really based on athletes and football players.
Right.
How real is that versus? No! Don't tell me that. I don't even want you to
Let me go last.
No, you go first.
No, I want you to go first now.
Y'all go.
The show got canceled though. But
no, it did.
It got canceled after the last season. It was supposed to come back a couple months ago.
They do about 4 or 5,
they did four seasons on the fifth one.
No, you know what?
It's
official. I think they probably started getting a little too close to what the real shit is.
Oh, wow.
And the big boy, look, NFL is a multi-billion-dollar business. So if you get too close to what they doing, they the mob. They're not fucking around. So if anything, that's probably what happened. But and that's the conspiracy.
So what you mean? So you saying the NFL probably went to HBO like, we can't have that?
Probably so.
That's when Hard Knock came out.
A lot of that shit is true, bro.
Like that shootout shit, like
a lot of all they doing is taking stories.
It's glorified. It's magnified. Right. But some of the stories,
a lot of it is true, and the possibility is there. Look, the NFL, you seen everything. Right. You see niggas do shit that you like. This nigga played ball. Why he doing this? Right. This nigga got his wife at gunpoint, or he got. You know, he
domestic violence.
Anything might be going on. It's true.
Out in the elevator.
It's bad, and they just reenacting stuff that they've seen on the NFL. So a lot of it's true.
But it's such a small window. Like,
nah, it's true.
It's true. But
it is a small window. Yeah.
It's 53. What is 1,700 dudes in the NFL?
52 dudes a team?
No, I'm saying 53 dudes a team. What is 1,600? 1,600
on the active roster.
Fred, you got the math, Fred. So what is it? 16, 1,700 NFL, bro. That shows about 100 dudes. And that's why I get upset. I can't watch ballers. It ain't a big picture.
Okay.
So if you take anybody's industry, rappers, DJs, and all that, and you want to make a show about 8% of them, I can't fuck with you. Because it's 92 dudes trying to do the right thing. It's not representative. I think Ballers was 8% of the NFL pass, And it's 92% of since 1970 when NFL and AFL merged that they're not showing. And that's why I'm saying the Ballers shows the worst shit about the NFL.
Wow.
Because that's what motherfuckers want to see, and that's how they can monetize it and make money. That's what Ballers.
But that goes back to what I said a second ago about your industry, your rap. You know what I'm saying? Like these labels, they want to sell that shit because they know it's gonna sell. They not finna sell. They didn't put in your records talking about 1, 2, 3 ABCs. They ain't selling that shit.
Right.
They want to sell, your hardest shit.
Exactly.
They want to sell it because they know who want to run with it.
Exactly.
The niggas that can relate to you.
How about you?
And
Brandon?
Ballers, they know what they
think
gonna
about
relate
Ballers?
to.
Ballers, I think it was what Channing said. I mean, that was.
I think they got you working out in the beginning of the shit, right?
No, I'm not on it.
Oh, okay.
But I felt some type of way. I felt like The Rock because he literally shared a backyard. I felt like I felt like he should have invited me on the show. I never got the invite.
Oh, really? I thought he was a higher help. I didn't think he was executive.
No, he the real deal. That's his show.
That's
his show. Yeah, that's
and
the
Mark Wahlberg, too. And Mark Wahlberg.
That nigga said
I thought he was higher help.
Apparently he's in that neighborhood too.
Yeah, goddamn it. Let's make some noise for that neighborhood.
I got it early.
How about Any Given Sunday?
That's one of my favorite football shows.
That
There's
is
the
one of the best
program,
ones.
and then there's Any Given Sunday.
That's the best.
Now the program.
The program.
Y'all seen the program
Yeah,
in
with
college
James
football?
Conn and then
So to go
Omar
from
Epps.
baller to the
Old school,
program,
yeah.
the program is the most accurate off the field football film I've ever watched in my
Collegiate?
life. Collegiate.
And it's a film?
It's
Yeah.
called
It's
the
a movie,
program.
The Program.
And it's,
With
bro,
Omar
it's everything you got. Dudes on steroids, young dude trying to make it, young dude, a girl trying to fuck up his career. It's everything
The
that
drunk
goes on in
dad at
college.
home. Right.
Yeah, drunk dad at home telling him, you have to do it for the family. Bro, the program is the most accurate football film I've ever seen.
It's like He Got Game, but it's football. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
But
Yeah.
y'all forgetting about Remember the Titans. The shit we going through now.
Any
Civil
Given
rights.
Sunday, right? Any Given Sunday was good?
This white versus black, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
And they're showing where football is kind of being a bridge, you know what I'm saying, between the white players and the black players. Because at the end of the day, if sports is nothing else, it's the one X factor that are gonna bring, whites with,
Anybody.
their beliefs and blacks with their beliefs. It's gonna bring them together. And when you're in the locker room, that racism and that bullshit that happened,
It don't really
they ain't
exist.
talking
Yeah.
about it. So remember, the Titans is definitely in the top 3.
I mean, I wouldn't say it don't exist. It's like you saying, like,
you're right.
I mean, because it do,
Whatever
like,
you deal with it.
dudes got some, they got some points now.
What's the quarterback you worked with in Chicago?
You know what his name
Forgot his
is.
name.
You know what his name is.
What's his name?
Talking about what his name is.
What you got there, man?
Jay Cutler, How was that from Chicago? Like, how was that? Like,
So,
because you're from Pittsburgh. It's cold in Pittsburgh, too.
no, Chicago was good. I ain't care about the weather. I ain't really care about that. But, like, Jay and I, we was brothers. Drafted 2006 to the Denver Broncos together.
Wow.
He was first round, I was fourth round. So we was connected at the hips. And, we had an amazing start to our career. We went our separate ways. Then we put the band back together in Chicago. And it just didn't work out. So
You were like,
That nigga done skipped 8 years of life.
I know, because I'm trying to figure out where N.O.R.E knows. I'm trying to figure out where he's trying to go
I'm
with it.
being just generic because
Why y'all fell out? You
Yeah,
asking why
yeah,
you
he
said y'all
asked
get the
that,
band
though.
together? Why y'all
because
fell out to get
I
back
remember at
together?
one point you did an interview with Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah.
Stephen A. Smith tried to get you to throw him under the bus.
Yeah.
You didn't. You held him down. And then it was like something happened after that. And I just don't know what. I guess that would be the better question. Because I remember you holding him down and Stephen A. was like, I remember this very, very, very vividly. Because Stephen A. was trying to get you to be like, come on, whack ass.
Well, I'll give you an example, right? Like going back to Denver when I was young and dumb. Never gambled in my life, didn't know nothing, got, a couple dollars. Went to Vegas for the first time, lost my mind. The first time I went out there, won like $5,500. Went out there the second time, lost like $3,000. Went out there again, lost 100-something thousand. But this is a time where, I ain't had no money. I was making $420K a year. And then I lost more. I lost all my money. I'm in the Wynn Hotel. I called Jay Cutler. I said, bro, I need $60K to pay to win. Money's in my account the next day, right? So like that's where our relationship was. Wow. And then we get to a point in Denver where, I mean, it's all football stuff. It's like, let's go win a championship. Right. So the Jay Cutler and the whole story around him is like, is he a leader? Is he the guy? He has all the talent in the world. So as we mature and we got away from all the little boy stuff, I was like, let's go win a championship. They gave us the money. We the leaders now. And he just wasn't on that. And we went to a place where we didn't talk. Fast forward to this year, Jay, he went through a few personal things. I don't want to dive deep into his business. I'm laying in bed with my wife. My wife like, baby, just hit him up. Like, just check on him. Because it's my brother. Right. It's like, just check on him. Man, I hit him up for like 3 a.m. He on my mind. We going back and forth, right? He like, yeah, we going to meet up. We going to do this, go do that. I go to Tennessee for a little break. He right around the corner. I hit him up. He don't call me. He don't answer the call. It's like the same old Jay Cutler. So, Jay's one of those guys, man. It's like if you're in his circle, you good. He love you. If not, it's like it's a whole nother conversation. So, yeah.
Like how is it? Because like the quarterback for lack of a better term is like the leader, correct?
He's supposed to be.
So so if you're on a defensive side, are they in the same frequency? Like is a defensive player talking to the quarterback, or that's not the way this happens?
It is. You don't really talk to him. The good quarterbacks will come during practice and say like, hey, why did you drop back in the zone? And bullshit X and O stuff.
Right.
But the quarterback
to the defense?
To the defense.
Wow.
But I'll tell you, Chad Pennington. I played with Chad Pennington. Chad Pennington was with the Jets. You don't know. You don't really follow him. Your daddy fucked you up, Dory.
Please.
But Chad Pennington played with the Jets, and that was the best quarterback I played with. But he would come to me after practice and be like, hey, in this cover 3, why did you drop back in there? Because I couldn't hit the in route and all that. And I'd be like, because the back didn't flare that way, so I had nothing to do. And I don't know if he needed me to tell him that, but he would just try to embrace the team. And I think great quarterbacks make an effort to embrace the team. You hit it on the head, and I don't know if you knew you hit it on the head, but a good quarterback understands what he is for the team.
Right.
And that's why if defensive players fool with the quarterback, it's because that quarterback knows, not the defensive player.
So
I always wondered, have you ever been on a team where the defensive have beef with the offensive, or that's
I mean, only in practice.
On practice,
In practice, sometimes, if the defense strong, during the games, I've seen situations where my boys, I hung out with the defense. Right. I ain't even really fuck with the offense. That's
where the dogs play.
I hung out with the defensive player. It was me, the linebackers, the cornerbacks, them pretty boys, and then we was chilling. So they'll let us know, though. They'll be like, yo, y'all need to, hey, what the fuck y'all doing over there? Right. Gotta get this shit right. So once the defensive player put that situation in play, like I'm gonna try to get the offense together. But then after that, it's the quarterback. Wow. Yeah. The quarterback was the one where everybody looking at saying, all right, what the fuck is he gonna say? I was in New England for 2 years with Brady, towards the end of my career. Brady treated everybody the same, practice squad, 10-year vet. You know what I'm saying? That's why I think Brady the GOAT, because
They say Brady usually wake people up while they sleep for practice. Is this some real shit?
100%.
Get out of here. Can you describe that? Hold on, I need to hear this. All right, go ahead. I need to hear this.
I'm gonna tell you my situation.
That's exactly what I want. Let's go. Let's go.
I ain't grabbed his apple juice.
I went to New England in year 12. I done did 10,000 yards in Jacksonville.
You are 12,000 right now, right? Good.
About this close from it.
You give me 12,000.
So, going to New England, I'm looking around and shit. I'm like, damn, I don't want to fuck up what they got going on. So I'm up there, but Tom run every fucking thing. So you get up there, and he just a chill, he chill. I get up there, he like, Freddie, them PRP jeans, bro? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, okay, we cool now. So he on the shit that I'm on. So you get up there, practice squad, 10-year vet, everybody on the same playing field. But if you fuck up on the field, he treating it the same. Wow. He know everybody's name. You know, like everybody. It ain't about dollars. It ain't about position. It's about respect and what you can bring to the team and how urgent you can get it done. So that's what Tom was about. So he didn't minimize who you were if you was making 100,000. That was our problem. Or you was making
who does the
10
team
million.
listen to more? If like in a situation like Tom Brady and Bill Belichick, who does the team listen to more? Like if
they gonna listen to who they're in the trenches with.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Meaning Tom, because they going to war with Tom.
You know, because Tom got the last say. Look, when the last time you seen a CEO fire themselves?
No.
Wait, what? A CEO fire?
If you the CEO,
yeah,
you gonna fire yourself?
No, I don't think so, sir.
All right.
Who fired
themselves? When Brady on the field, he the CEO. You feel me?
He left.
They don't give a fuck about what Belichick say. Because at the end of the day, who got to make these plays and get paid?
Wow.
That was my mindset, the same with Tom. So we go on the field, Tom like, hey, yo, Freddie, do this shit this way. We did it this way in practice 20 times. Yeah. But on the field, I just saw something, do it this way. Guess what? That shit gonna work. The coaches ain't gonna say a motherfucking thing.
You ever been a time where Belichick told you something and Tom told you to do something else and you was caught in that confliction?
I'm gonna do what Tom say.
God damn, I respect your loyalty.
You know what I'm
Who's throwing the ball?
Yeah, that's the business of it, bro.
Wow. You got deflated when you caught it?
Hey, I caught that bitch. Caught it.
Wow.
It don't even matter.
That's like y'all answered like crazy questions from me just now. You don't even know. Like I always thought that.
I want to pivot real quick, right? If y'all don't mind. I know this your shit.
Let's go. No, this is our shit, brother. We together, baby.
No, because we brought something from us.
Okay.
Chef Nancie got something for y'all.
God damn it. Chef Nancie.
Hey, it ain't for you, bro. It's for them.
Oh, you gotta get some food.
Okay, shrimp burger. I've never had a shrimp burger. I'm in.
Oh, it's fire.
Chef.
Well, Chef, you gotta tell them why the shrimp burger's so significant. You know.
Oh yeah.
See, she represent the crib
And
too.
that's Obey on the tips?
Yes.
God damn it, girl. You know me.
Thank you.
What we got, Chef?
So it's a shrimp burger, but it's all shrimp, no filler, just shrimp and seasoning. So it's a secret how I keep it together.
Look, Mr. Lee, it's shot time, Mr. Lee. It is shot time. Let's get these brothers what they want.
I can get a shot at De Leon, bro.
Yeah, you get a shot at De Leon, man.
MJ to go.
God damn it, yeah, MJ to go.
Puff for the culture.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, this one.
Yeah.
So, all right.
Bro, that what you drinking?
That's what I'm drinking.
Was it ever a dream team?
Why the hell you worried about what I'm drinking?
Like if you said I get here, and this is my you know, did you ever have a dream destination to go to? Like you saying to yourself, like if I get there, this is it. For you might have been Boston, right?
Nah, you know what? Like I hear a lot of these young boys say, "Look, man, I had a dream when I was this age."
Like
all
the
that
Cowboys.
Shit. I was a fan of certain team. I grew up, you know, down here in Florida.
Right.
All I heard was Miami Dolphins, Miami Dolphins #1. Look, but
nice.
then when I got older, you know, I just wanted to make it to the league. I didn't give a fuck who it was for. I just wanted to get a check and go back to the crib and chill. You know what I'm saying? I ain't had a capacity to think business, marketing, you know, which is what a lot of our guys fail to understand right now. And I think that needs to change. But it didn't really matter to me. I just wanted to get to whoever drafted me and play. I just wanted to compete. All that other shit, it didn't matter.
Yeah. How about you? Like, you know, I always wanted to be on Def Jam. And when I finally got to Def Jam, it was almost like, from the first day I walked in Def Jam, I'll tell you, this is a true story. I feel like I was going to the Yankees, right? Like, you know, the day I'm supposed to sign, I walk in the building, and R.E Gotti is there, because remember you had to sign into Def Jam to go upstairs. So R.E Gotti is there, and R.E Gotti turns and he looks at me and he goes, "You signing today, right?" And I go, "Yeah." He goes, "Don't celebrate." Ooh. And I'm like, "What?" He's like, "You're gonna have to work harder than ever on a major because you had success on an independent.
Yeah.
Don't sleep. Don't let your guards down.
Yeah.
And as Irv Gotti said that, he turned around. I was like, he's a fucking hater.
Yeah.
But years later, I knew what he meant.
Yeah.
He definitely shouldn't have said that to me as young as I was and as harsh as he said it. But when I did appreciate it years later, because he was like, yo, bro, just because you're on one of these established teams, don't mean that you're going to be established.
Right.
Don't mean you're going to be Jay-Z. You ain't gonna, might not be Ja Rule. You're not going to be DMX. You're not going to be hard. You got to only be you.
Well,
and you're going to have to work harder. So,
you got to think about it like from a professional athlete standpoint.
Before you answer that, let's get this shot going. God damn it!
Oh.
Hold on, Paul. Where's your shot at, man?
Nah, you should have seen that shit.
I asked him for a shot.
He did.
That's his shot. That's his shot.
My shot.
You gotta take that shit too, boy. That's what I'm saying. I'm like, I thought that was a whole drink. He's working too.
Damn, boy, he don't know about you.
But they know if we take too many more of these,
Well,
you're gonna be a different show.
I'm gonna tear the whole party up.
I'm not gonna lie. I've been watching clips. I can tell you the ringleader. Like you keep the room together. So you gonna keep the room together too.
And when the drunk shit come up,
when it come up, all right, fuck it. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's called Drink Champs. I don't know if you know that. It's all accepted here. Bro, I'm sorry. You were saying something?
Yeah, I mean, from the sports perspective, you got to think about it. As soon as you get drafted, they're now trying to replace you.
Yep.
So when you talk about what Irv is saying, right? Like,
yeah.
you know, it's
you gotta say that.
Say that louder.
In layman term, it's a young man's business.
Right.
yeah,
You look at business.
Just like entertainment.
You look at
Just like entertainment.
the product, right?
Right.
It's gonna be way more younger, guys that's ready to get in because they're cheaper. At the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? You want to maximize profit. You want to make sure in the NFL, you want to keep your salary cap tight. You know what I'm saying? You want to have a lot of space on your cap. So if you get young guys with potential,
it's all about leverage.
with an opportunity to increase their value, but you'll have a 5-year window. So every contract that's done in the NFL, you see these guys talk about $100 million deal, right? They might get $40 million of it guaranteed.
Guaranteed, yeah.
But that's only the first 3 years.
That's the life of the contract.
And they gotta like score.
So that 40 has to be
It's
split
over
up.
the life of the deal. Let's say you sign a 6-year, $100 million deal.
Right.
The first 3 years, let's say you get $40 million guaranteed. That's only pertaining to the first 3 years, and everybody is judged on the first 3
You
years.
start living like a $40 million nigga, and then you get injured.
The other $60 million is backloaded on that contract. So you got 3 years where they're giving you 40. Boom. You might get 35 million signing. Then the next year, they're gonna give you 2. Then the next year, the third year, they're gonna give you 3, right? So that's your 40 mil guaranteed. They don't wipe their hands clean. The next 3 years is 60 mil on there. If you haven't shown them that you can do shit in the first 3 years, they fucking cut you. Because that shit,
Wait,
it's like inflation.
And they don't have to give you that 60?
No.
It's like record label deals. The deal that you get, it says you made a $1 million deal, but really that was the life of the contract. It includes the marketing, the promotion, the label, the
Yeah, but it's a little different. Let me tell you why it's a little different.
Similar enough.
Because in a record label, they'll say we'll give you 1.5, right? And what happens is we'll go in and we'll make an album. The album will cost 1.7. So they will have to reforecast. That's what they call it. Reforecast. And they go in and they make a whole nother budget.
Right.
They make a whole. It's a loan.
Same thing with the NFL.
It's a loan.
If you maximize the first 3 years, if you go and do your thing, that third year where you might get 20 mil, because it's 60 mil left with 3 years left.
Right.
But on averages, if you're gonna get 20 mil, they don't want to see that 20 mil on the salary cap. So they're gonna say, all right, N.O.R.E, we want to meet with you and your agent. Come in here. We're gonna find a way to take the 20 mil off our hit because we envision you being here another 6 years. Right. So they're gonna come in and they're gonna offer you an extension where they're gonna give you new money, and then that same year where you're gonna get that 20, and that year 4 where you're gonna get 20, they might say, all right, we want to give you 2, but we're gonna offer you a new contract with another 3-year extension. So they're gonna make it a 6-year deal, but they're gonna give you another 100 million. You know what I'm saying? But the signing bonus is gonna be
But you really playing
another 40.
You really playing like year to year in the NFL.
It's
like
still year to year.
outside of like that guarantee.
Outside of the
You got to
guarantee.
think about when you
Hold
walk
on, I
in.
wanted you to take off where you left off before. You said the minute they draft you, they're trying to replace you.
Like you
that was the illest shit I ever heard. I swear to God.
The injury rate in the NFL is 100%. They know that. Any minute, an ankle could go, a knee could go, right?
Like Dak.
And it's over, right? So look, Dak is a great example, but he's a quarterback. If that's a running back, if that's a wide receiver, that's any other position, they're not getting a contract. They're going back on league minimum. Dak Prescott's supposed to make $45 million or $40 million, right? Dak Prescott's going to get that because he's a quarterback. Any other position, you're going to now make $1 million and prove to me that you're healthy. But what I'm saying by that is, you got to understand. Every time you walk in the locker room, and I'm not exaggerating. Every day we walk in the locker room, they got a thing called core guys. There's like 4 or 5 guys that's untouchable that year. You're gonna see somebody with a trash bag walking out, and you're gonna see somebody with a suitcase walking in, and they give them the same jersey, they give them the same locker room every day.
Same number.
Man got to
same number.
It's a revolving
every
door,
day.
bro.
Every day. Every day.
It's
so they'll draft a guy.
What does that do to your psyche?
To this conversation, I don't know if a lot of people know this. We talked about it. We talked about
this shit he just said.
Bro, we talked
about my shrimp burger, bro.
Bite the shrimp burger.
I'm biting my shrimp burger.
Bro, we talked about this on I Am Athlete. A lot of people don't know that every year you play in the NFL, you have to make more money. It's called league minimum. So, like right now, first year, what is it? Like $650? It done went up.
No, league minimum is almost it's like $8. It's like almost $1 million. Yeah, it's
oh my
now.
goodness! When I was in my first year, we had to make $237,000. My second year, we had to make $270,000. But when every year in the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement,
and that's the standard. That's the standard.
That's the NFLPA versus the NFL.
Right.
There's a set number on every player if he's played 3 years, 4 years, 5 years, 6 years, 18 years that he has to make. They try to work, and that's what you were talking about. They're trying to replace every time when you get drafted. They're trying to replace you because they have a league minimum. Because when they draft you at $400,000, if the dude the next year is better than you at $500,000.
Yeah, it's numbers.
It's all about numbers. You're not, bro. Dudes think about it. Let me say that. Dudes think their names are their names. Brandon Marshall, Fred Taylor. You're not Fred Taylor and Brandon Marshall. You're running back 1 and you're receiver 1.
Yeah.
And then you're going to be receiver 2.
Numbers.
And your stats. And your stats. And you're going to be all stats.
It's all going to regress down when they want.
Here's what both of you guys been saying. I got this Duce. This is $200 million that each team has to spend. It's not that the collective bargaining agreement is around like $170 million, give or take a few million every single year. Now we're in the pandemic, so the TV deals is what that's where the money comes from. Right. You know, so now let's say it's easy numbers, $200 million we got to spend throughout these 60 guys. If I got a guy making $10 million, Brandon Marshall making $10 million, and he's giving me 1,000 yards, 10 touchdowns a year. That's his production, right? Great, awesome. But as soon as I find a guy that I can pay $425,000 and he can give me 900 yards or 1,000 and those 10 touchdowns, now they're gonna come back to you and say, hey, we need to renegotiate your deal, or we're gonna cut you, or we just gonna cut you, right? So that's what it's about day to day in the NFL.
And this is something that no young player coming in knows from the get, I'm assuming.
No
do they have agents or anybody from the entrance trying to teach you all this stuff?
Well, guys know, guys understand it, you know, as far as like the numbers and, you know, and especially nowadays because we have podcasts and we have these type of discussions, so they got access to information. But I don't think every guy understand what Channing said is that I don't care about you. I care about what you can do for me today. Right. The NFL stands for not National Football League. It stands for not for long, right? And that's what they don't understand.
Wow.
But they're trying to. It's crazy. Y'all's favorite player. Pick him up in y'all's mind. I don't even want to hear it. Whatever y'all favorite NFL player in all y'all's mind, there is an organization that's trying to replace him. Because he's getting older every day.
Tom Brady to go. Why let him go?
They let his ass go because his ass couldn't throw a ball over 20 yards.
Wait, time out.
No. But let me make a point. y'all favorite player, and Patrick Mahomes probably popped in somebody's mind because I love Patrick. Patrick Mahomes, my dude. Right now, the Kansas City Chiefs have to have a meeting about Patrick Mahomes. Whenever this little pretty, redhead, fluffy, curly hair motherfucker get old, when do we need to replace him? Think about that.
That's like the drink of
football.
The
Kansas City Chiefs.
They're going to replace the drink of football?
Kansas City Chiefs have to talk about when to replace Patrick
Aaron Rodgers,
Mahomes.
you said?
Aaron Rodgers is a bigger one.
Example.
It's a perfect example. Aaron Rodgers.
That's a bad man.
Bad man. He's going to win MVP probably. When he shouldn't win
And
MVP.
he's MVP, and he should be the MVP, B. Marsh.
No, he shouldn't, but go ahead. We can talk about that after this.
Okay,
Let's take the shot. Let's take the shot. Paul, you going to take another shot.
And how many shots would you want to drink?
Hey, man.
Aaron Rodgers is the best quarterback right now in the NFL. The Green Bay Packers drafted Jordan Love
in first round last year.
first round last year.
That's
They didn't get
example, bro.
Wow.
They didn't get the best player in the NFL, a better running back, a better left tackle to protect him.
They got him
They got him a replacement because Aaron Rodgers is old, and they didn't know how long he can sustain what
But they
he's
can't
doing.
kick him out, right?
No,
He has, in rap, we have things called a grandfather contract, right? So a grandfather contract is like, no matter what, I can sell 2 records tomorrow, but you can't pay me less than a certain amount. Like I believe LL has a grandfather contract.
Yeah, we do have that. That's what they said, the CBA collective bargaining agreement. So we're gonna go out there and say, hey, if you're a veteran past this amount of years, this is how much you can. We can't pay you less than that.
Right?
Yeah, the union, right? So yes, we got stuff like that.
Okay, all right, cool.
But at the end of the day, you talk about kick him out. Yeah, that's why they drafted him. Perfect example is Aaron Rodgers about to win the MVP.
Right.
They drafted the guy in the first round. That first round quarterback. That quarterback ain't gonna help them win the Super Bowl this year. They need to go get somebody on defense. But what they do is they go get him, and now they can turn around this year if he didn't perform well and say, we're gonna cut you or we need you to take a pay cut. So that 36 million you supposed to make, we need you to be at 15.
But wouldn't the flip side be like a mentorship, like a veteran?
That's what I'm about to ask. Let me guesstimate. So does Aaron Rodgers, does he mentor this dude? Knowing that eventually this guy's going to take my place?
Or any position,
or does he say, fuck this guy, tell him to come to practice?
Yeah. No, every guy, go ahead, Fred. You might have better fun this.
Because in my situation, right?
They drafted more.
When I was in Jacksonville, I got injured a couple of seasons, and the team has to do what the team has to do. When I was a player, I didn't really understand it. Right. But I just wanted to win. I didn't give a fuck about all that stuff. Plus, I wanted to compete too. So my team, they drafted for probably about a 10-year period. They drafted 2 running backs a year. So they drafted 20 running backs in my 10 years in Jacksonville.
Wow.
And
I didn't know that.
Guess what I did?
Balled out.
I stepped up to the plate. They made me do my thing. I'm like, man, I ain't worried about this shit. I taught them the playbook and all of that.
Yeah.
So
That's the fraternity.
They insert Jones Drew, who went and did his thing. So as a player, I'm more comfortable knowing I got somebody that can go out there and do their thing. When I'm recovering, when I'm getting my rest, I'm tired of shit. I'm like, damn, I ain't got to put all that extra stress on me. Right. This young boy, he gonna get out there, he gonna do his thing. We're not gonna miss
Put him in the position.
Right, in the same position. So it all depends on your relationship with, what's going on. But then I've seen mostly the receiver position though. These niggas be prima donnas, bro. The receiver.
Antonio Brown.
That's my man. In all respect to them, this is why. It can be 2 to 3 receivers on the field at a time. He the starter, but he might not be getting the ball that day based on the cover. They could be doubling him, swinging everybody to his side. Now he got to depend on receivers X to go make plays. If he's not making plays and we not winning, he's like, shit, I could have thrown the double coverage. Give me a shot.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We gonna lose the game. Yeah. So it depends on.
Yeah, but the reality is, I would say this: 90% of the guys in the NFL, like we talk about fraternity, we drafting guys every year. We're bringing in new free agents, and probably even 95% of the guys, they're helping the guys out. So a new guy come in. He's there to replace you. They drafted or brought him in free agency to take some of your production. and you're gonna see that guy go through the playbook with him. Let me show you, this is this person in the organization. Here's my massage therapist. Here's my real estate agent. That's that fraternity that we talk about, right? And that's it. That's across the board. Every once in a while, like if a guy is treating a rookie bad, not because he's a rookie, like a rookie come in, you gotta pay your dues, but like not trying to show him the way, it's kind of deviant. Like we look at him like, yo, what is you doing? Right? Because that's not the culture. It's counterculture in the league. We have this mindset of, look, we're gonna help you out.
That's dope.
At the end of the day, what the NFL...
Another shot. Goddamn. No, I ain't gonna lie. Because you know what the crazy shit is? And I'm gonna switch up the story, subject a little bit right now. I bike ride with Warren Sapp, right?
A bike ride. So you said
y'all boys in Hollywood, right?
We ride bikes, yeah.
Y'all got like the cycle suits and the helmet.
He wears a suit. You got the helmet? I don't got the helmet. You got the helmet.
Dynamic helmet.
He got the helmet.
Bro, you gotta send us a picture. You gotta see what you do with your bike.
Is your bicycle motorized? No.
I got an electronic bike.
But you don't use it.
To each his own, man.
I'm gonna holler at Sam. I'm gonna go with y'all.
Listen. So it's a time that when we start the bike ride, I could tell he's back on the field.
You locked in.
Like he's yelling at everybody, get out the bike lane! And he's back on the field.
Yeah.
Like I be looking at him, he's like, N.O.R.E, go ahead! And I'm like, yo, the other day we drove, the other day we drove, and it was an Amazon truck that pulled up. I stopped. Like any normal human being would do.
Yeah.
Wearing the nuts. He pulled on the side of the, you know how big an Amazon truck is? And I'm looking because I'm trying to do what he do. And he blocked the Amazon truck. I said, I'm not doing that, right? I'm a rapper. Like, I don't know what the fuck you did. I've got calluses. And like, so what I'm trying to say is, I wish I was exaggerating. I wish I was exaggerating. Like, so
I'm just trying to picture y'all. As you telling the story, y'all in y'all cycle suits.
No, I don't got the cycle suit. I'm buying the cycle suit though.
He got the bodysuit.
I'm gonna let y'all win because I'm gonna buy the bicycle suit because my shit's fucked up over here. But what I'm trying to say is, like, do y'all ever like turn the game off, or is that something that is that a form of post-traumatic stress?
No. So we just had that conversation, but for me, that's why when we talk about, why I struggled early on in my career, because as a player, and I hate to use this word because I'm big on mental health, but it can paint the picture for people. But you almost got to be bipolar, and let me not say that. I don't want to go down there. I don't want to go there because let me not go.
Two different lives.
So you got to be able to go on the field, turn that switch on. You got to think about it. This dude weighed 245 pounds. He running 22 miles per hour. I'm 230 pounds. I'm running 24 miles per hour, 40 yards, and we coming head to head. Right. Bam! You gotta have a different mentality to do that. Yeah. So like, how do you have that mentality? Turn that switch on. You gotta go to a different place, and then you go off the field. You're a husband. You're a father, and you gotta turn that switch on.
Like a soldier going to war, same shit.
A lot of guys don't have that. Like Fred T had that. Like he can go on the field, turn that on naturally. Then off the field, cool, chill, the coolest dude in the league. Right, a lot of guys got to work on that. So, like you talk about Warren, we got a lot of guys that are retired that still got to learn how to turn that switch on. And
I don't think he got to turn. But I hang out with Michael Vick. I hang out with Michael Vick, and he's chill as shit. Like he's chill as shit. So I hung out with them one day. I hung out with Vick one day. I hung out with Sapp the next day. I was like, this is crazy. Two different things.
Yeah, Sapp always been wild. Okay, you know what I'm saying? I met you through Vick.
Okay.
I met you through Vick, and you said, and it's. Bro, and it's perfect with it.
Okay.
Out in Plantation, we did a New Year's party there, and we was hanging out. And y'all ain't know that.
You ain't remember Chan, bro? You ain't remember Chan,
bro? So you just said that. I totally remember.
You remember
when he said that.
Apple juice.
That was New Year's.
The apple juice guy. But bro, if you don't understand, and this is a perfect conversation in this aspect where you know Vic, you know me.
Yep.
And you done heard what B just said, and you heard everybody that said, bro, that shit like of locking in.
Wow.
And then letting go. Locking in and letting go.
Yeah.
And it's funny to say that me and B, cause with Brandon with all the mental health stuff, bro, we done had some real like man conversations about mental health. And with different things with our podcast and with different things, we done had some real conversations with mental health.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that I think men don't want to do is talk about that. Is talk about what football did to us and talk about what the life that we lived did to us. And people don't understand it's 1% of people that have our experiences. And I text you what I texted you the other day, bro. I appreciate you.
Yeah.
And he texted me back. He said, I love you, my brother.
You ain't text
God damn, let's make some noise.
But I don't want to let y'all know. Because Fred, you freaky Fred. Fred, bro, I ain't like
Only fans.
People that don't watch our show, Fred is nasty.
Nah.
But let me finish my point, Fred. Well, Fred is nasty, but yeah, Fred is
tripping, bro.
Fred, you nasty. But from a man perspective, and to see us sitting around drinking and bullshitting, bro, to have a dude that done did so much, like a man that's made it, a man that's like that is even bigger than you, and just talk to him and text him, bro, I love you, bro. And that man text me, I love you too, my dude, my man.
That's beautiful. That's why I didn't know your relationship, but when I read
that clicked. N.O.R.E, that clicks.
That's beautiful.
To have a man that appreciates you, that respects you, and your goods,
and we shot ready, right?
Your tops,
and we already shot ready. Goddamn. Because listen, let me just tell y'all, know.
I like that too.
In this game, they say when you got 10 years or more, you washed up. We ain't washed up. We want to salute our legends. We want to salute you to your face. Give me your goddamn flowers to your face.
Right.
I like that. You felt this nigga getting. You felt the light skin shit coming out.
Are you light skinned or dark skinned?
I used to be light skinned. I want to be Akon black right now. I've been trying. I go out there. Yeah, I go out there. Yeah, no, man. I want to be dark skinned.
You dark skinned?
I'm dark skinned.
You claiming dark?
I'm claiming dark right now.
Man.
I was a
This is the question I want to pose real quick.
Okay,
right?
cool.
I'm gonna say real quick.
Let's go, baby.
He talking about guys in our profession. They talk about CTE with the head and depression and you know what I'm saying.
Yep.
In rap, you got guys that run with 20 deep entourage. They big. What happens with the light dim? When they ain't getting the money the same way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like when everybody that was running with them.
Yep.
Like what happens in those situations when they depressed? Like what they going through mentally?
Well, I had said it on the show. I forget what show it was, but I said, man, when you the man Monday, it's hard to wake up on Wednesday and not be the man.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? And the thing about it is this, like even with football, football I always used to kind of think like it's one of the most protected sports because you guys' faces are covered. So if somebody's not really into the football, somebody can say, yo, you this and such, and you can say, nah, that's it. I can't really do that. Like I can't really they say that you N.O.R.E. But the thing about it is, we all deal with it. This is a version of being post-traumatic rap syndrome. Because this is it. Because you know what it was? I wasn't addicted to the actual money. I was addicted to the thrill of selling records.
Right.
That thrill, like when I dropped the album and that week of that album, it's like y'all playing ball. It's like so when I kind of retired from hip hop, without saying I retired from hip hop, that's what I missed. I missed the thrill, whether it worked or not. But with a podcast, I can fulfill that thrill every week.
Every episode.
Every fucking episode, I can go platinum. Like every episode, not even gold. Like I was a gold artist, and I got one platinum album. Let's make some noise. But every one of my albums can go platinum. But on this, I'm actually even bigger. The numbers is even bigger. So, but this is a form of the thing is this. this is what's fucked up about being an artist. Is your team pumps you up. Your record label pumps you up. Your management pumps you up to be this guy. And then when you start acting like that guy, they say, "Oh man, you ain't supposed to do that.
You ain't that guy.
Right.
You ain't that guy."
That's
You
fucked
not
up. That's fucked up.
They push you to go Hollywood, and then when you go Hollywood, they judge you for that. And the thing is, what you gotta know is the same people you said going up, you're gonna see coming down.
Right. Yeah.
And so that's why in our game you have to have balance because I really like look at it more like a comedian almost. I always used to compare us to sports, but I almost now compare it to a comedian. Like Kevin Hart got all of these 5, 10, 15 guys. When Kevin Hart go on stage, his friends can't be funny for him.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's the same thing with rap, but entertainment is a little different because, like I said, they push our face so much, and when you do become famous, and then they take the opportunity away from you.
You gotta live
All
up.
you is
You gotta live up to that.
It's a famous has-been.
But that's not a big. I mean, it's the same. It's synonymous. Rap and sports.
Yeah.
And you know, it's interesting because a lot of guys, and I see you, I see Fat Joe, and I'm like, yo, they're genius. They get it.
Yeah.
A lot of our entertainers, a lot of our athletes don't have a second career. They don't even have a plan B. It's it. This is why I was here. I'm born to catch a football. I'm born to rap. It's over. Now what?
Yep.
Did you have that plan? Did you know what a plan B was? Because for me, like halfway through my career, I start setting up everything I'm doing now.
Right.
Because I was studying the people that came before me. And I don't think everybody has a plan B and understand that it could be taken away and what's next. Because you retire at how old was you when you retired?
We got to think about this. It's so hard to tell somebody, man, you think about later on in life when you winning.
Yeah.
When you winning, like that's the worst time to tell somebody, you know you're going to have a rainy day. Because you looking like, nigga, it ain't raining today.
But here's my thing though. Here's my thing.
So it'd be hard to,
sports and music. Average career 3 years. But let's say you have a good career, right? 13 years.
Wow.
You retire at 34.
Young.
Rap. How many 50-year-old rappers are there? There's only one or two for real.
Right.
Jay-Z.
L still rapping.
No, Pharrell's 47 though.
But the same thing. It's the same thing. But he ain't really. I ain't gonna put him in there. Jay-Z. You know, you got a couple guys. You know, like Jeezy just came out. He 40-something years of age, right? What are you doing with life after that? There's so much life to live. So that's the mentality is where whether you're an entertainer, if you're an athlete, you got to understand that if you walk away on your terms, you still gonna be young.
Wow.
That's how you created House of Athlete.
Yeah, I mean,
Bro,
yeah.
I would tell you this with Brandon, and it's going back to the early conversation. Me and B were cool, and like he said, I think I was a person that B has never met in his life. A dude that just fucks off. Like I don't care about anything else. I just enjoy life. And for Brandon, and he can address it, where on the back end of the career, I never saw somebody grind as hard as you do.
Yeah.
Bro, he grinds. House of Athlete. He has the combine guys.
Yeah.
And he has guys coming into his affiliate. And he has his wife and he has his stuff, bro. My personal opinion is that there is not another Brandon Marshall has ever lived in the NFL.
That was so.
Can you give me another one? Fred, you don't been a part of it. Can you give me another Brandon? Can you give me another Brandon?
No. That was so cute, bro.
No, come on, give me a shot.
We talking
Come on, man. He can handle it. He can handle it.
No, I think for me, and it's like I always leaned into what I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like I always felt like if I know what I don't know, I can go find the answer. I can go Google something quick. I can go pick up a book quick. You know what I'm saying?
I got the other y'all over there. Booth. I got the other y'all. I got I can't even name it.
So like that was always my mentality is figure out what I don't know and build off of that. So when you think about, this transition that we talking about, whether you're an athlete or an entertainer, you start studying it. Like, damn, why are so many of our guys depressed, filing for bankruptcy when the game or the stage is taken away from them, right? Because there's no plan B. So what I did is I spent 3 months at Harvard and I did a case study studying entertainers, athletes, and figuring out like how did they utilize their platform.
Smart dude, bro. I got on the phone with him. He was asking me questions. I said, "This nigga's smart as shit."
But that's the thing though. Like I spent that time trying to figure out like how do you use your platform, something that's amazing right now. But I want to build something that lasts longer than the game, that longer than the rhymes. And so we put this plan together, and a couple people jumped out to me. Magic Johnson, I'll start there. Liv Armstrong, Lance Armstrong as well. But Magic Johnson, I couldn't understand like how you work for almost a half a billion dollars, and you still on ESPN, and they paying you a couple $1 million. Like you losing money. Like why are you doing that? You should be in the office. And I realized that it was another platform. I realized that he had so many different ventures. So like I started studying those blueprints, and I just feel like a lot of our guys need to understand that when you retire, the game is taken away from you. You still young, so study the people that came before you and build off of that.
Right. And it's an identity thing too, because I think people get absorbed in just this is my identity. I'm just a ball player. This is all I can do. Understanding that their identity could be all kinds of things.
Well, that was my identity.
I forget Antonio Brown. We had him on here, but before when we had him on here, I had asked him about an interview that he did, where I think he was, what's the guy that's with Skip Bayless?
Stephen A. Smith.
No, not Stephen.
Shannon Sharp.
Shannon Sharp. Yeah. So he was kind of like dissing Shannon Sharp. He was like, man, I don't want to do what Shannon Sharp is doing. Yeah. Because when I retire from the NFL, I want to own a team. I don't want to be talking about a team.
Yeah, like how you play. He said it was actually on LeBron's show, The Shot. Yeah, and he was like, how you play football all your life and then you go, talk football again. Like, what are you doing? Right. He called him a clown. All that. I know exactly what you said.
How do you guys feel on that statement? Because I mean, that's somewhat what we do. Okay.
B. Marsh, you wanna own a team one day?
No, I'm trying to create the next $1 billion the first $1 billion black-owned wellness brand. That's what I'm trying to do.
Wellness brand.
Well, like, we don't participate in that. Right. Like how do we eat better? How do we supplement? How do we, train? Like we dying. Like if this pandemic ain't teach us nothing, it taught us
get healthy.
Yeah, health and wellness is everything. So that's what I'm on.
Bro, I want to say something, bro.
We want you to say something.
Yeah, I want to say something.
We knew you the live call. We ready for you. Take another shot. Hold on, no. Take another shot. Take another shot. Come on, goddamn. Come on, baby. Salute.
Salute.
Oh, I'll tell y'all one thing. I wish that there was a larger percent of people that thought like Brandon Marshall. And you are early, hour ago, whatever. When you asked like how did I Am Athlete be? I Am Athlete is Brandon Marshall and Michi Marshall. And you want me to call everybody else names out, Alicia and Essay? Bro, he brings a team. He brings a team. When Brandon started this, when he started, was I the first part of
yeah, me and you, we was it was
when you were talking about
at the same time, yeah.
It was the same thing. We were sitting there and all our kids played together. All our kids play together.
In the rich neighborhood.
Yeah, we in the same neighborhood. So we just, and I'll tell y'all, my golf cart is way nicer than this motherfucker.
You got rims on your shit?
My shit nice, bro. I got that shit underneath. I got LEDs. Wow. Brandon didn't know about a golf cart. He didn't know how you could set up a golf cart until I set up a golf cart. But when Brandon saw how you can line things up and you can really appreciate and respect the attention that you can get from this, bro, and with y'all, and I love y'all show. I watch every one of y'all show. That's why I brought the bottle, because I wasn't going to rebuff. I know y'all had all this liquor. I know about the bottle, man. And Brandon had a vision, and he knew that you can capitalize on your name, your likeness, and all that. And Brandon talked to me about that years ago.
But here's the thing, though. No,
content.
this is the reality too. I look at like our platforms, whether it's Drink Champs, I
How
Am
long
Athlete.
you guys been doing I Am Athlete?
Only eight months.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Only 8 months.
Probably
Yeah, like
May,
this.
right?
I didn't want to get to this until like 2 years from now. But the pandemic shut everything down. I was like, shit, we all in the same neighborhood. Let's come together and create a show. We didn't know it was going to take off the way it did. But in my mind, because it's the locker room, it's real talk. People don't want to hear any more X's and O's, suits and ties. Oh,
What you say? It's locker room real talk?
This is locker room talk.
Let me tell you
This
why
is
I like
real
this.
talk. Hold on. This is
Okay.
like this platform, Drink Champs, I Am Athlete. It's an incubator for talent. What it is, it's
And
like
it is the talent.
Like look at
It
this
is the
man right
talent.
here. This dude been on local radio in
The
Miami
curating
talking
560.
about the Miami Heat, talking about the Miami Dolphins for 10 years, and he's one of the best in the industry. I've been on Showtime inside the NFL
7
for
years.
7 years. With the best of the best, getting paid a lot of money. I'm like, no, they can't even touch him. So in my mind, it's like, you know, when I first went out, like after a month or two of we creating our show at Showtimes, and everybody calling saying, man, we like what y'all doing. The first thing they said is, I don't know, maybe y'all should put Reggie Bush on. Like, I don't know about Channing Crowder. Who's Channing Crowder? And I was like, y'all just got to understand, like, y'all wait and see. And now all these people want to buy our show, and they like, he is the star. You know what I'm saying? So in my mind, it's like, you know what I'm saying?
You're the center. When I let me tell you something. I directed on a question. I knew Fred was gonna get quiet after a while. I just know you. I was watching. I was like, oh, okay. Like he talk when he want, but then he just chill. If he ain't got nothing to say, I heard you. He like the gangster of football. So I knew it, but it's a certain energy that you possess. You command the room.
Yeah.
And you don't even try it, like, you know what I'm saying? So I was ready. I thought your hair was gonna be up, so I was ready for you. But go ahead,
I told my wife, I said I'm going on Drink Champs, and she said, "You going on Drink Champs?" I said, "Yeah, I'm going on Drink Champs." She was like, "Well, we gotta get your head. We gotta get you right. We gotta get you." Motherfucker bought this shirt yesterday.
But I'm gonna just tell y'all because, again, like I said, when I came into this game, I thought every rapper hung out together. When I found that out, I was crushed. When I found out football players, I thought every football player knows every football player. I thought when you go home at night, Jerry Rice call you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying? What's my man Don L? What's my man John Elway? John Elway just said, you know, he's on your answering machine. Hey, man. Like, I thought everyone knew everyone. And then to come to find out that it's just like rap, and then to see there's 4 of y'all.
Yeah.
Like it could have been 1, it could have been 2, it could have been
That's
3,
what everybody
it could have
said.
been 4, but 4 was like, damn, this is the Wu-Tang Clan.
Yeah.
Like these niggas.
It was actually 5, Chef Nancie.
Oh goddamn, Chef Nancie.
Hold on, listen to this one. And this is why, right? Chef Nancie, she didn't cook for Michael Strahan. She didn't cook for Robin Roberts, Kelly Rowland, everybody. She's sick. And she out of Jamaica, Queens.
That's right.
Why we don't got our own seasoning? Why we ain't got our own cookbook?
Right.
So yeah, you gonna come on the show and everybody, I love Chef Nancie, I love Chef Nancie. And guess what's happening next month? Chef Nancie dropping her website.
I'm supporting Chef Nancie. I'm supporting Chef
I think that's that. Y'all got me going.
No, let's go.
I'm turning up right now. I'm doing too much.
Let me tell you something.
What I was saying earlier was you didn't have the
Hold on, let me say
experience.
something real quick.
You got it.
And remember your thought, please.
Got it.
But what I've been preaching with me and EFN, my partner right here, EFN, been preaching for years is we want everything to come from our culture. The thing about it is, if I could come to y'all podcast and I know what's going to happen this Sunday because y'all going to be breaking it down, I don't need to actually even watch any other sports show ever.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? If I'm going to go look at the weather and Jim Jones is giving me the weather, I'm good. I don't care about Andy Brokoff and all these other motherfuckers, man. I'm fucking with Jim Jones. You understand what I'm saying? Like, I feel like our culture, and that's not a black or white thing. I'm saying our culture.
Yeah.
People that love our culture, we should get together and really make our own Wakanda. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Really, like, I mean, really,
Bro,
really, like,
Let me speak on this.
Go ahead.
Let me speak
Hold
on
on.
this.
Before you go, give me Jim Jones. Give me an example of Jim Jones breaking down the weather real quick.
Jim Jones has a show on Revolt TV called The Weatherman, Jim Jones. Just make sure
You gotta give it to me.
he starts with the shoe and he give you the weekly.
We should give the weather right
Listen, he give you the weekly broadcast of motherfucking the weather, NYC or whatever they put. And I think it's hilarious, but I think like we should really do that. Like we should really at the end of the day, like Warren Sapp. You spoke about him earlier. I don't know which one Jim Jones ones is this work. But let's try it. But like Warren Sapp, I want Warren Sapp to do Drink Champ Sports. Cover the whole sports, right? And this is the thing is, we keep doing things like that. We don't ever have to go outside our culture.
Correct.
Yeah. We can maintain. We can actually go on our app. You remember you used to get the newspaper because you had to fuck with the New York Times. You had to fuck with the Miami Herald. You had to fuck with. But now you can go on and have an app. Why we can't have our own app? Where we can get everything. Yo, I want to buy socks from our culture. I want to buy socks from somebody I know who's the owner is. And it's an app that says, you know what I mean? Ray Lewis is selling socks. Ray Lewis is got, and all right, cool, let me go support Ray Lewis. Yeah. Like I went to a dinner the other day with a family, and it was a family of mad different families, and all of them had on like $50,000 watches, by the way, right? And their obligation every month was to spend a certain amount in every one of this was like 26 of them. And I'm sitting there just witnessing, and they're like, oh, you didn't spend the 20 grand in November. Like, oh, okay, don't worry, I'm spending it in February. And I'm sitting back like, if we thought like this, like all of us have businesses. And I'm obligated to support your business 20 grand in every two or 3 months. You're obligated to do the same thing to me. Holy shit.
That's how community builds wealth.
We would create so many millionaires.
But take it to the next level though, right? We create something, whether it's Drink Champs or a product. I just want us to think this, right? A lot of times when we reach out, we like, yo, I know you my people. You know, just gift that to me. You guys gotta understand like the investment in that and how much that'll be appreciated if you actually go online and you buy that. Right. Yep. Right? Like we gotta start understanding that it's not just about post. Like, we want you to post, we want you to engage, but we also need you to invest. Like what you're saying, like if Ray Lewis dropped some socks, buy the socks.
Warren Sapp drop a bike helmet.
But if you understand the mission of the company, and you get it, because like when you turn around and you look at like the president, and the president is black. Right, and the president on some, like you give me a platform, now I'm gonna empower black women. Like now you understand where the money's going. It's not like, oh, this is, N.O.R.E, this is Brandon, this is Ray Lewis, this is that person's Fred Taylor, Channing Crowder, they got millions. It's like, what are we doing for our community? Is that if that platform, if that brand is going back to the community and building up our community, then we gotta support that. And I think we doing a good job.
I think. Let me just tell you something. I think we're on our way, but I feel like it should be real structures. It should be real. Like, you know what? House of Athlete. Everyone's going to go the House of Athlete on this day at this certain time. Whatever. Boom. And then, all right, cool. You know what? T.I. got his new clothing line dropping. We're gonna all go support T.I.'s cool or whatever.
And what you just said, Drink Champ Sports.
Like Drink Champ Sports.
Like what we do is we say, let me go create my own platform.
Yeah, right.
Like you already created the platform. So what is that professional athlete? Who is that Fred that's gonna go out there and say, you know what? I'm going on Drink Champ Sports. That's my platform. Right? Don't go create your own. You already broke through for us. That's what he said to me when he told us.
I was gonna take a shot, but I'm waiting for him to say that.
He done, bro. He told you. How do we erase 400 years of conditioning, though?
We doing it right now.
We trying to.
Yeah, we trying. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? We got to start from somewhere, but we are really trying to. But we've been conditioned to have that crab in the barrel mentality. You know, you got guys that'll go to the Arab down the street, you know what I'm saying, and get a deal and be like, yo, this $5, let me get it for $3. They're gonna cut a deal. They're gonna come to you. They like, nah, I want to get it for what it is. They want to get it for $2 from you. You know what I'm saying? So they're not really supporting you how they need to support you. So that's the problem with our people. Our culture, we try to teach them, but it's a little bit more complicated. You know what I'm saying? I love what Puff is trying to do. You know what I'm saying? I love what Ross is trying to do.
We got some Bel Air.
We got some Bel Air.
I got the Bel Air.
Come on, man. We got Bel Air. Come on, pop the Bel Air, baby.
Come on.
Shit ain't crazy.
That's the best part of the show. When y'all do that.
Yeah,
so we gotta show love and give love to where it due. So we gotta start somewhere, cause not all our people are engaged and in tune to.
Right.
We trying to look out for each other,
Right.
cause they gonna look at you and like, man, I need to get this for $6.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like.
You
You're not looking out for
my
me.
own people.
You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna choose you.
They ain't no
It
discount
about
Louis
that.
Vuitton.
Yeah.
I never seen a sale in Louis Vuitton.
They're not gonna go in that
Not
store
once.
and say that.
Right,
They're gonna go in there with pride so
Well-
they can show the next nigga that I got this.
Right.
But if they gonna have your brand, I got N.O.R.E shit.
Like
It's all
Styles P.
good.
Styles P got this thing called Pharmacy of Life, and I think he had it for about 3 years. Yesterday was the first time I got, like, it was the second time that I got something for free because I never asked for free. I just go out there and I just support it. And he be always hitting me, and when I post it, he be like, yo, you know I was sending it to you for free. I said, that's not the point. The point is you got a product that I like. I like this
Right.
black seed oil, and if I was to go to fucking GNC, I ain't going to the people and asking.
But you know what you said is important? I
They
think
tax
also
you.
the mission statement has to match the quality, and the quality has to match
Yes,
the mission
his
statement.
quality. Yes.
And that's how you keep it moving
Yeah,
forward.
100%.
We got to do it the right way.
Right.
Yeah. One thing for sure, this is the reason why in hip hop, like when you look at Ross, you look at Puff, look at EFN. I'm gonna throw you in that category. All right. I'm just gonna
there
shoot
you
you.
go.
This is his shit. This is his shit. I'm
And
right
this one,
there.
and this one, and the crazy
And this one. When you look at that and you look at these people, we're not into whack shit anyway. So if these guys are behind this product, you know what I'm saying? These people behind this product, you should know that, all right, cool, that means that they believe in it.
Yeah.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So we should believe in it. You know what I mean? 'Cause- and
That's
I
a
think,
good point.
I think we're gonna get there eventually.
But what you said is big though. Is like you didn't hit up Styles P.
No, I
who
didn't.
I love Styles
Yeah.
P. Grew up on his music, but you ain't hit him up and say like, you know, send me this, or I love that. You know, can you?
During
No,
the
you didn't do
pandemic,
that.
people kept promoting black seed oil. So like it's like, yo, just drink black seed oil every
Right,
day,
for
every
the
day, every day,
immunity, right.
for your immune system. I never once hit Styles P. I just liked his product and I did it. What it was I just went on Instagram Live and I was just like, yo, I'm out of my black seed oil, but I'm about to order that, and they just sent it to me. Real, like,
See, you real though, because I think about Martellus Bennett, you know, football player, retired, and he's a black author, and he dropped a book, and I just like every time he drop a book, I go and I buy, and I don't tell him I'm buying, and then I post, and then I might buy 5 and pass it on to other people.
Wow.
But I also think about how many other football players, as soon as Martellus Bennett drop a book,
wow.
how many
Yeah,
people
buying
just off the strength just say I'm buying that.
Right. Wow.
But that's what you're talking about, where you support.
Anybody got your shots? Because I'm ready.
You ready?
Yes, sir. Yo, I love this shit, by the way. I love this shit, bro.
Yeah.
Congratulations on y'all motherfucking show. So, how has it been working with Ocho, right? Because, you know,
Ocho flaked out on us.
yeah, today. All right, it's okay.
Yeah. We gonna call him out.
But how has it been working with him overall? Because, like, he's been that guy
Right.
that teams have complained about. He's been the distraction that teams have complained about. So I imagine moving on in the latter years is that all right, because you know y'all like the coaches now because you know what I'm saying.
We talk about that all the time on the show. We actually had that a whole
Talk about
debate on that.
Distraction. He's a distraction.
Well, yeah, and
You said that.
And you're a distraction.
Yeah, they say so. They say that me and Ocho distraction.
Them two niggas is a distraction.
Way too far, way too fast. Oh.
Yeah, bro. No. I know where you were going. I know where you're going. That nigga kicking the ball and all the bullshit. And Ocho is a distraction to the organization.
But it's fun and entertaining to the fans.
Man, that's
But
Ocho's point.
the fans don't pay your bills. The fans don't pay your bills.
Actually, they do. They buy the tickets and they buy NFL Network.
But
And that's what he said.
hold up. But that's the thing, though.
And they buy the jersey.
To certain fans, because you have some fans that they're just old school. They from the clubhouse, and this is what they don't want to see that shit. They want to see W's. You know what I'm saying? Like if you you handling the business, what you want to see? Your profit margin this big.
Right.
You don't want to see all that other bullshit. So when they see Ocho, they like, all right, here come the circus.
Yeah.
That's what they call it.
The circus.
The circus.
We don't want to see that.
A motherfucking monkey. A monkey.
But I'm gonna speak for Ocho because this is what if he was here.
I'm speaking for Ocho. The coaches, they don't want to necessarily see that either. But if they know he gonna go out there and ball a lot more than these other guys, they're gonna give him a pass. They're gonna give him a pass.
But and this is if he was here, this is what he would say. The NFL business is what? Entertainment, and that's what I did. I entertained. So in his mind, he feel like I was the show. I took a market that nobody talked about and put a big old light on it. But here's what I would say about Ocho.
Does it come from a line like a Deion Sanders? Because Deion Sanders, prime time, was that like the first time like we seen a superstar like just come out and be flamboyant like that?
Almost like a global superstar.
Yeah.
Like
Other than Muhammad Ali.
Yeah.
No, I'm talking about football. I'm talking about football.
100%.
Was prime time?
Deion.
But I would say Ocho took it to a whole nother level, and like the what you see guys doing now, the Juju Smiths, the Odell Beckham Juniors of the world, all they're doing is taking his blueprint, right? And it was that's exactly for sure. And this is what I would say about Ocho, in my time with working with him, because I never understood why isn't he on ESPN? Why isn't he on FS1? Why doesn't he have that deal? And I quickly realized that and learned that he wants to have real conversations. Right? So when you see it's raw, like you go on ESPN and some of these shows, it's needed, it's great. You know, we get a lot of information out there. I'm on FS1. Right. I'm on Inside the NFL. But Ocho don't want to be talking about X's and O's. He want to have that.
Shit. Hold on. We got Jim Jones on the board.
What up, bro? Hey, we good. We talking about the Weather Channel.
Listen, they didn't hear about your show. I told them I don't watch the weather other than if Jim Jones do the weather. If Jim Jones will do the weather, I don't watch it. I go to Revolt and I watch my brother,
the weather right
man.
What's the weather right
Yeah.
It starts tomorrow. The second season starts on Friday, so you can check it out on Friday. That'll be the new season.
So the second season start tomorrow on Revolt, right?
Yes,
all right, dope.
Yeah, every Friday you can catch the trip report and get your weather for the weekend.
Yeah. You in the weight room?
Yeah, I just left the gym actually, so I was in the house, I'm in the car relaxing before I took this drive back.
That's what's up, OG. Hey, we gotta tap into the Weather Channel. Have me on, bro. I want to learn.
Oh man, please, I can't wait. I need some correspondence.
Yeah, he said I need some correspondence. Boy, you from Harlem, boy. He's talking about correspondence, boy.
Well, you know, I wanted to promote your show, my brother, because I'm sitting here telling them how much we're proud of you. Because when I watch the weather, I want to get it from Jim Jones. I don't want it from anybody else, my brother.
That's love.
Nah, I love you, bro.
Yes,
make some noise for Jim Jones. One love, my brother.
That's
my
love.
man.
You gotta love it.
Yeah. Okay, I'm sorry.
I done fucked off Jim Jones.
Oh shit.
You already turned off the...
Yeah, turned off.
Oh.
What happened?
I done got the pussy already.
Where he's at?
Oh shit.
You gonna turn up in a minute.
Hey, I was trying to make a point earlier when I said that you had the experience on FS1 and Inside the NFL.
Yeah.
And you on 560. And Ocho Cinco been on TV.
Yeah.
And the reason I love I Am Athlete is because Fred Taylor is smooth.
Yeah,
and he's not as flamboyant, and I mean that in a positive way, as far as camera lights and TV shows. So when Fred was talking about youngins and OGs and separating the mentorship, I said that's why I thought the show was winning. Because Channing is off the chain, and you're a superstar, and Ocho Cinco is a superstar. But Fred beats to my heart.
I would say
and
this.
He needs his own hat line, because he always...
Hold on. We working on that, but this is what I would say to you. This is what I would say to you, right? Because Fred is the same thing. Fred's thing is finances, is money.
Right.
Like he can talk to you about the stock market, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why you don't see Fred on ESPN, et cetera, et cetera. But when we launched the first season, it was like, okay, now in the second season, when people talk about I Am Athlete, they talk about Fred Taylor, Free Game, and they talk about this boy right here. That's what they talk about.
I had to give you that.
Yeah.
2 seasons, okay.
Yes, sir.
How did
Nothing
that bring it up?
scripted, right?
No, go ahead.
Ain't no script. We just hit each other like, yo, what's current events? You know what I'm saying? Like,
So let me ask y'all something.
Let me ask y'all something.
That's
it.
All right. And that's so funny. You talk about hotline.
Bro,
that's coming.
That's the nigga that can capitalize on everything.
You a lit.
Yeah.
Give him another one.
Go to sleep. What he said at the beginning of the show, he said, I'm that guy, I can go to sleep. Bro, we be shooting sometimes. Bro. We be shooting sometimes and he be shit up.
N.O.R.E. If that shit can work, bro, the shit'll be stupid.
Oh, that's dope.
Because all that shit is people have never seen
no,
this side. People have never seen. Bro, B.
Chill out, bro.
Go to sleep. I will go to sleep. I'm gonna let y'all understand that this can be so dumb.
Yeah, we.
Hey,
Nah.
you know, like back in
gonna be
2000, when the eggs when they kick in.
My dog ain't on that. Y'all can set this shit up.
Did you say with the X-Men?
No. Hey, we just go for talk.
Let me ask this.
Yeah.
Because
I'm just talking about this.
This is the most. This is the most. This is the most.
Go that way, man.
Yeah, we got count. But listen,
Bro, you came to treat chance and lost your mind.
By the way, it's the first taping of this year too. So
this is the first taping. Just so everybody knows, this is not only our first taping. This is the first episode we released in 2021. We had other things, and you know, I got a beautiful call from Brandon, and then when I was like, man, you know what? I wanted them on. I was like, nah, man, I'll do this show whenever they want.
Yeah.
And y'all got it. It's done. But I was like, you know what? Let me I wanted to give y'all flowers.
That's special.
I wanted to show y'all
first
love.
show?
Yeah, I wanted to. I was like, this is perfect. Like, I was like, you know what? I might be greedy by saying let's do us first. But so let me ask y'all something. Tom Brady and Antonio Brown right now. The Buccaneers.
Yep.
Okay, the Buccaneers. Did you think they was gonna do good?
You know what?
Yeah.
For me,
Because all I know is
think
Tom
about
Brady and
NFC.
Antonio Brown.
I was in New England for 2 years.
Right.
The wrong 2 years.
Right.
oh shit.
We ain't win shit. But for real. I mean, just knowing Tom, you know, putting him with Brady, then you got Chris Godwin, then you got Mike Evans.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Then on the defensive side, you got
You got another
JPP.
shot? Take another shot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, let's do it.
Another shot? You trying to get us like, bro?
No.
Yes, sir.
Salute.
Salute to Channing.
Blank seat.
Look ahead, continue.
But
that was not a good shot.
Tampa had the makeup to go get it done. They really can't beat Drew Brees. The offensive line is terrible. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know what's gonna happen on that side. But they got the makeup to get it done. My pick from the NFC for the Super Bowl was New England Patriots. I mean, fuck, I'm drunk.
The Green Bay Packers?
No, fuck no. New Orleans Saints. I just don't think AB and Tom can get it done right now.
I'm on the opposite end
because their offensive line ain't good, and the defense is suspect.
I'm on the opposite end of the spectrum. I look at look, we know on the NFC, you got Green Bay, top dogs. I like Seattle. But when you think about that team that can come out of it, it's Tampa Bay. Tom Brady's on a mission right now.
Right.
Wow.
Like, I mean, this dude, he won another ring, but it ain't just like, I want to dink and dunk. Like, he trying to do it with like 350 yards passing, 4 touchdowns. Just look at the stats the second half of the season. On the AFC side, people think about the Kansas City Chiefs. I know SA, our president, she gonna be like, oh, that's her team, where she from. But the Kansas City Chiefs, they nice. But the Buffalo Bills, I'm telling you right now.
Josh Allen is killing it.
Bruh. So for me, I look at the Buffalo Bills and I look at the Tampa Bay Bucks as the teams that could potentially go to the Super Bowl.
Tampa Bay Bucks and Buffalo Bills.
Yep.
But you know what? But they're not throwing the ball enough to Gronk, and that's why I think they're not as
Gronk is on
productive.
Tampa Bay, too?
Gronkowski's on Tampa Bay.
Yeah, Tom.
They did
He
it.
He like Adam Sandler. He bring his crew with him everywhere.
Yeah, he got everything.
Adam Sandler's the most hoodest dude in Hollywood. I don't know if y'all know.
Adam Sandler.
No, Happy Gilmore?
Yeah.
Look at
the longest yard. Yeah.
Yeah, look at all of Adam Sandler's movies. It's all the same people.
It's crew.
What does that say to you? That's hood. That's hood.
That's Spike Lee. He right Spike.
That's hard, bro.
That's spending it.
Adam Sandler's a gangster.
Yeah, that's what he did.
Now, look at, I feel like you like dumb movies like me. I love dumb movies.
Yeah.
So look at Mr. Deeds. Look at
every movie.
Every movie, it's the same people in there.
And a couple come in and out, but it's always
all the same thing.
Yeah.
So do you feel like
he's the Wu-Tang Clan of comedy?
Wow.
Adam Sandler.
And he's the wizard.
He's the wizard. He's the wizard. I'm sorry, went too far. But we
No, you ain't go too far. No, I was just
I'm
thinking.
ready for another shot.
You ready for another shot?
Ready for another
But
shot.
there ain't no way y'all drink like that on
Yeah, no. Absolutely. We actually going light right now.
We going light.
This is light.
We going
3 hour
light.
shows.
This is light. Yeah, this is light.
Oh my goodness! All right, well I'm going with it. I'm going with it.
So, damn. So, okay, everybody good? I'm gonna throw me an ice cube in my joint. Bangata. So, Los Angeles Clippers.
We got to get S.A. Iguodala out here. Let's get a what we got. Hey, yeah.
Hold on, little check it, right? So Los Angeles Clippers. What was the what was the white guy?
Who? Donald Sterling.
Donald Sterling. Donald Sterling got caught saying some crazy shit.
Yeah.
By his girlfriend. She dropped dime on him.
Yeah. And he kept fucking her too.
He kept fucking him, I'm assuming.
That's true.
Something was weird about this. But have y'all ever experienced, because that's one of the biggest things is black coaches in the NFL. Like, we got my homeboy from Pittsburgh,
Coach Tomlin.
and then they fired him, right?
No, they kept Mike Tomlin.
Okay.
Mike Tomlin he good.
All right, that's the only one, right?
No, we got, so here's the thing, when you talk about black coaches, the Rooney Rule was put in place for minority coaches to get an opportunity, right? You fast forward, 20, 30 years later, the Rooney Rule hasn't done anything.
Rule just for anybody that doesn't
basically, the Rooney Rule basically says that when organization has the opportunity to hire a general manager or a head coach, they have to interview a couple minority coaches, okay? So what you see is they'll bring in black coaches, and it's really not a real interview. They're just trying to, you know what I mean? Meet the quota. So you fast forward to where we at now, and today we went into this season, 2020 season, with 4 black coaches, and I believe 2 black general managers. So now the NFL, led by Troy Vincent, black guy, is putting more things in place to try to incentivize coaches, teams and organizations to actually develop and hire minority coaches, general managers, and also coordinators. So to your point, when you talk about black coaches, this is actually a hot topic in sports, not just football, but also basketball. Because you got James Harden in the other show, All the Smoke, our boys over there.
Steven Jackson.
Yeah, what did Steven Jackson say about James Harden? It's like, you got a black coach. You got a black coach there, and you, instead of you staying there and trying to, help him actually launch his career and get it done, you trying to run. So, that was a whole nother discussion, but that conversation is happening in the NBA and also the NFL.
Wow. How about baseball? Nobody give a fuck about baseball, right?
Baseball is an interesting sport, man. Even when you think about, when the pandemic, global pandemic, and then all of a sudden, George Floyd, that happens. Now, racial tension soaring. Right. And now, who we throw in the forefront? Athletes, entertainers, lead us. What y'all gonna do? All right, now it's the athlete. What y'all gonna do? Y'all gonna play or y'all not gonna play?
They told LeBron to shut up and dribble, but then when the vaccine came, they said, "Can you take the vaccine?" Why he ain't shut up and dribble?
Ooh.
Make some noise for me?
Yeah. I didn't even know that.
Yeah, listen. So remember LeBron was saying, "I'm more than an athlete, whatever." And there was there was a person that said, "Shut up and dribble," and
on Fox.
Yeah, I don't want to blow them up. So, but yeah, I just don't want to say their name to give them love.
I'm on Fox.
That's
one.
So they said, shut up and dribble, and LeBron said, "I'm more than an athlete." But when this vaccine came out, that was the first athlete that they actually publicly, put to broadcast. They said, LeBron, would you be our hero and take the vaccine?
Yeah.
And I couldn't think of a better thing to say, no, I'm just shutting up and dribbling.
Ooh, that would have been
like that's what they told him to do. Like
no, see, but that's the biggest thing though.
I ain't gonna lie, I killed that, yo. I killed that. It's a great clip right here. Throw this one out. But for real, seriously though.
See, but that's the thing. They trying to put him on the spot.
Right.
You know, like probably about a month and a half ago, I think the L.A. County Sheriff came out and said, LeBron, you're not telling your people to not come out here and protest. He can't be that voice. Because Bron is probably one of the biggest things that have come in terms of GOATs. He's probably one of the big, next to Muhammad Ali.
And sorry to cut you off.
That is a whole nother discussion.
In terms of Michael Jordan, I know we was drinking Michael Jordan tequila earlier.
Yeah.
But let's just be clear.
Is this it right here?
Yeah, that's it right there.
That's why he
gave me half of that shit.
He took the whole thing by himself.
No, he gave me half a cup, right?
I mean, he drank a lot of that's tequila.
Let's take it. So, Michael Jordan. So let me just say something. Like a lot of these kids, you know, they wear the Jordans. I'm 43 years old. I actually got to see these games. I actually got to whatever. But I've never seen Michael Jordan take a political.
Hold up, nigga. You 43?
I'm 43.
Hold on, bro.
Yeah.
I knew.
I'm listening to your fucking music like you the motherfucker. I'm like legit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I fuck
He don't
with
know
you
what
too.
legit is. He from
I'm getting back to my point. I'm thinking you about 3-4 years older than me.
How old are you?
43. I'm 44.
Oh shit!
So you legit.
I'm legit.
He the young big brother.
Yeah. No one knows that.
100%.
Damn, you're fucking me up, man. I was so
You talking about Michael Jordan?
Michael Jordan,
in the generation.
You never heard him do a political view.
No, and you know what?
He never
Back
had.
then, but nowadays, it's like you can't act like you don't know what's going on. Like back then, you could say, you know, I ain't turning on my TV.
That's not true because Muhammad Ali did it before him.
Yeah.
But he was thoroughbred. He was different.
Right, different. But he did it. But he did it nonetheless.
You know what I'm saying? Jordan, at the time with Jordan could say, you know what? I didn't really know what was going on. I wasn't up with the information.
Yeah.
He could say that.
Right.
Bron is at an era where he can't say that.
Yep.
Right.
And not only that, he's stepping up to the occasion.
Right.
Does that make him a better athlete or a better person?
You know what? I don't
better
think
professional.
Better professional.
You know what? Overall, and this is just me, I'm gonna say it. I think Bron is the better athlete. We talked about
Be
it.
careful. There's no one's listening.
But you know what? Hold up.
But
There's an argument.
Yes.
Think about athlete though. Mike did what he did. Mike played 2 guard, right? Mike was a guard.
He was a small forward
and
too
a
in Washington.
small forward. Washington. The
I
nigga
know,
was number 45.
But he was in a position.
You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? The only thing come out of Washington is probably some bullet 10s. You know what I'm saying? Some rare 10s or whatever. Other than that, he ain't do shit.
Right, that's real.
But right? So Bron has done more for the culture. We talking about athleticism. Bron can play every position. Mike can't play center.
No.
You know what I'm saying? Mike ain't gonna run the 4.
No.
And Bron gonna run 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And be the coach.
And he gonna talk whatever the fucking coach need from him.
I would like to be devil's advocate right now.
That's what you gonna get from
Because
Bron.
let me just say something.
Mike ain't never done that.
This is the people that, you know, you look at LeBron legacy and you look at people who's next to LeBron legacy and you look at people who next to Jordan's legacy. There's something called killer instinct. And they said that Jordan, Kobe had killer. Like, I'll tell you how much I know Kobe did have killer instinct. I seen Kobe like 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning in Mr. Childs. And I said, Kobe, I'll bust your ass right now.
Right.
And you know what Kobe did? He thought about it. He said, I'm going, like he thought about playing me in Queensbridge. I'm from Left Rack. I'm not from Queensbridge. But Mr. Childs is on 57th Street, the next bridge over. So I said, yo, we can go to Queensbridge right now.
Right.
You know what I mean? I bust your ass.
And he ain't
right
just
now.
laugh you off.
But he didn't laugh me off. He thought about it. He was like, really? He's like, you think you could beat me, N.O.R.E? And he sized me up. That's a killer instinct right there. Because first of all, he's supposed to laugh me the fuck off. Like, it's Kobe Bryant.
Right.
And I'm just telling you, that do you understand that analogy of the killer instinct? And do you think that LeBron has that? Or
you know what? Sometimes I look at Bron 6'8", 250.
Yes, strong.
You know, and I don't understand when he want to shoot the 15-footer. You know what I'm saying? I'm like, damn, Bron, take it to the rack.
Then when he hit it,
get your
sometimes
fouls.
you like, yo, word up.
But he's not the best free throw shooter. You know what I'm saying? In clutch, he's not that. But at the end of the day, he's
not Dwight Howard neither, though.
Nah, he ain't that. But he's made a lot more clutch shots than we give him credit for. Like Bron is that dude.
Yeah, but I don't think that was the question. It was more so, it's like in those defining moments, why didn't he pull the trigger? Why did he defer?
Because I even get deeper with you. But I see on your on the gram, speaking about Colin Kaepernick. Sorry to get deep, but we're gonna go there. And one thing you said, you know, I was thinking about my family.
Yeah.
I was thinking about my children. I was thinking about my mom, my parents. And
back in 2016.
So you didn't kneel.
Yep.
But then you started it off and you said, man, wish I would have knelt.
Yep.
So,
let me tell you why. Okay. Because, especially you, and you understand as you get this, right? Mm-hmm. So when Cap first took his knee in 2016, and what he was speaking on, we already was hip to.
Police brutality. But he was also speaking on other things as well, just like
inequality,
injustice, racism.
Correct, but specifically that. Right. I grew up in that, and this is the sad part is we're trained to think that's okay, right? So when Cap was first talking about it, it's like we built these calluses.
No, we're not trained to think it's okay. We're trained to think that that's normal. That police brutality, that's
correct,
but not it's okay.
Thanks for correcting.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when Cap did that, I was like, "What? Like we've been on that. We know that. Like this ain't no big deal. Right. You know what I'm saying? Like why are we not? We've been dealing with that. Right. So for me, it was less about taking a knee, and it was more so about like, what's the next steps? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? So now you fast forward. 2016, and this is the difference between the NFL and the NBA.
What made you regret not taking the step?
It's because I felt like
it got worse and got worse after?
No. I felt like that was a moment, right? Like now, it's kind of like what you said. Like what you said, it's like Michael Jordan compared to LeBron James. Like today, you have to have a viewpoint.
Yeah.
Right.
If you're a company, if you're a person, where do you stand?
Right.
You know, Blackout Monday, whatever we call that. If you ain't blacking out people, I'm following you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So you gotta have a viewpoint. I feel like it's easy to talk about Black Lives Matter now. I feel like it's easy to take a knee. I feel like it's easy to put on a shirt to say, you know, this person, that person. That's easy. 2016, it was hard. Right. So for me, it's like, you got a brother sitting there talking about what he's talking about, why we didn't come together in the National Football League. And it was the same thing in the NFL. Like we were divided, we didn't come together. And I'm gonna come back to the entertainment business because I felt some type of way. But like then you go to you shift from 2016 NFL guys not taking a knee, then you go to the NBA, it's like, what are y'all gonna do? What they did is they all put on a black shirt or something, said what they said, and they moved on. Right. They were on the same page, I respect that, but it wasn't like no movement. Right, I felt like that was an easy way out. But here's the other thing. Let me tell you the other thing I felt like, because in 2016, you got to understand. When I was walking in the locker room, when we walk in the locker room in practice, after practice, we're talking about after practice, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, we got 40 cameras in our face. I'm sitting here with my towel on. There's 40 cameras in my face every day. Brandon, what do you want to get to this point? There's bloggers, ESPN, NFL Network, every single day. So we got to answer these questions. And we got entertainers and we got other people talking about, y'all need to take a knee, y'all need to take a knee. And I'm looking at it like, when you did your concert, did you take your knee?
Right.
Or you running this company while you ain't taking a knee. So that's what I was conflicted with was, it don't just need to put the pressure on the athlete. That's not our sole responsibility to carry this load. You know what I mean? So that's where I was at in 2016. But I wish what we would have done in retrospect is that we would have came together. But the NFL at times is too divided amongst the players.
Like if you call a person to hang out, they thinking that you being like competitive. Is that something like that? Like let's suppose like
no, it's just more so like we it's what we talked about, supporting each other, et cetera, et cetera. Like we think about, you know, ourselves, our brands, our companies, our businesses, and even when it comes to this moment, you know, instead of us coming together and saying, you know, let's all take a knee together. Let's all do this together. We don't think about that. We think about like, okay, well, I got this deal with Nike. I got this deal with Beats by Dre. You know, I got this, you know, so what, instead of collectively understanding what we talked about earlier in the show, the power that we have if we come together.
Like you, I imagine, you know, Drew Brees. Drew Brees said something that was really like he was like, I don't understand why people are disrespecting the flag, and that's not what Colin did. It's disturbing what Drew Brees said.
He went back the same morning though.
Right. What happens if you hear a teammate say a comment like Drew Brees? How is that locker room after that? Like,
well, it depends on the situation. Like Drew Brees, it's okay to feel how you feel. There's nothing wrong with what he said. But
there is something wrong with what he said.
No. It's nothing wrong with what he's saying, because what he said was very honorable, right? Like your grandfather served, right? Yeah. We get that. We understand that. But that's not the conversation right now.
He was misled,
right? You know what I'm saying? It's about the timing. We're not talking about the flag. Colin Kaepernick was never talking about the flag. He was never talking about it. So what happens is when you start pushing the conversation to the flag, you're now taking away what we're talking about, the priority, and that's Black Lives Matter. That's all.
He should have known it wasn't about the flag.
It's a deflection.
Exactly, and that's what the NFL did in 2016. That's what so many other people did in 2016, talking about the flag. That's not what Colin Kaepernick said. He took a knee because out of respect for the flag, right? Because he sat there with someone that served and said, "What do I do? Because it's not about the flag. I'm not trying to disrespect the people, the men and women who served." Right? So what he said is like, just take a knee instead of sitting down. He take a knee, and then what do? Everybody talking about the flag. It's never about the flag. So now 4 years later, George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, all these people lose their lives, and now Drew Brees, you go and you talk about the flag again?
Right.
No.
He should have
You
known
had
better.
Malcolm Jenkins, his teammate, crying, talking about Drew Brees, I'm your teammate, and I lost all respect for you.
Right. That's when he apologized. But as players, what do you think about...
Wait a minute, let's deserve a clap. Wait a minute.
I can't drink no more because y'all see it's coming out.
Nah, man, fuck that. This is a drink champion. Your shot is already poured, nigga.
But when Goodell apologized, how did that go across? Was it too late?
The thing is, everybody can try to button
up. Talking about Roger Goodell, right?
Yes, Roger Goodell, the commissioner.
You know, everybody trying to button up. I think he realized, you know, in the midst of everything that was in the midst of everything that was going on, right?
We can bring him back.
I think it makes more sense that
if he could hold it down,
he went the direction that he went.
Because he came from the
the NFL still.
You want the league office? You want to get in here?
Yeah, she's the president. This is
come on.
It doesn't
I thought you talking about bringing the drunk guy back. I was ready for tearing him back. I'm ready to train him.
Because it made sense to me when he found out that it was already a movement, and then the big celebrity came over, as far as, let's say, Jay-Z, and a lot of people were already conducting a lot of conversations around the whole situation. Then he was able to say, we should have listened.
But it's
yes.
I mean, you can always go back and say that.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's easier to button up and be politically correct than to run out there and stand on your own shoulders and your own 2 feet. That's what Cap did. When nobody thought it was sexy when he did it. You know what I'm saying? We got behind Cap. But everybody else was like, oh, that's fucked up. And they still try to deflect what the real picture was. It was never about the flag.
No,
and they still run that bullshit to this day.
The last line
they right now they're in the Capitol doing the stupid shit.
Right now,
right. And they gonna blame it on that. Like, you know what I'm saying? But it ain't never been about
the flag. You think they gonna say that?
It ain't never.
They were not disrespecting the whole.
No,
it's never been about that.
Inside the building.
And if you want to go further, you know, you got people in position that they'll come back and say, all right, veterans. they disrespect veterans. I'd rather for you disrespect a piece of fucking material than disrespect the actual people that went out there and fought for their fucking lives and for our freedoms. Right. So on one end, you got the president saying, "Oh, you disrespecting a piece of fucking material."
Let's get outside immediately, please.
But on the other end, he's saying, "You know what? These cowards, like, why the fuck did they go out here and defend this country? They're stupid." At their grave sites.
And he wouldn't go and enlist himself.
Let's introduce the sister in the building. Let's introduce the sister.
The reason why she's important to this conversation because in 2016 she was actually at the league office. So SA is president of House of Athlete. We're partners. She's my co-founder.
Welcome.
And she has not an interesting perspective, but she has a powerful perspective, and not only because of 2016, but think about this. Hold on. When did the second movement of the civil rights?
It started with Trayvon Martin.
Well, yeah, the second movement of the civil rights era. When was that? Trayvon Martin.
That was 2012.
That was 2012.
2013.
And she was right there with the family.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And you worked for the NFL?
You heard the call when the parents heard the call. That's what I saw.
Yes. Yeah.
And you worked for the NFL?
Yes. So after law school, I went to work for the NFL Films, and then I went to the NFL League office and did legal there for 4 seasons.
Wow. See, and this is very great because people say not only they don't hire black, but now they definitely don't hire black women. So you're a person who was employed.
Yes. Well, the league office is definitely in a better position when it comes to diversity than the teams, I would say.
Oh, wow.
So there's a lot of black people that work in the league office. There definitely can be more in leadership. I mean, we really only see Troy Vincent and a few others. But yes, I was there during the time, and it was really interesting just being in the office and nobody is talking to us at work, and we're seeing Kaepernick kneel. You go to the cookout and your cousins is like, "Oh, you a sellout, you work for the NFL," and it's like, so we're literally at the league office like, please tell us that we're not blackballing, Colin Kaepernick, because we obviously don't want to be sellouts, but we also understand the other side of it too, and there's always 3 sides to the story, as they say. But yeah, it was an interesting time.
So let me ask you something, because this is something that I hear, I forget what radio host it is, but they say, I think it's Stephen A. Smith.
Okay.
And Stephen A. Smith says, Colin Kaepernick's position is a wonderful position, but he has to explain it. And that's something that like he has never really did a show. I wish you would have did Drink Champs. But I might not be the good platform. Is that something that was a problem? Is because he was kneeling, but he wasn't really being articulate. He was saying it's for police brutality, but he wasn't out there campaigning it. Doing interviews.
I think it definitely made it more complex because people wanted to hear from him in a more of an interview format. But I also think when he was answering questions in the locker room that season, everything that he said was twisted and taken the wrong way. So I think
talk?
Exactly, and then he wore the socks with the pig cop on it. Right. So I think a few of those things happened, and whether it was him or his management team, I think he's rep by WME, they probably were like, we just silence, because everything you say is going to be twisted. And then I think it became about veterans, and it became about the troops when it has nothing to do with that. But that's a war you cannot win, and the NFL is so entrenched with the military. You go to games, there's tanks,
the flyover.
Right. It's so entrenched with the. There's a actual contractual partnership with the military. Wow. So, in a good way, right? We want to show love to the people serving our country. So when someone says you're anti-troops, that's just not a conversation you're going to win.
So let me ask you something, sister. What was your position?
I was contract coordinator. So I was in the legal department at the league office. So I did all of the business contracts, whether it was sponsorships or consumer products, working on Super Bowl contracts, the entertainment for Super Bowl. But I also started our Black Engagement Network. So I basically corralled all the Black employees and gave us a safe space to talk. But then we also challenged the NFL and wanted to work with the NFL leadership to help them be better to the black community, right? Like we're like, look, we work for you guys. We love the NFL.
What percentage
we're
you
also
said
black.
it was earlier that was black in the NFL? I forget. Well, I think it was
70%. Fred talked about it. It might be even more.
Yeah, it's over 70% black and minority.
What's your name?
Essay, Igadosa.
And make some noise, goddamn.
Were they receptive to what you were telling them?
You know, I think it was an interesting time in that they were under so much scrutiny. They certainly were not prepared for.
Right. They were caught off guard.
Yeah, like they were like, okay, Cap is kneeling. But once it became about the flag and about the military, and again, they're so entrenched with the military, it's such a part of the NFL brand, I really don't think that they knew what to do. And they didn't have, you know, all the right voices in the room. And I think the few voices that were in the room.
Do you think they saw it as a PR nightmare, or was it a culture issue for them?
It absolutely started as a PR nightmare. I don't think that and I don't think the NFL has ever considered themselves as an organization that had to speak on these issues.
Right.
Like they always were like, look, we're sports. Like we don't have to get into the nitty gritty.
Get your mind off the issues.
Yeah, like we're a distraction.
Right.
But that was the first time that the country and the fan base said, I actually do want to know what you think about these issues. Like I do care if you think Black Lives Matter.
How important is it for Kaepernick and Ava DuVernay to be doing that documentary?
I think it's huge. I mean, I think everybody wants to hear from Cap, right? Like everyone wants to hear from him in his own words.
She did. That's
Ava DuVernay. Yes, she did the 13th.
She did 13 and she did Now They See Us. What is it? When They See Us.
Yes, When They See Us. Absolutely.
So what are they doing now?
They're doing a documentary. I mean,
On
Cap is
Kaepernick.
really
on NFL?
On Kaepernick.
on him.
Right.
And I mean, he has a lot of content in the you know, in the works, and that's where he's really seems to be focusing a lot of his energy.
I feel like I'm all with Cap.
Yeah.
I just wanted him to explain.
And
a
a lot
little
of people,
more.
and I think
Like
a lot
Stephen A.
of
I was with
players
Stephen A.
did.
on
Like
that.
I'm not a lot of people like that.
Yeah, I'm not with Stephen A. on a lot of things, and he's from Queens, and I really respect him. But it's just, you know, it's just okay. It's okay to disagree. I don't have no beef with him. Like I see him, I'll be like, "What's up, bro?"
And he break dance.
and I don't know if he's
He from
he's from Queens. He's from Queens.
What happened to somebody like that in Queens though? Like when they like a jet.
I don't know. Let me leave that alone. But you know, like I feel like his views is different from me, but I don't feel like he's trying to be. But what I'm saying is, when he did say that about Cap, he said, my only thing is I wanted Cap to talk. Yeah. Like I wanted him to talk, and out of everything.
Yeah, because you're
I
the face
did
of a
agree with
movement.
that.
You're the face of a movement,
Yeah.
and like you started this conversation. So when you start this movement, right? Like, where's the leader at? And that's where a lot of the NFL guys struggle.
I don't think he thought he was a leader.
But that's the thing.
that's
someone start
fine.
a movement, like
But
if
if
someone do something symbolic, not knowing that they would have to speak on that.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't think Cap knew it was going to turn into this and it'll be this big. No. But you are like right now, and I said it's like, oh my goodness, like this dude. At the end of the day, what we're going to look at is like when we think about the civil rights movements.
Yeah, Cap is there.
Cap is there.
That's historic.
He literally is in the museum for Black history. Like he literally is in DC, enshrined there. Like he's a part of history already. I just think that his strategy was let the people speak for me, which they did. Like till this day, the people are speaking for Cap, that's a strategy. You may not agree with it, but that's a strategy.
Or did the settlement check silence him for a little bit?
And not only that,
and then
you might be asking the wrong person.
Not only that, I remember all of us black people once Nike made a deal with him.
Right. Yeah.
Nike, we all went and we said, fuck. Everyone was like, yo, Nike. And then there was an ad that said, you know, guess what? Nike also supports the other side.
Right.
But what big corporation doesn't?
Yeah,
let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Yeah, go.
Hey, but when that Nike commercial came out and it sent a message over political injustice and it sent a message over what's going on today, and then at the end they put Cap's face, he had nothing to do with the commercial or the message. Nike sent a message out on we're gonna be understanding and we're gonna support Cap. But it was just his face on a commercial, and then the next day, their stocks went up because everybody said Nike with him. But he wasn't.
Well, Cap was
You got your shot, sis? I'm
Oh, I
sorry.
didn't even see it.
We gotta treat you. We gotta treat you like a regular guest.
I got a little corner. I'm ready.
All right.
You got me this good?
No, that's not good. No, that's not good. You are my friend and my mom. My friend. Me and you are family. Let's do it.
That's a shot. That's a shot.
I don't know who gave it to me. Yeah, this is a lie.
That's a lie. This is that shot.
Oh, okay.
Drink champ.
But I really, when I watched football, I really thought. Only thing that made me start thinking like there's discrepancies that happen in football was things like ballers, any given Sunday, and things like that, because I never really cared about what happened till you get to the finish line. I didn't care what happened in between the finish line, as long as you got to the finish line.
Yeah.
And that's fucking so terrible of me as a fan. As a fan, I should be just as indulged and involved. And when we hear stories like this, the journey of, I tell you, you know how much science you dropped today, and you said how much a player has expand from 3 to 4 years. And there's some kid right now that's listening to this and saying, well, I'm going to kill it in that 3 or 4 years.
Right.
His name I don't give a fuck what happens at 10.
Yeah. But the thing about what this kid is saying is, 21 when you come in the NFL. Y'all start rapping 17, 16, you know what I'm saying? But when we get in the NFL, you're 21. 21. 3-4 years, that's the life expectancy. You're 25.
For a lot of these guys, where they come from?
24, 25. What the fuck you gonna do at 26 through 40?
That's
you know
crazy.
What I'm saying?
But that's
the
crazy
average
to me.
lifespan of an American citizen is like 64, 65 years old.
No, when you retire at 63.
But I think for black men, it's like 45.
What are you gonna do from
the black man for Opalaga 35?
No, 24. Because you're in that pressure. You're in that pressure.
28.
You from Pahokee? You're about 20.
You're in that pressure. For real. They not fucking around. So what you gonna do from 25 to 50? That's a whole nother plus times 2.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So when you're in the NFL, when you're in that window, we come in there saying, all right, I just want to get paid. We're not thinking business unless you...
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
Unless you this.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like...
No, what is that? I don't know what that means.
White, light skin.
If you white.
Oh, that I didn't catch that. That's some Benny Hill shit going on.
But we don't come from that culture. We don't come from the background where people know about life insurance.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? They don't know how to monetize that. Right. We don't come from where it got to be buttoned up and this is a real structure.
Oh, you just dropped the gym and you went too fast for him,
monetizing life insurance? Let me know.
That's an investment vehicle.
It is. It earns interest. Life insurance earns interest.
I told him he loved that financial stuff.
We're in America. The oldest business in America is banking. The next oldest business is insurance.
Isn't the oldest business prostitution?
No, it's teaching.
Thank you.
It's teaching, damn it.
It's teaching. My dad's Nigerian.
You know, but this is the problem. Teachers don't make enough money.
Absolutely.
And nobody think about teaching.
And if they don't make money, who's getting taught?
They want it right now. They want it right now. So let's talk about banking, but more importantly, let's talk about insurance is the biggest fucking pyramid scheme.
That's real as fuck.
You're going to pay insurance your whole life.
Absolutely.
You might not have to never use that shit, but guess who getting rich?
The insurance company.
They get
That's
rich.
like Chris Rock said, in case shit.
In case shit happens.
So
we're gonna figure out how we get it paid.
So life insurance, we never been put on that game. You got a homeboy, you probably got, not you or you like for verbatim, but let's say your health bad as a motherfucker, right? You can have a homeboy who's an evaluator who's gonna come in and see what type of help you qualify for. He can give you A+111, the top health, premium. The lowest premium but the top health that you can qualify for.
Is that a scam or no?
It's a fucking scam.
Oh, damn, so they scammed me?
Yeah, 100%.
They told me I had great health.
You might be A1, low premium. You can get a $5 million policy.
Yeah.
You can die tomorrow. Oh, no, my bad. You can die yesterday. Because insurance, they say you can die yesterday, not tomorrow. They don't want to jinx you. But you can die yesterday. Your policy might be $5 million. Guess who's going to be the beneficiaries of that? You might be paying $10,000 a year.
Right.
But in order to get a $5 million policy, you got $1 million in debt. They pay your debt off. You got a $5 million policy. Your kids, they get $4 million in their bank.
In the bank, you said?
Yeah. The white people been doing that shit for centuries. Damn. Black folks don't know shit about that.
How do you know about it?
And there's a Ponzi
How
scheme,
do I
like he
know
says.
about it?
No, because our financial advisor, like it's not a bad thing. Now, it's not like a
no, it's not a bad thing.
It's not a scam. That's a real deal.
It is a business.
Yeah, you got
to understand that.
And then also you got to think
and
about
know how it affects you.
But
the way
also
that they
think
do.
about this. Stop thinking
don't.
so day to day, generational. Like that's what we got, generational wealth. So what am I leaving to my kids' kids? So if you feel me? So like I can leave my kids how much money? And then what are they going to do with that? But then also the thing is we got to have a conversation with our kids about like, this is why daddy, this is why mommy making these moves, right? So like why, like, you know, they pull up to our property. My kids are 5 years old and they can say this is commercial real estate. It's an investment property. Right. They understand. At the age of 2 and 3, I'm talking to my kids and I'm like, here's your fund. Like you know, every quarter, I'm talking to my financial advisors, right? And they're talking to me about my portfolio. We got stock in here. We're playing the loan game there. You know, we got this mutual fund. We got this, boom, 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 boom. And then also we got our estate planning in place. So my kids is straight. My wife is straight.
If you pass away, so people that don't understand.
Correct. Everything's good. Hold on. Think about this. So at the age of 2, I'm sitting in Dumbo. I'm in New York playing for the Jets. And I remember seeing this fund, and I said, I know they 2. They can barely damn talk. They don't have a full vote, right. Facts, right? So I'm sitting down. I'm like, I'm gonna start this conversation now. I'm like, my financial advisor said, explain to them. Don't tell me. Tell them about their money. Because now they 5 and they can tell you, Daddy. You know what my son told me the other day? He said, Daddy, I want a car. He just turned 6, December 17th, Z3 Marshall. He said, they want a car, and he got like these little 4-wheelers. I said, okay, what other 4-wheeler you want, son? He said, no, I want a real car. He said, I want a Lamborghini. I said, okay, we're gonna set up a business, and I'm gonna teach you how to get that. And by the age of 12, you're gonna have that Lamborghini, okay, and then we're gonna buy the one that appreciate.
So,
and that's gonna be an asset.
What he said, right? All right. Hove is God in the culture, right?
Yes. He's Tom Brady or shit.
100%.
He behind this?
Hove.
That's Hove.
Hove ain't get that.
I love being cool with it.
He didn't get there just by being Hove. You had people, you know, in this pipeline that say, all right, this is how you structure your shit. This is how you get to where you want to be. We have people in our pipeline, but those are relationships that you got to take hold of and manifest, right? Because we don't always know. I ain't know shit about life insurance, but that's a play. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, and if you got those relationships, because I firmly believe that life is 98%. When you know what I'm saying, you get to this point that you can't go further. The relationship that you hold and you keep is going to take you further.
Where you don't have the same people around you though. Like you think about it, the white player, they have an uncle that's a lawyer, another uncle that's in real estate. We have a dad that has money, so they already know about money.
They have an uncle or father that played in the sport before them.
But that's when I talk about relationships.
What you said?
They have a parent, a father, a grandfather that played in the sport before them.
Bingo.
My father didn't play shit.
Right.
Which one? White people?
Yeah.
But the shit is so deep, bro. It goes back so much further.
Right.
Wow. Like, I mean, we were taught and conditioned to think a certain way.
Right, you want to smoke?
I got my shit in my pocket.
We're going to get you that 12,000 yards anyway.
I'm running for you.
Let's do it. But, like everything it comes back to relationships, right? So if you had people in position to teach you and show you, all right, I like you, I'm gonna show you how to get it. Right. Your job is to show
the next one how to
get it. You know what I'm saying? But we don't always do that. We don't take advantage of that. So in terms of just going back to life insurance, right? You pay a small premium. Mm-hmm. You go in $3 million whole life policy. It might cost you on an annual basis
40 grand, 50 grand.
No. Hell no.
Not even a grand.
12 to 15. Right. Bingo.
Right. For a $3 million.
Some companies.
And then what happens?
And then the stacks it.
Some companies, you can go and off yourself. Like we cool. Right? Oh, no.
Wait.
I'm just telling you.
What did we just talk about? Wait.
No, I'm gonna tell you.
Okay.
We tight. Right. Me and you. I can work for the insurance company as a examiner. I'm gonna come to you. All right, I know your health fucked up. You out of here in a month.
This nigga right here.
Right.
When he said examiner, it's like an appraiser.
But talk about him, not me.
Right.
This nigga right here. He fucked up. So you got to go, buddy.
I can come to you knowing you got 30 days left.
This nigga, not me, man. Come on, man.
Right here.
Keep it over here.
This nigga named Earl.
Earl gonna go in 30 days.
Bella, I got 30 days left.
We got 30 days.
I can come to you and get A1 preferred.
Come to him, not me. Let me clear. I don't want to start.
I'm all at Earl.
Earl's the example.
Earl got 30 days on his life.
Earl, you gotta go.
I'm gonna say hi, Earl.
We're gonna pop Earl right now. We're gonna just make it official.
10,000 a month, 10,000 a year is your premium, Earl. But for that 10 grand, I'm gonna give you $5 million. If Earl got $1 million in debt, I'm gonna give Earl $5 million, right? When he expire. Earl fucked up. I'm not supposed to give Earl the preferential, the A1 credit.
But you end.
But we cool.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Is that a scam?
No.
Insurance is a scam.
That's
what it is.
There's levels.
Is it black and white?
Because we got a relationship.
You understand the game.
You know what I'm saying? It's the game. So, hey, Earl, your health, you bad as a bitch. You finna die in 30 days, Earl. But I'm gonna give you top one, which is the cheapest premium you gotta pay.
What?
10 bands.
What?
You pay the 10 bands, you get $5 million in insurance, right? You got $1 million debt. When you die, guess what your family get? $5 million minus the meal.
Right.
Now your people get $4 million.
But that has to be written, or is that like part of the will, or is that just general?
That's just life insurance.
You gotta think about it as a
Guess what? Our people don't know that.
You gotta think about it as a professional
worried about
athlete.
the
When you
casket.
sit down, we think about, look, we got this amount of time. 3-4 years to make our money. We got to be conservative. Right. So when I think about the stock market, I'm not going in the stock market thinking about NEO is the number one stock market. And my neighbor told me at the beginning of the pandemic, invest in NEO. It's a electric car over in Asia somewhere.
I
and I didn't do it as number one. But we can't. You know why I didn't make that investment? Because no, it's not because I don't trust him. I trust him because he living next to me and he got a big old house. He good. He's been doing it for 50 years. The reason why I didn't do it because they tell us as professional athletes, you got to play the long game in the stock market. Because if you study the stock market over 10, 20 years, don't matter what happens, you ride that wave out because this is the curve, right? So when you sitting down as a professional athlete, we're taught, like, look, we got to be conservative. So they present to us the insurance, like the life insurance policies, and they tell you that this is an investment vehicle. It's not really about when you die because we don't really need to. I don't need to have life insurance because I got 30, 40 million cash in the bank that I can get to right now, or in the market I can make liquid right now. So I don't need life insurance.
Hey,
so the goal is to use the insurance.
We're not talking about us that don't have that.
But it doesn't matter what level you at.
Let's give them more shots, goddamn.
It don't matter what level you at. You know what I'm saying? Like you might not
Like
get.
I felt accomplished the minute I got life
10
insurance.
million.
I won.
You might not get 10 million, but you can maybe be able to leave your family for $1 million. My grandmother got life insurance on you know, a policy.
Right.
And if she passed right now, there's $1 million right there. And guess what? There's
Without
some
touching
people out
liquidation.
there. I'm not gonna go out
Right.
there.
And you can
but
sell
there's
your
people
life
out there
insurance
right
as well.
now that they do that intentionally. Like, look, I have life insurance, and this is gonna go back to the family, and this is how we create generational wealth.
See, but what we fuck up at is what B was saying. All right, you. A lot of rappers are gonna go
I got
out
my
there.
shot. Where your shot at?
They gonna go out there and buy.
Let's do it.
I got my shot liquid.
Yeah, no. Sis, I'm gonna let you get away with that, even though it's your last shot.
Nah,
Last time.
that's a
I'm gonna let you get away with that. Look at my shit. My shit is double every time.
No, you got ice in there, buddy.
I ain't know.
You want me to take my ice out? It's the
That's
same
the way you
shit.
drink, brother.
Yeah, I'm iced out.
But this what y'all do every show?
Yeah, we gotta do
No,
it.
we going light right now.
But
I finished Shannon's shot, by the way.
let me get back to my point, right? A lot of rappers out there that's gonna go and get the $250,000
Watch.
watch.
A car.
What? Not the paddock. The paddock. You know what I'm saying? What's that? The 54.
Which is the new one?
Richard Mill.
Yeah,
Right.
I don't know.
So
Richard Mill.
I want to get
Richard Mill. So instead of doing that, let's just say they taking $10,000 a year. That's a $250,000 watch. They taking $10,000 a year
On life insurance.
and putting it in life insurance. They gonna get a policy that's $3 million.
Wow.
They get you know, and now you in a position where your lifestyle, it's an unfortunate situation, but your lifestyle, rest in peace, King Von. You know what I'm saying? When you live that type of, you know, that action, you know what I'm saying? You gotta protect your life. You're gonna look out for your people. When you're alive, you say, I wanna look out for my people. But you gotta understand generational wealth. I wanna look out for my people when I'm out of here.
Your kids and your
my
grandkids.
master's gonna look out for them. Life insurance gonna look out for them. If you're gonna go fuck off on the $250,000 watch, that's 25 years at $10,000 a year premium.
Yeah, or how many times we
But we don't know that.
They could be getting interest.
We don't know that.
That's really.
So
let me ask you a
if
question.
you in debt, you got $3 million life insurance policy. You in debt $1 million. You die, right? The policy gonna take care of your debt.
First.
Now you got 1.5 million to give to your jits as the beneficiaries. But they don't teach us that. I ain't know that shit.
Right.
Rappers,
Let me ask you
I know a lot of people don't know
Jim
that.
Jones said, we had Jim Jones on earlier, you know, he said that being a rapper is the most dangerous job in America. Do y'all agree?
You know what? You know what? The reason why
it seemed like today.
The reason why I agree. This is why I agree.
That's a good answer.
This is why I agree. You look at perception. You look at the music. You know, people can't differentiate between entertainment and real life and reality. You got people following Jim Jones that gonna say, all right, he talk about we know whatever he talking about. Gangster, bricks, whatever it might be. You got a lot of young boys that's following him that love the culture, right? They can't differentiate between the two. They might go out there and try to run bricks. Or they might go out there and try to keep the 365 in the hip. You know what I'm saying? So they can't figure it out. Hold up. They can't figure that out. So chill out.
I'm sorry.
That's the best gun on the market.
Right.
You already know. So, but they can't differentiate between the two. So who's leading them? You know what I'm saying? So at the end of the day, the reason it becomes dangerous is because you got real gangsters out there that think this nigga who talking about it, running around with it. So when we meet up, I got to get a jump on you.
It's always a target.
So you got to keep your head up.
I feel like
that's me on the outside looking in. I got a couple homies in the rap game.
I think it's like a tug of war and a lot of tension in the rap game right now because what I look at is like the OGs in the game, right? And I'm gonna start with Hove, but we all know who Hove is. But you can see how Rick Ross is moving now, even 2 Chainz, Fat Joe, showing that when the game is over, you can go get a bigger bag, creating content, shows, podcasts, right? But then there's this generation now where it's kind of like we going backwards, where they like, you know, being affiliated, you know, talking about shooting and killing. Like, y'all took the whole game to a whole nother level. Like, this is where we was, but now we mature, we got exposed to this. I've been through this. I was at Def Jam. Irv said this to me. I didn't understand it at this point. Now I'm 4 years in, 6 years in, 10 years in. I traveled the world. You said Dusseldorf.
Germany, goddamn.
Correct. Dusseldorf, Germany. Yes. A lot of people don't understand that. You traveled the world.
Yes, I did.
Exposed. And you always say this. Exposure equals expansion, right? So now you coming back and showing the game like, yeah, that's what we was talking about. But think it's different now. But so now you got these OGs on this side talking about like, let me go buy a title because we talking about streaming, and then like let's own our.
We supposed to buy a title. We supposed
you
to buy
talking about let me create drink champs, and then I can franchise this the same way they franchise CSI Miami, CSI Vegas. So now we gonna go to drink champs, smoke champs.
First off, smoke champs. Let's big up to Ching Bing.
Yeah. So you already did this.
Might be reduced. Might be reduced. And let's also big up Dream Champ Sports.
Dream Champ
And
Sports.
Boris running social media at Dream Champ Sports. So we expanded. We doing that.
So now look at
We're trying to get Warren Sapp to host Dream Champ Sports. We don't think it's going to happen.
Warren need to do it. But now think about that. So now you got, like, he teaching us the game. Like, even when he called me and he said, yo, you know, you want to come on the show, et cetera, and I'm talking about what I'm doing, I'm like, look, I'm really learning this right now. He's like, all right, I got you. Boom, 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 boom. I said, what, like that? He said, yeah. He's teaching me the game, right? Yes. So, but now you got the other young rappers on the other side, and they talking about, they think that's the thing. You know, selling drugs, killing, whatever, right? Like if that's your lifestyle you live, we all come from those places.
You know what,
but
Brandon?
it's this tension in the game.
Hold on. You just brought up something so beautiful just right now. It is because a lot of people they don't want to bridge the gap, right?
Right.
So I want to ask y'all.
Yeah, boy.
I want to ask y'all because me
gap.
personally, I know that there's a lot of young brothers I want to talk to. Mm-hmm. They're gonna have those 3-4 years in the league the same way.
Believe that.
And they're gonna be gone.
Yeah.
But some of them are so arrogant that I don't want to waste my time.
Right.
Because I remember when I was them.
Right.
I don't want to hear no old nigga.
But that's what makes you.
But that's why I gotta keep, jury on. I gotta keep Audubon. I gotta keep Sky Brother. Like, so they know, like, nigga, I ain't heard.
Right.
Yeah. I don't need nothing from you.
I don't need nothing. Look like I got you. What you got? I got that too outside.
Right.
I got that too outside.
That's our culture.
There's most of them.
It's unfortunate
They won't want. So is that like that in sports?
Yes.
When a rookie comes in?
I talked about that earlier today. I was on, Inside the NFL talking to Phil Sims, and it's like,
Phil Sims,
I'm a wide receiver, played 13 years in the National Football League, and my numbers is crazy. And then I reach out to these young But I actually reach out to the dudes, and I was dumb, I don't want to say dumb because I did what I was supposed to do. I reached out to him. I'm like, yo, let me show you how I made it to 13 years and how I did what I did.
You fuck with Antonio Brown?
Huh?
You fuck with Antonio Brown?
I reached out to bro. I do like AB, you know what I'm saying? And I think that, we all go through things, and I never had that discussion, but I reached out to him. We never had that discussion. Similar situation, probably. You reach out to people and like, I didn't get that call back.
Yeah, I definitely did.
But it's a when you're not relatable anymore, like when you talking about that is so true. They don't see, what you want from me? Oh, you hurting right now. No, bro, like, I got everything I need. I'm just trying to show you
how
I
see you in the
get
Casio watch, they don't want to talk to you.
They don't want to talk to you. They think you want something from them. So there's a lot of wide receivers or people, guys in the NFL that I reach out to, and they won't even train at my facility. Wow. They won't even return my call. We talking about college kids. And I'm like, bruh, where you trying to go, I did that at the highest level 13 times.
Salute.
I'll take another shot.
But they got a level of celebrity that you guys didn't have, right? Like social media has made them, like they're in college and they're literally celebrities. Y'all didn't have that. And NFL players are literally not, you have your helmet on. A lot of people, y'all can go to the grocery store and people will not know who you are unless you're in that top.
You gotta be in that. You gotta be in that shit. I said that earlier. That's
so
crazy.
that's the thing. But these kids now, like, if you play for a big school, you probably have 100,000 followers, right? Like, you're already a celebrity in your head.
Right.
So your ego is going to be so much more inflated. Like, NFL players are just known to be more down to earth than NBA players, because a lot of them, you go anywhere, people literally don't know who you are. Like, there's NFL players that you're at the door of the club, and the bouncer's gonna be like, I'm sorry, like, I don't know who you are.
You know how many fights I got into in Miami when I was young, coming down here, like, you don't know who I am, I just went to the Pro Bowl.
Right.
Exactly. Like,
You went with the wrong crowd.
New York is savages.
Don't blame me.
Let me tell you, no, this is different. This is a different
street.
Let me tell y'all why y'all savage. I was playing for the New York Giants, my last cup of tea. My last cup of tea, New York Giants, 2018. We stunk it up. I was thinking
I was thinking it up. I ain't gonna lie.
I ain't know nothing about no Supreme, bro. Like, I'm like, you know what I'm saying? I don't really buy clothes and all that. Yeah, the Supreme.
Okay.
So I'm out in New York, everybody talking about Supreme. So I pull up, I'm hurt now, I'm done for the year. I'm with my wife, I go to Soho, and I see this line wrapped around the
Soho
corner.
House or just Soho? Okay.
Soho, New York.
The area.
The area.
Okay, yes.
I see a line wrapped around the corner, and I pull up, and I'm like, where's these people? Like, 3 blocks?
Right.
And I get to the front and I see Supreme. I said, oh, that's the brand that Odell Beckham Jr. talking about in Sterling Shepard. Let me go check them out. Let me pull up. Now, anywhere I go in the country, like, they like, oh, yeah, that's love. Come on in. I go to the front of the line. I'm like, yo, it's just me and my wife. I'm hobbling. I just had surgery. I just want to check the brand now. I really, like, you know, I'm hearing a lot about it. You know, I'm late to the show, you know, but I want to see.
But that's because you came from Miami. And
but here's what they talk. I'm talking about. No. This is what the bouncer told me. He said, bruh, y'all got 3 wins on the season right now, and you is trash right now. Go to the back of the line. Yo, I see, New York is different. New York is different.
Can you be mad at him, bro? Can you be mad at him?
We ain't in Miami no more.
No, but Miami's different too.
We 0-16 or 16
Miami's,
no.
They told you that?
They told me, they said, bro, you
Goddamn.
get to the back of the line, you ain't getting it, you ain't cutting the line. I said, bro, I just want to go check it out and be quick. He said, go to the back of the line. And then that Florida side of me came
But you
out.
6'5", so how tall was
No,
the
but
bouncer?
Buddy was big. Buddy was like 6. Buddy was big. I lost my mind. No, ain't no thing about nothing. I lost my mind. Like, I really lost it because I felt kind of disrespected.
Of course you did.
My wife had to grab me
Yeah.
like you understand. People can pull out their phone right now and you tripping right now. Like, I lost it. But Miami ain't too far off too.
No,
Miami,
Miami
quick to tell you, if you ain't got 5 chicks with you in the line, back of the line, buddy.
Hey, you should have had.
No more shots. No more shots.
Let's one more shot. Yo, you killed that. Come on, your shot's already poured. I'm sorry. Come on, sis.
Every time I say no more shots,
Let's go. Why I get the biggest shot here? Look at my shit.
because that's ice in there.
No.
They taking care of this shit.
Right now.
Hey, what a bartender? Y'all taking care of N.O.R.E. I know the game.
You should have had Plex with you.
In Miami?
Let's
In
go.
New York.
Oh, Plex.
You know Plex got that heat on him.
Let's keep the heat on. Let's keep the heat
How
on.
did that go when he shot himself?
That's my little brother.
I'm not dissing him.
I see him with Plus
I won money when he caught that shit on his helmet against Patriots.
Yeah. Hey, now he brought the big boy to.
Because
to
I'm
New
gonna be
York.
honest, when Plex got caught with the gun, shot himself, that's when the public knew that it's no different from y'all and rappers.
You know,
Right.
Y'all be having heat on y'all too. I'm being honest. He blew it up.
Oh, I had a situation.
It was in Sonny's house.
This is my thing with Plex. And that's my little brother. I texted him before I came. You know what I'm saying? He told me to tell you what's up.
That's my name.
So my thing with Plex is I'm like, yo, he from VA, Virginia Beach, Vic, Newport News, them boys, Virginia dudes, they something else, dude. Them boys crazy.
For us in rap, it's like our Philly.
Right,
it's like our Philly dudes. For y'all and
them boys,
and
they
football
something
is
else.
Virginia.
Right,
they crazy
big,
motherfuckers.
you know, they wild.
That's interesting you said that.
But I told Black, I'm like, yo, bruh, fuck that Glock. Ain't no safety on it.
Glocks don't got safety.
Ain't no safeties on no Glock. So he in the club in NY, you know what I'm saying, in the middle of the city, and sweatpants. So he trying to keep it in his hip, but his sweatpants loose. So when it fell, he just tried to catch it from falling, and he shot himself in the leg. And he was just going out to chill, you know what I'm saying? And behind Bloomberg, at the time, he wasn't having it. So they prosecuted him hard, and the next thing you know, he was up by Syracuse, locked up. And visitation was the only thing we could do. But he got through it, you know what I'm saying? But still, for the young boys, like, you got to do whatever you got to do to get by, but it's rules you got to follow.
You got to be
Otherwise,
smart.
Did y'all feel like
you're gonna
everybody was
mess
always
the
trying
bag
to
up.
rob y'all? Like, I feel like rappers, they're always on guard for being robbed.
see,
like, do y'all have the same?
I feel like
What type of
I
music
feel like
you
athletes sometimes we oblivious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like when you a rapper, like a lot of times, you know, when you think about a rapper, like, oh, he come from the street, he understand, he affiliate, et cetera, et cetera. So you understand the streets, you understand how to move in the streets. Athletes, we really college boys. We went through the system.
Y'all come from a disciplined
We
world.
come, but we come from 70% of us come from the same neighborhoods, but we was always
disciplined
protected,
world of
right?
being
Like
an
we know
athlete.
that kid gonna
Right.
make
But
it.
no.
We know he
Right.
gonna make it,
Yeah.
so he good. You know, he good, right? So we come through this system, and then when we get to the league, what happens is you start going to Miami. You start going to New York, you go to Vegas, you go to some of these bigger markets, and you don't understand how to move in those areas.
They out to get you.
Rappers, like, that's the lifestyle. You understand that. We going to the same places. We don't got no bouncers. We don't got no security. Oh, I'm the man, I'm this, I'm that. And New York taught me that lesson, right? Like, I went to New York, and it was me, my wife, my homeboy, he was in the league, and his fiance. We was at Marquee nightclub. And we sitting there, and a fight break out next to us. We ain't got nothing to do that. We just chilling. I ain't got no security. I ain't got none of that. I just signed one of the biggest deals in NFL history at the wide receiver position. The biggest deal, right? Went over with Larry Fitzgerald.
Okay.
I'm sitting there, feeling good, chilling, no problems. Fight break out, come into our spot. You know, I'm like, yo, like chill. And then it happened again. Chicks fighting, but they deep dudes, everything. Bottles start getting thrown at the end of the night. My wife get hit in her mouth. Boom, split, everything open. I don't know how we made it out of there, because like I just remember everybody coming, and I pick up my wife, and I'm going. I get my wife out of here. I get her out of there, right? After that, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, I was sued. A lady said that I'm the one that did it because she saw the opportunity. Brandon Marshall, the football player, did that. Had nothing to do with that. 4 years, my name dragged through the mud. I go to court, I'm going through everything. We got the footage, we got all of that, but I'm getting crushed. I ain't getting no marketing deals, nobody touching me. Wow. Oh, this is boom, 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 boom. We finally I get my day in court. They show the footage. That ain't Brandon Marshall throwing a punch. Brandon Marshall holding his wife, right? And then that moment, it taught me something. And this is what I always teach my guys, because every year we bring in around 30 college guys going to the draft. We house them, we feed them, we do all their medical, we prep them for the combine. And I always tell them, I'm saying like, all right, we're gonna go out tonight. We're gonna go to Club Live, hottest club in Miami. Walk me through the whole scenario from 8 p.m. to 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. And then they always miss one thing, athletes. They always say like, yo, you take a club, this and that. I'm like, where was the security? You don't got security, but you know you can take an extra $100, $200, tell the bouncer, just stay right here. Right? So New York taught me a valuable lesson is how to move like a boss. And that's always what I tell my guys. I say, you're a professional athlete, move like a boss. Right? You will never see a boss move, go to certain places and not be protected and not do certain things because you are a target. New York taught me a valuable lesson.
So what was your favorite thing in the NFL to work with?
I would say really just creating a space for Black people. Sorry. You know, before, they didn't even use the word Black. Like when I said I wanted to start the Black Engagement Network for Black employees, they were like, so
you
can,
mean no
like,
whites?
yeah, like, can we just say minority
You
or
mean no
people of
whites?
color? I was like, no, we're saying Black. Like, Black. Our experiences are different, and we have respect for other people's experiences, but ours are different, and we should have a safe space for that. And I feel like that's what made my time worth it at the NFL, because you have these, I see all the Black players, they meet me and they're like, I didn't even know a black woman worked at the NFL. Like they're just not used to seeing it, right?
Yeah.
Even though you go to the big colleges, they don't let black girls around any football program. They don't let black people around the football program unless you're coaching. So to see me, they're like, oh, and I'm like, okay, this is an opportunity. But I also think like we didn't feel heard. So that's what made my time worth it at the National Football League, was creating a space for black people, and it's still there, it's still living on. And I think that's what's important, because the NFL had to realize that your black employees, like, they matter, and you have to listen to them, just like your black players matter, and you have to listen to them, and it's the same thing. So that's what made my time worth it. And then obviously just getting to work with players, and you know, I worked with Brandon, I worked with Julius when I was at the Carolina Panthers, Julius Peppers.
Shout out to Julius Peppers.
He's down here in Miami.
So I think we established this a little bit earlier. Like sometimes, like the quarterback is like the even though he's not the coach,
leader.
He's like the coach, right? So now when you look at it, how many black quarterbacks we got? We got
8.
We got Dak Prescott. Help me out here. Deshaun Watson. Is it 8?
Eight that started the season. Dwayne Haskins, but he got fired, right?
What's my man from the Ravens?
Lamar
Jackson, Baltimore Ravens.
Russell Wilson.
Teddy
Bridgewater. The one from
We're talking about only
Rams.
starters, right? No,
Yeah,
no
let's keep it with starters.
You got Kyler Murray.
No.
Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, yeah, he's black.
We already talked about
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah. So we only got a handful.
Last year was the year of the black quarterback, though. Like, that was the most that there ever have been, because people don't realize, I would say maybe even just 10 years ago, we were told that you're not smart enough to play quarterback. Like, Michael Vick was called athletic. He was never called smart. He was never called strategic. He was never called a football genius.
You know, it's my homeboy. I'm just like,
but nobody ever talks about him like that.
I know it's not your words, but I just want to defend him as
you know, now we're getting to the point where black players, I mean, even like Reggie used to be on the show. Reggie said that he used to be quarterback and they made him a wide receiver.
Let me big you up, because you are so right. And now I'm thinking of what the footage I watched of Michael Vick.
Yeah.
That's the exact word they used. They didn't use smart, because being a quarterback is you're watching the field. This is a chess game.
You should be the smartest person. You and the O-line should probably be the
but
smartest.
They use athletic.
Absolutely.
God damn it, you killed
Absolutely.
that.
But they talk about Tom Brady.
They did describe him as that. They did. They never, because with Tom Brady, they say he's a genius.
They say football IQ, even basketball IQ. They never say that about black football players, and even black, like Lamar, athletic. Patrick Mahomes, they're talking about, Lamar Jackson.
That's my man, though.
Yeah.
All right,
God bless him.
Just being honest.
But Patrick Mahomes, they're like, okay, he's smart, and but even still, it's more so he's a freak, like, right? Like, they're still not saying, like, talking about him like Peyton Manning or Aaron Rodgers, and that's just a discrepancy. So you look at, if you search football IQ in headlines, I guarantee you're not going to find many black players that they're talking about.
And that's why we were so, to your thing, that's why, you know, a lot of people was disappointed in Dwayne Haskins, because it's like, when you look at what Dak Prescott, Deshaun Watson, Russell Wilson has done for the position.
Yep.
Right? And how they revolutionized
it. Because he's young?
Pushed it forward. Like we're talking about simple coverage.
Right.
You know, and a lot of people might not understand Dwayne Haskins. Basically, COVID-19 protocols for the NFL. You got to do certain things. He was in a strip club. He didn't have a mask
He's
on. Young, got it.
He's chanting Crowder.
I got it. But that goes back to he's me. No, he's me.
Okay.
Right? But we coming into the NFL and coming into these positions, whether it's entertainment or basketball, we got to understand how big the platform is and how big the business is. So for him, he's coming in like, I made it. Like, no one, Irv Gotti wasn't at the door telling him like, yo, I just want you to know, don't celebrate.
Yeah. But Dwayne Haskins was like a by the book dude.
No, that's not true. No, that's not true. And we're not talking about, he didn't do nothing terrible.
Right.
He didn't do nothing terrible, but what it is like, when we're talking about culture and production, culture is like making sure you're doing the right things, and the quarterback, you are the CEO of the franchise. You're the face of the franchise. You got to lead up and you got to lead down. All right, pop. Ooh, what you popping? About that? All right, so you got that, and then also from a production standpoint, just doing your job, and that's where we're at. Is like, instead of you doing certain things, we need you to make sure when you drop back, you understand your progressions. You understand it's cover 3. So cover 3, I'm working this side. But if they flow to this side and it's cover 1, post snap read. Now I'm going to this side and now I go 1, 2, 3. And you gotta do that to split it. You gotta do that like that.
Right.
So right now, I come out to the line of scrimmage. Blue 32, 55 is the mic, 55 is the mic. Right? Like you getting all this information. All right, pre-snap read. Before I hike the ball, I know I'm working this side because of what the defense is showing me.
Right.
Okay? So now, I got the ball, I drop back. They do something different. So now I had this process in place to where if they stayed what they was doing, I'm going 1, 2, 3, bang.
Right.
That's what it is. Easy.
But what that got to do
But now
with
they go into something else. Hold on, I'm about to get there.
Okay.
So now they did something else post snap. Took the ball, they went from here to here.
Right.
Now I gotta go bang, bang, bang. And you gotta do that in a blink of an eye. You gotta study, you gotta do your job. So all these things that Russell Wilson, Dak Prescott did, they now we're starting to have the conversations about, to Essay's point, high football IQ. Black quarterback is more than an athlete. So that's why, a couple people, people was kind of upset with Dwayne Haskins because not doing his job.
But that's so unfair to put that pressure on him.
But it's the right one, because if you do the right play, they're going to congratulate you. If you do the wrong play, they're going to tell you why.
If he would have been producing on the field, they would not have been as hard on him. But
Exactly.
one thing you can't do is suck on the field and get in trouble.
Dwayne Haskins Jr. from Washington Football.
Yeah.
Washington Football. So I like how you said that, but I
Quarterback
still
out
make
at
that
Ohio
mistake.
State.
Make that mistake.
No,
talking about
listen,
Washington.
I just want to shout my homie out. He coaches kids, so this is all very important to him right now.
yeah.
He
That's
loves
I want to thank N.O.R.E and EFN for letting me talk, but it's all love.
But that's real though. He wasn't producing on the field. Like if you're a star on the field, you're gonna get some grace.
But that's
off
why I
the
went
field.
into that story, because all that what I just said, I did that intentionally. I didn't do that to show you how much I know football. I'm saying like that's crazy. A lot of people don't understand the process. You think you go out there and you just, I'm just throwing the ball and no, there's a process. You got to read and you got to study. So you
Going right back.
you got to do a good job. You got to do do a good job in the classroom and making sure you're being a pro. And I think like to Fred's point, because we talked about this on the show, and a lot of times we crush our guys and we had these conversations on these shows and we don't really reach out and say, look, all right, look, you made a mistake. Now let us give you the game, and here it is. So Fred was like, look, we're going to reach out to you, and if you need us, we here.
Oh, you did that?
That's Fred
dope.
did that.
That's dope.
100%.
Now, Fredo, to me, I already said it.
Right.
I am athlete because of what you are and Channing, because I listen to him on 560 AM in Miami.
Yep.
And Ocho Cinco's already
he is who he is.
Illuminated. But Fred to me feels like I know him. I grew up with somebody like you.
Free game Fred.
So I relate to Fred Taylor a lot more than what I do with everybody else. But it's all love. But to me, that's dope. I Am Athlete was a great idea. Fuel 15, I'm trying to lose weight, so I'm following that.
Go get the. I'm talking about you go get it. I'm being.
But I do want to give a shout out, because what Drink Champs does as a podcast that we started 4 years ago is to give flowers to all our
5 years ago.
5 years ago. Shout out to all the legends. when it comes to sports, you guys are on a different regimen as far as routine, health-wise, execution, commitment. And for you to be one of the Bears' top 100 players, for you to be in a 10,000 yard rush members club, and Channing to do his shit, and Ocho Cinco to be everything he is, to me, I'm a sports guy, like he said, I coach kids. It's all love to me. It's all love. And for you to be Belgrade, Mug City, fuck everybody else.
Talking about health and wellness, let's bring it out.
Holy
So
shit.
you just
We got
mentioned
some
it.
gifts.
I had to.
Yeah, we got some gifts. Because that's what it is. You talking about, am I good right here?
Yes.
Yeah,
You talking about like health and wellness and you trying to lose weight.
Right.
That's, we talked about finances earlier.
Right.
But we also got to have that conversation about health and wellness. So when y'all talked to me earlier about what I want to do, like I know I want to own a team. My passion, my purpose is to help people eat better, train better.
Yeah.
So we not struggling. Because how we eat and how we approach that, like it's killing us. So, that's what House of Athlete is. And I don't even know if I can open this. I got some gifts for y'all. We formulated supplements, man. We got gear, we got all of that, right? And we gotta create a space in our community where people understand. Yeah, you got it? We gotta create a space in our community where we're understanding what a healthy carb is, what a healthy fat is, what a healthy veggie is, what the healthy protein is. We don't know that. Fried chicken, fast food. No, that's not the way. You know what I'm saying? So we got some stuff for y'all.
Oh,
Damn,
N.O.R.E, I'm gonna put it on here.
Yeah, can we get it?
I'm in.
Show them on the camera.
I'm in. Get them cameras on there, baby.
We got our new apparel drip in there.
Okay, what the hell?
So, here we go. Got some. You know the hoodie I got.
All right, the
right
hoodie.
now.
I'm lost.
Everything quality, everything premium. Because you said it earlier, it's like not only do we have an idea, we got to make sure not only the product is good, but the systems and the operations. Right. So when I go to your website and I buy something from you because I want to support you, am I going to get that in 3 days? Do you have a fulfillment center already set up? Do you have email marketing set up? Are you going to create a repeat customer?
Talk that.
Do you have a bandit card? Do you also understand that customer, you just spent $20 to acquire that lead? Right. Now, how do you retain that? We're talking about lifetime value of a customer.
Right.
You got to set up systems and they got to be automated.
You've done this before.
Hey.
No, I'm studying it.
It's got to be more than just support.
Smart motherfucker, bro.
It's quality items.
So, N.O.R.E, we got you the gray set, and then the black sweaters are actually for you too.
All right.
But we got you.
Both of us gonna share one sweater?
We have two.
Hey, but how did Fred Taylor get a cookies hat though? That's what I'm on.
And then here's the supplements, right? Mental fitness, mental health, formulating that.
Thank you.
Stress, anxiety. You talked about post-traumatic rap syndrome.
He did. Hour one.
Let's sit down real quick, but like,
please
supplements real quick. Just
what is that? This is vitamins? I'm taking them all.
Everybody deal with anxiety. That's just natural. That's mental fatigue, fog, anxiety. Just something that we can just knock the edge off. That's all organic. Spending time with the best doctors in the world, the people that help me to formulate that. Rest supplement. We are sleep deprived.
Absolutely.
You talk about science and you talk about just why we are sick. It's because a lot of times if we don't get the fundamentals down, do you get your 7-8 hours of sleep every night? No. So it's you know what I'm saying? That's
so
the
your
stuff.
body recovers.
Yeah.
No, man.
So I got that for you.
Throw me anything.
How did you know I needed this, man? I got 2 young kids. I need this.
That boy sound like he on 145th, don't he?
Yeah,
I already know.
Oh, houseofathlete.com. Houseofathlete.com.
Yeah, I need pills.
Yep.
Nah, you made no pills, bro.
So you can find all of our products on houseofathlete.com. We have nutritional supplements. We have a brand
and
new
there's
dope
an actual
apparel
gym called House of
And then we have a fitness facility in Weston, Florida.
Nice.
Where we train Gen Pop, so everyday athletes like you guys, as well as the elite pros, as well as the college guys that are trying to make it into the league.
All right, we going. Drink Champs going tomorrow. Let's just go tomorrow.
We're
gonna set it up.
Fred just asked about retired players. Retired players are welcome as well.
No, that's the point.
No, you gotta come. You gotta train with B. I don't train with B, but you can train with B.
Is that off of Bonaventure Boulevard?
After working out with Warren Sapp, I realized working out with a football player might not be the best thing for me.
No, but here's the thing.
Brandon is nice though. Brandon is not. He gonna push you, but he's nice.
No, this is the thought. This is the thought behind it, right? Like
THOT.
He from Pittsburgh. Well, and then Pittsburgh, and then Florida. So it's a little mix, a little everything. But the thought behind it, did I say that right?
Yeah, I feel like you did.
All right, bet. It's like the athlete, we're the healthiest people on the planet. And instead of going out and building other people's companies and brands, it's a $4.3 trillion industry. You know, let's teach people health. No, health and wellness.
Wow.
Wellness, that's it. That's the buzzword in the space right now.
Wow.
So instead of us going out and, you know, there's all these other brands, all these other supplement companies, nutritional companies.
Popping that bill in for Rick Ross tonight, goddamn. People in the crib tonight. I'm sorry.
No, you good. Because same thing. Do y'all know that during the pandemic, you couldn't even buy that in a package store?
Thank you.
That was the hottest. Well, his rosé was the hottest thing. You know what I'm saying? Like I was going.
Y'all requested it and we delivered it, baby.
Appreciate it. Thank you. That's me.
We got Lex in the building.
I got it on
He left. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We picked them up.
But it's not just that. It's to your point when you talk about quality stuff and we think about Rick Ross. The first time I ever sipped his Bel Air, his rosé, was during the pandemic. I went out. We had a little barbecue, and I was like, let me try it. And it was the hottest thing, man. Like it was smooth. I didn't travel the country, just the world, just like you, sipping on different rosés, and that was so good. But that, shout out to Rick Ross.
But shout out to you, because House of Athlete is 100% owned by Brandon Marshall. Like most athletes I can attest to, they're the face of it. They are not the majority owner of it. Most athletes that you see pushing brands, like Brandon is the...
Like Shaq don't really own Shaq 24/7, that's what you're saying?
I'm not, I have nothing to do with that. I said most.
All
He
right,
could
my
be,
bad.
look, if there's anybody that's going to be the minority,
You
it's
know,
Shaq.
you did my job.
Yeah. If anybody's going to be the minority, it's going to be Shaq. Because Shaq owns shit, so we're good there.
That nigga got commercials with Lizard.
New Jersey's finest.
He had commercial with, it was just him. Yeah,
But he's smart though.
And what's the one name?
Yeah, but he finagled like the whole Papa John's thing when the
Daredevil
NFL left
Motors.
the Papa John's. They brought
Papa John's had a controversy as well.
Yeah, no, I'm saying,
But look at the
Papa
opportunity.
John's came to Shaq to rebuild their brand, and Shaq was
That's a
opportunity.
great segue. Y'all ever been involved with a team that was considered racist?
Well,
Wouldn't that be every team?
I think we saw. This is an easy conversation. I think we saw in 2020 how uncomfortable some people are talking about, race in America. Okay, so it's like, are you okay with saying Black Lives Matter? Just something simple like, forget the movement and the whole organization behind it. Just the thought of just Black Lives Matter, like
life matter.
Yeah,
Like a
right.
black person, life
So whether that is a person or organization, we saw how uncomfortable people are. Whether that's an owner not saying it, and you know what I mean. Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones never said it. You know what I mean? Said if you do this, we're gonna cut you in certain areas, right? So like, there's a lot of owners that never stood up, locked arms, or took a knee with the players. Right. And this is in a time where you have to have a point of view. It's not okay to say, you know what, politics, religion, race, we just don't discuss that anymore. No, it's 2020. You got to have a point of view. You can't be neutral.
But when you're wealthy, you can though, right? So like when you're wealthy, you can be Mr. Kraft with the Patriots. You can dap it up with Meek Mill. You can bail people out of jail, but you can also play golf with Trump in Mar-a-Lago right here.
Full of shit.
Because when you're wealthy, you have the privilege. You have the privilege of not choosing, and that's why they struggled in 2016. Because it was the first time where they didn't have the privilege to say, "Look, I give to the, to the NAACP. I give to the Negro College Fund. Why do I have to say that Black Lives Matter? Because that's gonna mess up my bag."
Hold on. I'm sorry. I want to speak on something. And it's a shameless plug at the same time. So I do these documentary films, and I went to South Africa recently.
Why we gotta say shameless plug? This is our platform.
No,
This is
I
ours.
know. Right. I don't.
They do it all the time.
I don't like to plug myself.
No, tell us.
I'm not that dude.
Talk that shit.
So this is something that because coming from the United States and going to I went to South Africa to do one of my 6th film in the series. And the one thing that I thought was really different than the United States, because they had apartheid. And apartheid in our lifetime is very recent.
Very.
And something that
like Reebok is a part of
something that us in the U.S. might think like, man, that seems like some ancient shit that happened to them. But I mean, now in the way that times are in the U.S., it doesn't seem so ancient anymore. But growing up in the 80s and 90s, it seemed like some ancient shit.
Yeah, no, still to this day too.
So, you know what I thought was crazy about South Africa is that they spoke openly about racism, about apartheid.
Absolutely.
White dude sitting in the restaurant right here, black dude right here, and he's like, apartheid, da 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 da. And then the white dude, different point of view, no, but ba 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 ba. And then they had a dialogue.
Yeah.
You captured all this?
I want to say I did, but I want to say I did. I don't think I captured exactly what I experienced. To be honest with you, because I was going over there to document hip hop in South Africa. So that was my main point of view.
Yeah.
So I'm talking about my me in a restaurant with homies. You know what I'm saying? Me just walking around.
So you went over there to get something like hip hop, and you experienced something totally different.
Yeah, man. It was extraordinary.
Yeah, I'm gonna piggyback off what he's saying, because I went over to Joburg and Cape Town.
Joburg, and Cape Town. Those are 2 places I went. Those are 2 places I went.
2003-05.
Yep.
And apartheid, fresh.
Yep.
Right off the heels of everything that was going on. Visited Mandela childhood home.
I went there too.
You know what I'm saying? Visited the island where he was locked up
where he got locked
in
up.
Cape Town. So I can vouch for everything he's saying because it was still fresh. You have the Afrikaans, which is jet black.
The colored,
which
is different to us.
And
That
then
we
you
don't
have-
understand that either.
Then, as it relates to what we have in the States,
Yeah.
right? You have the Dutch who rape the black African
Those are the
women.
whites in the.
You know, those are the whites, but they rape the black women that created the colors.
And the colors were
just
created
like
as a
we
race
got mixed
to-
breeds in the
in between.
States. We got mixed breeds. The Europeans that came here, right, and they raped the black women, slave owners that raped the black women. You got the Channings, you feel me?
Yeah.
The mix. So it's all the same shit.
It's more like
But-
the mulattoes.
Mulattoes, but it's deep in South Africa because it's more relevant. I mean, this just was 2003,
but
4,
when I
5.
went, the ill shit is
We
that they
didn't
talk
know.
about it very
We didn't know.
openly and very like
They do. We don't do that here.
No, matter of factly.
So
We don't do
why
it
is
here.
that such? Why was that so impactful for you?
Because here it's so like you can't talk about race.
And then
you
there's
can't
the
talk about
motherland.
racism.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like over there, the black dude, this is apartheid. It just happened.
What was your connection though? To like?
Well,
to-
I mean, I was doing my film, but my whole
yeah. When you go to Africa, right? If you're not white, going to Africa, you feel a connection to the people, to the soil.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, you know what I found out when I was in South Africa? The Cubans were the only ones that ever beat the white Africans in a war.
Yeah.
See? So you feel a connection.
Well, I mean, that was an indirect, correct? Yeah, but I mean,
Indirectly.
When is this film coming out? I'm getting more interested in drinking about a minute.
And then no, my homie who's a rapper out here in Miami, who you would look at face value and think he's a white dude, found out he's colored. He has his grandfather's from Cape Town, and then we found his birth certificate. He's colored.
Shout out to Recognize.
So what's the name of this film?
It's Coming Home, South Africa.
And when is it coming out?
I mean, I'm in discussions for the whole series. Coming Home. I did Cuba, Haiti, Vietnam, Colombia.
Oh my goodness.
They gonna, hey, N.O.R.E, they gonna look at you.
I ain't got nothing to do with this.
No.
I be calling this nigga like, yo, when he be out there, I be like, when he be out there, I be like this.
They gonna look at you. They gonna look at you.
And they had a lot of love for drink champs in South Africa.
I don't want to go to Vietnam, nigga.
And I was walking around, they were like, EFN!
I don't
gonna be a
disagree
color.
because at first, I just got into this whole podcast, this whole content world, just 8 months ago.
Right.
And now you go on Instagram and everything is drink champs, y'all had Pharrell, y'all had so many people.
Right.
Yeah, everybody on the show. Amazing. And now that we going through this, right?
Another
We
shot.
learning from y'all. We got people in Italy watching Iron Man.
Absolutely.
It's crazy.
Because we are the beacon to everything in the world.
it goes back to your
and that's
point to
what's
the
sad
culture.
about us
No,
at the
the
same
thing
time.
about it is, let me tell you why I am
But you
African.
gotta travel to see it.
Yeah, absolutely.
You gotta
Working
travel.
and going to continue to work. It's because of the same thought me and EFN had. We said, yo, the difference between First Take, God bless First Take, or was Skip Bayless, Undisputed.
Undisputed.
Those other things. The only difference is I feel like we're just as good as them, but the thing is, the show that actually played the game is gonna be so much better.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like this
platform.
is a real DJ. Like, I try to get him to DJ a party. If it don't got vinyl, he don't want it.
You're picking that up.
It's fucking fantastic. I'm no mind. It's let me ride. Like, cause that's a stuff. That's a real DJ. They want to be like,
Right.
you don't remember the DJ? And this nigga right here, right? So nobody want to play a playlist.
He gone.
But y'all can do it on your own terms, though.
Right.
There's no record label telling you what you
No, but
can
you
and
got-
cannot say. There's no
Absolutely.
league telling you what you can and cannot say.
Very
and that's
true.
what people
Raw.
want. They want to
No.
hear who are y'all for real, right?
No, but this is where me and this guy said, you know what? Let's just interview people that we know is about that life.
Yes.
That's just like us. So now you have all these other podcasts, you have all these other whatever. And I'm not saying we're the original because I want to big myself up. I'm saying it because it's the truth.
Yeah.
You can actually Google this.
No, we know.
Facts.
we know,
And
we
like
know.
we were the first. Like I looked at, Kenny Smith was from
Just
my
because
hood.
I like doing this.
Yeah.
That's the best part of the show.
Kenny Smith is from my hood, and he does what's that shit called?
He does Inside the NBA.
Yeah.
Inside the NBA,
Yeah,
and I'm
on
like,
Thursday.
damn. I can remember him winning the championship with Houston and him coming
Twice.
home the left rack to my hood and bringing a trophy. That shit was ill for me.
Yeah.
So I was like, all right. I didn't know what that meant, but this is what it means now. It's like, all right, cool. There's not a rapper who can front on me. There's not an athlete who can front on me because they know I was in the trenches.
Right.
I didn't go there and fail. I went there and won. Just like my partner. He went there and won, and now together, that can't front on us. Like you know I'm not the feds, you know I'm not the FBI. Just come over here and have fucking fun.
But you
know what I'm saying? Come on, have fucking fun.
But do you find like it? I wouldn't say.
Let's do another goddamn shot, goddammit. Come on, man, your shot is full. Come on.
But when I think
do another shot of your shot, please. Come on. Please,
Who's gonna save the people that's saving us?
Who's gonna save the people that save the people? Yeah, I'm sorry, my brother. Go ahead, get going.
Let me ask you this, bro. How y'all boys feel about your show?
Yeah.
And everybody that's in your industry coming back with the comments that they have with Vlad. I'd rather see them niggas on your show.
Why do people still go to Vlad? Everybody calls him the feds, and I don't know him. Maybe you guys do, but everybody calls him the feds.
We definitely know him.
But then people still go to him and spill everything.
I mean, I'm on the outside. I don't know.
It's not going to Undisputed. They still got to go to Talk, Skit, and Shark.
No, it's not. No, stop.
Okay, I take it back.
Take that back.
You don't have to take back if you said it.
No, it's not.
Why are these same guys not coming to y'all first?
They do.
No,
A lot of them do.
we can't compare to him at
y'all
all.
get Harry,
Like we're great. We're great. Like, but the thing about it is, it's like what's the guy, the uncle of the guy who's supposed to kill Tupac? The guy, he's in Vegas right now.
He's supposed to kill Tupac?
Yeah, he's
Orlando Anderson, uncle?
Orlando Anderson, uncle.
The police officer.
Right.
Nobody knows his name? Come on.
It don't matter, whatever it is.
Well, that guy.
Google it.
Well, if you Google it, Google it has. No, Mob James is the guy that does the podcast. Huh? Yeah, KVD. So the thing about it is, I don't know KVD position. I don't know whatever. But I do know that Vlad TV paid him to do.
He paid for interviews?
He has to at this point.
We don't do that.
I'm not saying every interview, and that's the reason why, going back, I want to reiterate because, we had the interview of the year with Pharrell. And I've been throwing my shots at Zane Lowe forever, right? And then
Zane doesn't deserve it, bro.
He doesn't deserve it. Listen, Zane, I'm playing with you. You have nothing to do with it.
It's the establishment. You're just throwing it at the establishment.
And Larry Jackson, who's actually the big homie, is my man. Like, I love Larry Jackson. But the fact is, when you see that Eminem interview at the end of the year, it was so many people who tagged us and was just like, look, they're trying to take your Pharrell interview out. And it was just like, all right, great. And it's a weird thing. It's a weird thing sometimes because we're a part of an establishment, but we're not really a part of no establishment. We're like
we're definitely not a part of the establishment, bro.
we like fuck with them, but we're like in our own little.
Yeah, like this.
We're in our own orbit. In our own orbit,
little like this is the galaxy.
Right.
There's 9 planets.
Yeah.
Like we're in the 11th planet.
Okay.
And they're like, how the fuck
we go? They fuck with us. They don't fuck with us. They fuck with us. They don't fuck with us.
Like, how does this work? Like, y'all sitting here and it's like, where are they? They got all this type of alcohol, liquor sitting on the table. Like, how does this work?
Let's give another shot, goddamn.
You know what I'm saying? Like, see, think about
This
that.
is how it works.
You never seen this on TV.
We didn't get paid for 6 months with CBS because they didn't know what the fuck was
8
going
months,
on.
baby.
And we were the top show on CBS Radio.
Yeah.
Yeah, we beat Larry King.
I don't know that.
beat Larry King. They were showing us the charts, and we was winning.
That's lovely.
But what we did is
60 minutes.
60 minutes, and what we did was they tried to like, and we was like, nah, we gonna stick with the same shit, the same formula, and like that's why I bring that. He brought it up, you bring it up. Is when Ross said that on y'all show. He said, man, I did this shit a decade, and the difference between me and Ross is I did almost a decade of features.
And not really getting to the money.
Not really getting the money. But when I got here, I only had 8 months. I was like, all right. And I realized after that 8 months, I knew how to turn it into, what's my man said?
Channing?
Algorithms.
Yeah.
I knew how to, I said, this. All right, Budweiser gonna pay right here.
Yep.
So it's gonna do right there. And it might have been little micro dollars, but it made at the end. It's like, you know what? We don't have to bow down. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
And then, you know what? It's not about bowing down. It's like, you know.
Let's just for your shout out.
If I put 16 million in
shout out, sis. Let's give. Come on,
If I put 16 million, if I put 16 million in the stock market and it's conservative. And it brings me back, you know, a couple percent. Then I'm looking at $1 million a year. So then, what really is it about the 16 million, or is it about that money that my money is making me? So what you talking about
long term is that
I got this platform, and I got Budweiser over here, I got this person over here, and collectively it's bringing me an X, which covering my lifestyle plus this. That's what that's about.
Come on, let's take another shot, goddamn. Salute.
We in hour 2 or 3. I don't know.
We're definitely in 3.
rolling.
And let's not forget, we got, I forgot his Colombian white,
Michelada.
Crazy Chalada. We got Dalion.
Crazy Mitch.
We got Ciroc. This is all black owned.
Shout out to MJ, Jordan.
That's what I'm talking about.
This all black owned. Everything on here is black owned.
Well, House of Athlete is black owned.
There you go. Shameless
House of
plug.
Athlete is black owned. Right?
Do we got a name for the hat line yet?
No, so here's the deal. Like when we came together, like one of the things that we thought about, and I'm still learning from N.O.R.E. Like N.O.R.E, you know, like bro really put me on game, and I'm talking about 30 minutes, like bang, 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 bang. Like this is new to me. I know the wellness space, but when we came together, we was like, and he called it, you know, quarantine dreams. Is like we all in the same neighborhood. Let's start this. Let's see what happened. And now that we studying the game and people who came before us, it's like every time he come on the show, he wearing hats every single time. And when he get frustrated, you gonna see him doing this.
Yes.
Like, bro, chill out. And then when you look at our live chat and we got 10,000 people waiting to go to, when we launch our show, which is crazy for YouTube, right? They're saying, what is Fred Taylor wearing? Like, we want that hat.
It's real.
So yeah, 100%.
Did you know that? Did you know that?
So we got spring, we got spring, summer collection coming out. We got spring, summer collection coming out. Yes, 100%. And it's not like we're not trying to come out. We're not trying to take advantage of nobody.
All right, fine. I got one more shot.
Yeah. Like, no.
That's real.
For your hat. It's for your hat.
That's for your hat.
It's for your hat, man.
Bro, you gotta chill.
We're taking a shot for a hat?
It's for your hat.
We gotta take a shot.
No joke.
The drink champ.
No joke. I did my homework, and I wanted to emphasize
like
the fact
y'all built
that
this show. Tell me about that. Like, did y'all build a show saying, you know, we gonna see who out drink each other?
Every brand is necessary.
I do everything.
Hold on, I like it.
Unknowingly or because you like the style?
There's no off-camera conversations. You gotta keep bringing to the point.
My bad.
Keep talking.
No, what I was saying is, when I was watching, I was doing my homework because I want to make sure I'm on point, right?
Yeah.
So when I was making sure that I knew a little bit about everybody.
Oprah Winfrey face talking about you doing your work. I see you.
Listen, I typed this myself and we ain't spoke about nothing.
Did you cover everything over there?
But I noticed the hat.
I peed.
And I got my own shit, but this is Miami Heat. This is Miami Heat.
Yeah.
But I said I want a Fred Taylor hat.
Oh.
Can I get an FT hat?
But here's the thing: is you guys are creating value. Fred, N.O.R.E, Drink Champs
I want
are
a Fred
creating
Taylor
value.
hat too.
People appreciate. Why do I watch it? Why do I watch Drink Champs?
No.
Because like, y'all got Pharrell on the show and I'm learning something.
Yes.
What can I learn from the people who come from where I come from, experience where I'm coming from?
The advantage you got.
When you talking about, here's this, here's that, this is what we supporting, then I'm going to support it. That's why that makes sense to me.
The advantage you got
Because
is that you was on the
value to
inside
my
of the
life.
NFL for 7 years, so you was with a lot of people on a different corporations platform speaking NFL.
Yeah.
Right.
And if inside the NFL is not Drink Champs.
No.
Right.
And Drink Champs is
Yeah.
motherfucking not inside the
Yeah,
NFL.
yeah.
But you got the experience and you said, you know what? I could develop this into my own platform.
They didn't teach me that. You know who taught me that?
Who?
All the Smoke and Drink Champs.
We did it.
Listen. No, think about that.
Take a shot.
I don't have a drink. I need a drink.
I'm being honest with you.
No, but it's true though.
Think about I've been on inside the NFL for 7 years as an active player.
Could you have done this without inside the NFL experience in FS1?
Well, I think it developed.
Yes.
Wait, when you first started inside the NFL, you still playing?
I was the first active athlete to be full-time
Wow.
broadcaster.
Yes. Wow.
So what I would do is, in the season, and this is why I ended up leaving Chicago, coming to the Jets, because they looked at me and
Because
said,
everybody didn't like it.
yeah, they didn't love it. I was the first person to ever do it. So they looked at me and they said, and this is to our point, like we gotta use, when we hot, actors, entertainers, rappers, musicians, athletes, you gotta strike. You should have had this Drink Champs back in 1999.
I wish I did.
Right? But I say all that to say this is that they came to me and they said, Brandon, we don't want you doing inside the NFL. You can't do that. We want you to focus all on football. And I looked at the owner and we was actually walking, it was like 30 degrees outside. We was walking from the indoor
Mr.
to
McCaskey?
Mr. McCaskey, the owner of the facility of the
Like how
of the so I'm walking back with him and he's telling me basically like we want you to only focus on football. I said, Mr. McCaskey, look, check this out. Just like this, real. I'm like, you guys your family owned this team for how long? And I said, when I'm done, you guys are gonna still own this team. It's an amazing platform for y'all. I said, I got a couple more years to maximize my earnings and build something that can last longer. I said, right now is the time for me to start what I'm trying to do. Okay.
Holy shit.
That's
we got
right.
Ja Rule on the phone. Goddamn.
You ain't got nothing to do with sports.
What's up, bro? Oh, damn, bro. How you know me, bro? That boy said Brandon.
Every morning, baby. I watch you every morning.
Yeah, bro, that's what's up, bro. Like I always, I'm always taken aback when I run into a legend in the entertainment space and they know me, right? That's pretty dope.
Listen, man, you put on that green, baby.
Oh, that Jets. Well, listen. Well, you talking about put on that green, that Jets? N.O.R.E just broke some. He had some breaking news. He was like, the only reason why he a Jets fan because the jersey was cheaper. His dad. That's the only thing his dad could afford. So why was you a Jets fan instead of a Giants fan?
Oh, good fucking question.
First, but I'm a
Respect. Great fucking answer. Dang, that's the legend, man. Appreciate you.
Yo, great fucking answer. Yeah. Great fucking answer, man.
Let y'all see all of us, man.
God, don't act like we don't know you out here.
When John coming on next?
Yeah, when you out? Come on.
He's out here tomorrow.
You came year one, that's it?
We gonna get the Fire Fest. Everywhere. And Icon.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Icon. Icon is the best app. Like I said this on Clubhouse the other day. Like, why is everybody on Clubhouse and not on Icon? Am I not lying? Did I not call you and tell you I said that?
N.O.R.E, it's the best kept secret. They don't know about it yet, but they will.
We gonna go on Icon. On Icon.
Tell us what to do. Tell us what to do.
Tell
me what's Icon. What I do? How I get on?
You need to use it. You don't.
Get on the mic, B.
Does it expire?
I think Clubhouse.
I can't reach. I can't reach.
I don't like it. I see you all the time.
I'm gonna get on Icon. ICON, just like that. wins. ICONN. Bet. All right. All right. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question, bro. Let me ask you a question. Okay. This is real. Right? You fell on a like globally. Like, tell us the inspiration. How you keep getting back up? Because a lot of people don't understand when you're an entrepreneur, you know, you only win 1 out of 10 times. Right? So like now you Icon is next and you keep pushing. We're gonna go back to the festival, all of that.
Yeah, we broke up. You broke up on me.
No, what I'm saying to you, my last question, and I'm a land a plan, I'm past the phone. But like, I think people need to hear, right? You know what I'm saying? Our stories on how perseverance. Like, you know, you won at the highest level. You also had some L's. So like, how do you get up? And then now we talking about Icon, right? So talk to us about, you know, that inspiration and that perseverance. Because as an entrepreneur, because we all trying to start something, we all start trying to launch our brands, and people don't understand that you only win 1 out of 10 times.
Yeah, that's what people don't understand. You know, I missed some of the stuff you were saying because it was breaking up a little bit, but I think I got the gist of what you were saying about, you know, failures and going on to your next.
Yes.
So, you know, failure only brings you to your next best thing.
Ooh.
You know what I mean? It's like,
He said failure only brings you to your next best thing.
yeah, it's like, you know, you can look at it in a sense of like football. You can't win the Super Bowl every year. You know what I'm saying? You play your whole career hoping you win one of them motherfuckers.
Right,
you know
right.
And if you win 2, you blessed and beyond.
Well, what Hov say? He said you only got to be one. You only got to be right once.
That's it. You only got to be right once. And what Hov also said is the genius thing they did was they didn't give up. You know, when your back is against the wall and you know, there's nothing else to do but fight and go forward.
Yeah.
That's what you got to do.
Legend.
And for some people, that's a hard thing to do. Some people rather lay down and die. You know what I'm saying? But listen, man.
Yeah.
I'd rather die on my feet than motherfucking live on my knees.
Yeah, legend.
Yo, love, bro. I'm gonna eat them all. You doing drink chats tomorrow? We locking you in. Let's play. See you tomorrow. See you later. All right, my bro. Nah, this is the.
Y'all go for 3 hours and 4.
No, that's what we do. Only if it's classic.
Yeah.
Only if it's classic. And let me just tell you something, bro.
So tell me why y'all said Pharrell was like that was that the best show, and was that the defining moment for Drink Champs?
Can I say that? Can I say it?
I think we have different perspectives, but go ahead.
All right. No, what happens is last year, 2 years ago, was we've
been pressure cleaning outside, just FYI. we pressure cleaning right now. Just don't worry. Sorry.
Our show was compared to a show called Rap Radar.
You wait, say it again?
You see? Our show was compared to a show called Rap Radar.
Which Radar, I don't really believe it was compared to it, but okay.
Yeah. And last year, I felt like we whipped their ass, like everything, and then not this year. I'm talking about last year, and then at the end, they had Drake, and I feel like damn, they won.
Drake. It's the Drake effect, yeah.
With the end of the year, so this year they actually gracefully bowed out because of COVID.
Gracefully bowed out.
It's true though. They bowed out. You came out. You see, like
we did everything, and then right at the end of the year, we didn't plan it.
No, we didn't plan it.
It was Pharrell, you know. It was like 7 times he canceled, right?
3 times, but it's almost 7.
That makes us feel better when people cancel on us. So
no, we've been here and people canceled.
Thank you for telling us.
Waiting.
Because that's what we need to hear, though. That's what you need to hear.
And that is the most hurtful thing that could happen.
Let me just say something. The thing about it is
you can take it personal.
No, you can't.
Don't take it personal.
Right.
You can't take it personal, but the next day you say,
you're human. You're human.
Exactly.
But the thing about it is this. I'm not a radio station. So when I'm setting up for you.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. It's
So
just not set up.
whoever this artist is, all right. What's his name?
Why you Tom's my beer,
Relax.
bro?
He's an artist. Pacifico?
Not drinking that again.
Yeah.
You better not. Pacifico, you want to come do drinks here?
Never.
Yeah.
I don't like you coming.
We set up Pacifico, and the Pacifico comes late. He doesn't.
No. You paid the cameraman. You paid the sound guy.
Everything here is us. This is us.
Everything is us.
Independent production.
No
Same thing
outside
for
people.
Same thing.
So if you don't show up, it's our.
Yeah,
you know, our
but
bad.
here's the thing. Look, I'm about to spin it on you though.
Okay.
And this is why it's
You
so
should enjoy
amazing.
this Pacifico.
This is why this conversation is so amazing.
I'm listening.
Here's the problem with athletes did it at the highest level. Entertainers did it at the highest level. Game taken away from you. Your mic is taken away from you. Now you got to start from the bottom and you got to call that person. You called me. No assistant called me.
Yes.
Right? But here's the thing though. Like, how do you go from being at the top of the game and traveling the world, going to Dusseldorf, Germany, to now
both those places.
So now you the one calling,
right.
You the one paying this person. Like literally, I'm gonna Zelle you. I'm gonna give you this check.
Right.
That's the thing. Is like why most guys don't make it to the next level because they can't get off that high horse. They can't get off that pedestal. You called Pharrell 7 times,
and because you answer back.
Yeah, but that's cool.
Yeah.
But you got to understand though, you got to be willing to humble yourself and come back. Like you go from the mountaintop to the valley, and now you making the calls, and now you got to say, you know what? He canceled on me the 3rd time, but I'm gonna call him again.
Let's say he called.
Let me tell you something.
We gotta be honest. We gave up on Pharrell.
Let's say he called you.
Let me just say something.
I've been doing this for 6-7 months. I'm gonna do it.
Don't put
As a rapper, this is as a rapper. KRS told me, being told no is good. I did not understand it. I wanted to kick him. I'm dope.
Yeah,
What do you mean being told no is good? But he's like, yo, certain people might not know who the fuck you are.
Yeah.
So if they tell you no, that's actually cool. Because there's people that's gonna say, like that's the reason why I brought up Tom Brady earlier with Antonio Brown. It's just almost like this is like some gang shit to me.
Mm-hmm.
Almost gangish. Tom Brady said, "Y'all ain't fucking with me. Y'all ain't gonna pay me what I
Like the
want.
Kings and the Nietas?
Next year, I'm gonna hire because the Patriots didn't want to hire Antonio Brown.
No.
Let's just be clear.
But Tom Brady fell in love with him. Yeah.
Let him stay in his crib.
Yeah. He already knew he was bringing AB wherever he went.
That's gangster shit.
Yeah.
So you like Tom?
Now.
Yeah.
Now. And listen, in my mind, he got gold teeth.
Yeah.
Tom Brady?
In my mind.
He got a grill?
In my mind, he got a grill.
He went to USA Flea Market?
Yeah.
All
In my
that.
mind.
I'm in.
And then he brought AB. Like, let me tell you something, bro. AB
And he
came.
brought his man Gronk too. Like what you saying?
And Gronk.
Like yeah, he was retired for a year.
If that's not homie shit, like look at our. We guilty.
What'd I do?
You want to show how we guilty? You want me to show you how we guilty?
Show me.
We have the same show called Militant Crazy World Radio.
I don't know that show. So behind this.
It didn't work.
It did work. No.
It did
work. Don't you
But
ever say it didn't work.
We didn't want it to keep it going, right?
No, you lie, bro.
You didn't want to lie?
We just stopped doing it. We did not want to do it. We stopped doing it because you went on tour, CNN, and I went on tour with Mayday.
I went on tour. All right.
We didn't make a dime off
And
of
you
that.
went on tour,
We didn't
yeah.
make a dime off of that.
But
Right. Okay.
oh, what we doing now?
Uh-huh. Yeah, see?
What was the point I was trying to make?
I have no idea.
I was too many of that.
You were saying like almost like you like left people behind or you weren't
Tom
as loyal
Brady.
as Tom Brady.
No, Tom Brady. This is Tom Brady shit.
That's what you had to do?
But Tom Brady, feel like he got grills.
At USA Flea Market.
Like in another life.
Grills and braids.
Brock.
Weekend
He
in
brought
Tampa.
Brock and Antonio Brown.
Gronk with the G.
You know,
Yeah.
everybody knows I'm
Everybody knows what
dyslexic.
you're talking
Leave me alone.
Fair.
But and Antonio Brown, is that
Yeah, 100%.
Super
100%.
that's gangster?
100%.
Especially because, now, granted, it is his white privilege that lets him bring a troubled black player to a team. Yes, because a black quarterback would not be able to say.
A coach is going to find the available asset to fill his backfield.
On my mama, a black quarterback would not be able to say, "Yo, I know my man's is crazy, but
So
bring
Russell
him
Wilson
on."
gonna be able to do that?
Absolutely, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Because Seattle wanted him. It didn't happen.
Right. He was there, but it didn't happen.
Can a black quarterback do what
She's
Tom
talking
Brady
about
did?
before. She's talking about
Okay.
before.
What
I
are you saying?
actually got there. We've been in those discussions, and it just
Can a black quarterback do what he did?
Like, you know, Russell want whoever the top dog is and gonna come in and help. And Russell, before I actually got there, we were talking, general manager, FaceTiming, head coach, and Russell's like, I want this guy. And they're like, come back. I don't think he's a good fit. Now, when the Giants cut me, then the Seattle Seahawks saw it as a deal, and then they brought me in. No, she's right what she's saying, 100%. But I pushed the conversation forward. You know, they got this word out there called nepotism. Nepotism is like when you get on, basically you put your people on, right? So, you know, why when other people get on and they put their people on, why we can't do that?
Right.
Because when we mess up, the whole race is held against us. So as a black woman lawyer, when I came to the NFL, if I would have been not good or dishonest, they would have been like, that's why we can't hire nobody from an HBCU.
Right.
She went to Hampton. We don't know that school.
Went to two
That's why
HBCUs.
we got to go back to Yale. We got to go back to Columbia.
She went to two HBCUs.
Two HBCUs.
Hey, what?
But that's real, right? So when we mess up, our whole race has to pay for it.
Right.
White people don't have that concern. So they'll put on their cousin, they'll put on their best friend that probably is not qualified for the job. Because what they do know is that if Billy doesn't work out, you're not going to say, never hire a white person again.
Right.
When Brandon doesn't work out, what you are going to say is, we just cannot. We have to be really more strategic about the schools you recruit from.
Right.
We have that problem. Now, granted, we shouldn't feed into that, but that's real. So when I put someone on from Hampton or FAMU or another HBCU, I literally look at them and say, whatever you do, everyone that comes from where you come from will pay for it.
Which is qualified, just to be easy to say.
So are you looking at it
without
from-
saying
Absolutely.
it's qualified?
Absolutely.
Right.
But still, whatever I do, so when I came to the NFL and I busted my ass and the executives fell in love with me, there now are way more HBCU alumni at the National Football League from when I was there. But that's because of me, right? If I would have fucked that up, they wouldn't have been on me today. They would have been like, see, this is why we need Ivy League. We really have, you know. But because I came in there and I'm like, I went to Hampton, I went to FAMU Law, and I know my shit. And guess what? I can look at some creative and tell you that's offensive, right? Like how you are marketing Antonio Brown. So I used to review creative, and we were currently fining Antonio Brown for all of his celebrations. So he was getting fined every time. But then if I look at the commercials that I'm reviewing, they're showing him dancing. So we're making money off of his celebrations, but then we're also taking money out of his pocket
Fighting him, right.
for the same celebrations.
Wow.
I'm the only black person on the email chain, right? So when I talk about when you get into the room, how do you use your seat? How do you use your position? I knew that if I didn't call it out, nobody else would. And so I said...
So you're saying Antonio Brown scores a touchdown. He do the dances. The NFL says this is against the shield, what we stand for. You got to pay us $10,000. But then the sponsors and the partners, the brands is taking that, and they are now using that as commercials.
3 years ago, Antonio Brown was in his prime. You could not watch TV without seeing a commercial with Antonio Brown dancing.
And he was on the cover of Madden.
Exactly.
Stop well, let's make some noise for Antonio Brown.
But most of those celebrations, he was fined for.
Wow, bro.
But yet,
how about Victor Cruz?
No, I love Victor Cruz.
No, Victor was good.
Patterson, New Jersey finest.
No, he ain't get fined for
Sponsors
that.
are making money off of that, and the NFL is integrated making money off of that. I could not sit back and watch a black man be fined for something that the white corporation is making money off
You
of.
was in the right
So
place.
wait, what was the reaction to you saying that? How did that get corrected? Or did it?
What could they say? I said, how can we promote something that we're finding the same player for?
Right.
And they said, you right.
They didn't give you
So
a
what
2-week
happened?
leave.
No.
Hell
No, but what happened? Did they
They absolutely
find
no.
him?
They did not use the same creative.
We are more, and I would say, and it might be because
so they
of,
did.
I just want to think
So
about
they
it.
did find him, but not do the creative.
No, the fines had already happened, right? So the
Right.
fines happened by the football team. So you know what I did? I said, every commercial that Antonio Brown is in, we need to send it to the same department that is fining him. And if they don't sign off, then we can't use it in our creative.
And
Because
that-
what we're not going to do is eat off of the same
Hypocrisy.
thing that we're fining him for. So we're taking
Right.
money off of this black man's pocket.
Yes.
And we're giving it
And that's a and that's a change. And that's a change that Fred Taylor said. What are we doing with our 400 years of conditioning? That's a change. Going back to them.
But
hitting them.
that's what happens when we criticize people for working for the man. We want people to work for the man.
Right.
Because if we're not in those rooms,
Right.
it's going to continue to happen.
So you want a few that are in those rooms making
If there was no Troy Vincent, can you guys
I got
don't
a
even
better
know where
one.
the NFL would be.
I got a better one. What about, because Jay-Z?
He got criticized for
But
doing a deal
he got him because
with
of
the league.
entertainment, not because he's a political.
But
No, the deal that he made.
No, yeah, right. And there's a lot of people like how Cap's not in the league. Why is Jay-Z sitting at the table with the commissioner and making this type of deal? And me, I'm sitting back like, well, first again, Jay-Z showing us why he's genius. But to her point, if we don't have Jay-Z in the room, then we're not going to have someone having that discussion.
Right.
But should it be an athlete or an entertainer?
It don't matter. It don't matter.
I'm just asking.
It's representative.
Whoever Roger
I want Fred
Goodell
Taylor,
will
not
listen
Jay-Z.
to. Whoever Roger Goodell will listen to.
And I don't care if you come if I'm getting in a room because I got bars. I don't care if I'm getting in a room because I got how many followers.
Right.
It don't matter. But when I get in that room, to her point, and she always says this, what am I doing? How am I representing us?
Right.
Right? And that's why, for me, when Jay-Z did that deal, I said it's genius because now Jay-Z could potentially be the reason why we see the first black owner in the NFL.
Right. Let me ask you something. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to cut you off. But how was your relationship, you and Fred, your relationship with Roger Goodell? Was like an open relationship? Like could you call him?
Roger is cool.
I can call you. What you call? Let me see if I can FaceTime Roger now.
He loves Brandon though. He loves Brandon.
No, he ain't gonna answer because I ain't like you. You know what I'm saying? He's
About
super
to
busy.
hit
He gonna answer.
Try to
I feel it.
FaceTime
I feel the
Let me
vibe.
try to FaceTime him.
We got some on season 1. They call him Uncle Raj. Because Brandon talked to him, and he picked up. And that was his
But
show.
that's the
But
thing.
no, that's my thing with him
Commissioner's
is
a good
like,
person.
you know,
Oh, he ain't pick up?
no, I ain't even calling him. I'm about to try him right now. But when you ask about the relationship, I think it depends on what type of discussion we're having. Because I look at it as a business. As a business, we're talking about a $10 billion industry. We're talking about multi-million-dollar athletes. So when you're a CEO, sometimes you got to make the hard decision. You got to think about how do we win now, and then how do we also win in 10 years, right? So Roger Goodell, we don't always agree with him. And to me, I'll pick up the phone and I'll say, I don't agree with that move you just made. I'll get on Showtime inside the NFL no matter what, and I don't agree with what he said. But at the end of the day, I'm like, hey, look, here's the situation, this is how I feel, but this is what I think we should do. And he listens. And then at the same time, I also say, hey, I'm doing this fundraiser, I'm trying to raise $500,000 just playing ping pong, will you come? I'm there. And he also writes a check, right? So
he also has 32 bosses. People don't realize he doesn't.
Not everybody like Roger though.
He works for the owners though.
Let's see if he
The owners
answered.
don't
I
work
ain't
for
like
him.
you,
He works
N.O.R.E.
for the owners.
Continue, sis. Go ahead.
I mean, that's what people literally want to indict Roger Goodell, and I don't think they understand how complex the NFL is, right? He has to go into a room with 32 people and say, what do y'all want to do? And guess what? He's gonna take all the heat for it.
He ain't answer.
Smart. He's smart.
But you guys on the show with Jay. How would y'all drink it?
So like when everything was happening with Kaepernick, he wasn't making a lot of the decisions. He was taking phone calls from 32 owners every day and figuring out what is the consensus amongst y'all, right? So that's what people don't understand. Him as a person and him as a leader are two different things.
Hit that shit, guys. I'm sorry, sis.
They're chanting that.
They ain't testing it anymore anyway. We gonna get you the whole 4 yards.
It's the world right now.
Cause you like a Laren dad. You 4 yards.
Yeah, you jacked us, bro.
You too. What am I missing? What am I missing? Cause I don't smoke. What am I missing?
No, you just missing an enlightenment on conversation and overall perspective of everybody's intuition of facts.
What are you,
This nigga's a principal from Lean On Me. I don't know what he just said. He's gonna be way too smart. I don't know why.
Nigga won.
Hey, no, the show is Drink Champ, but this is Smoke Champ.
That's Smoke Champ.
I see the Keith.
Smoke Champ.
Yes.
Heavy percentage.
Just so y'all know, we got the new Smoke Champs podcast coming out. Ching Bang, Young Willie, Mike Booth, and Deuce coming out
Beats in
very
the hood.
soon. Beats in them got that Just so you know. I'm sorry. Go ahead, continue. Smoke Champs.
Take your time, champ. Take your time, legend.
Take your time, legend.
The Duce gone. The Duce gone.
No, it's not.
De Leon.
I'm good.
No, but listen.
Ooh, that's
So at the end of the day,
I'm looking at the branding.
so at the end of the day, I want to do my shameless plug.
Shameless plug.
Drink Champs.
Salute.
Oof, mama.
And no, it got a cookies hat though.
We got Smoke Champs coming out. We just announced that. But for your podcast, we would like to take control of the audio. You know what I mean?
Fuck yeah.
And this, you know, Drink Champs Network. This is what we doing. We lit out here.
Network.
Listen.
It's gonna be a new summer.
Just the audio. You can do whatever you want to do with Showtime.
Just audio.
That got nothing to do with us. You can still
Amazon,
No.
Negotiation right now.
The introduction.
Sorry.
I'm a lawyer, so we can talk this deal.
Just
You have to co-sign it right now.
I do deals in my sleep, so.
Oh,
like the thing is, whatever everything else, you can do it. But the audio, because you can still sell it to Showtime.
Yeah.
You can still sell it to Amazon.
We know the game.
All right.
Oh, fuck yeah.
So just in case y'all don't know it,
boom.
We here. We damn sure know it too.
All y'all young athletes, entertainers out there right now, start your podcast right now. They showing us the
And I'm gonna tell you something. As much as Drink Champs has been successful, as much as whatever, but I will never underestimate the fucking drivers. People who drive FedEx trucks, people who drive the UPS trucks, people who drive the fucking Carmen Sherman trucks with the soft tissue.
What?
The guy has soft tissue for your ass. You know, the Carmen shit.
Charmin.
That's what I mean.
He likes Carmen. It's a different That's a different brand. It's a different brand.
For a few years. I didn't know that was a New York brand. I didn't know. Like Carmen was Carmen.
That's Carmen Sherman. Carmen from Kmart. I don't know.
I'm dyslexic. I don't know how to pronounce everything.
Fair.
Charmin. Not Carmen. Whatever. That shit.
It's all love.
That Carmen shit is off the Charmin.
It's all love. It's tough though.
Shout out to all of them. They're on the front line.
But they
all clean their ass, man. They all clean their ass.
But that's what it is. We are taking control of our own meat.
We gotta reconstruct.
We are trying to. And that's beautiful.
You can't lose if you're doing it on your own terms. Like, by the way, if this shit doesn't work out with your shit,
No, we worked out already.
No, but listen though, you can't lose when you do it on your own terms.
You never lose.
You never lose.
So you creating a network?
We've been creating a network for 27 years.
Wow. So what happens is,
like, what made you like? I guess my question for you is like, you know, we talked about my experience and how I transitioned. Shannon talked a lot about it. So how did you go from rapping to this? To a point where like people look at it like, oh, you know, drinks and all of this other stuff, but this is really like the business behind it. A lot of people don't understand.
Because eventually, I think that rappers should never sign to a record label. Rappers should never sign to a company. Rappers should drop their albums on their own podcast, right? Like you should only just think about it, right? Let's suppose that you was playing with the Texans, the Oilers? What?
That was back in the day, the Houston Oilers.
Who's your Oilers, right?
But they didn't, you know, they don't exist no more.
I know, fuck it. Let's just use them, right? Let's just use them, right? So let's suppose the Houston Oilers, right?
Yeah.
And you dropped the album just for the Houston Oilers. You dropped a sweatsuit just for the Houston Oilers. You should be a billionaire just off of Houston.
Yeah. Well, explain to us, because a lot of people don't understand that. And I feel like a lot of people come to y'all and listen to y'all because y'all, what we learning, that, whether it's through YouTube or the guest on the show.
Mad smart. I don't know if you noticed that.
No, he learned a lot.
No, that's real though, right? Like,
let's give him another shot. I want to see how smart he gonna stay.
No, but before we do that, but here's the reality is, we don't trust. Think about where we come from. We don't trust. So if I know this man came from where I came from and he trying to put me on game, I'm gonna listen to him more than I'm gonna listen to this dude who's talking about like the stock market, et cetera, or whatever. Like
the thing is,
I'm expecting him, and he has a responsibility to really tell me like what's right for me.
Right.
The thing is,
what did you learn from Winter Park?
What?
Winter Park in Orlando?
Yeah. No, I know where you're going, but go ahead. I know where you're going.
The thing is this:
That's where
we have to understand our market. And when we understand our market, and it's just our market, we can't lose.
We can't lose.
Ask me, explain. Anybody?
Yeah, I'm waiting for you to go.
I was waiting for you to go. Keep going.
Yeah. We need you to go and expound on that.
I always just look at Texas. And I said, why would a Texas artist promote outside of Texas?
No reason.
Texas has like 500.
You can go platinum in Texas. You literally can go platinum in Texas.
Shout out to Eugene King.
Slim Thug goes platinum in Texas.
Shout out to Swisher House.
She finished my fucking sentence. That's exactly how I always thought about it. So, what happened was when I did a podcast, EFN told me to do a podcast 5 years prior to I wanted to do a podcast. But when I actually did it and I saw the algorithms,
Right.
algorithms. Made me seem like I'm smart, but I'm not smart.
It's a college word, for sure.
But when I saw it, I was like, all right.
Yeah, sure.
And it's a big part of him because he's not going to change. He's not going to dye his beard. I begged him to dye his beard. He's not going to do it. But that integrity said, you know what? Let's keep it the same.
Yeah.
Never try to cater to anything. Let's keep this shit the same.
Unapologetic.
If they fuck with us, then cool.
Yeah.
If they don't fuck with us, we don't give a fuck.
We don't want their money no way.
Yeah. We going out the same way we came.
Exactly.
Boss.
We came in not expecting anything.
We came in not expecting we didn't give
anything
a
at
fuck.
all. Let's just do what we have fun doing.
But when you believe in what you're doing, though, right? Like Brandon is unapologetic about House of Athlete because literally everything that we say, he lives it and believes it. So he could give two shits if somebody doesn't like it, right? Because he literally lives this and believes that this is the key to success, to be healthy and to be well and to be great. So y'all feel the same way,
Absolutely.
right? So when you can literally be okay with losing money and leaving money on the table.
And we lost a lot of money.
If it's on principle, though.
Don't compromise.
We lost a lot of money. We lost a lot of money.
We still lose money.
The first 8 months.
That's why.
Yeah, we still lose money.
Yeah.
I mean, we make money, don't get me wrong, but we lose money doing it our way.
Because y'all not just taking that check.
Yeah, we're not compromising anything.
But
you're not
talk
playing
about,
it and holding out.
Yeah, but talk about why y'all made that move. Because like now I know why y'all made the move. Because y'all thinking long term, and now y'all not doing short term thinking.
Yeah, but we doubted each other.
But to be honest with you, this was short term.
Yeah.
This was a short term idea.
This was a short term idea. Like
we're just gonna do this.
He was playing poker. I was.
Well, that was different. Okay.
I mean, that's the
time frame. But
that's the org.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Nah,
yeah, like
we don't know the backstory.
This is super backstory.
It was Kendall 2006.
Oh Jesus, you're going way backstory.
We're in the studio. N.O.R.E is recording nonstop.
I'm recording, and
24/7.
he's playing poker. And if you realize, poker and recording is the same thing. So it was so easy. So I would come out. I'd be like, yo.
Recording 3 days in a row with Hazmat.
Who's the drink champ? We all drink through the whole time.
Yeah.
And he'd be like, oh, here's a drink champ. Here's a drink champ. And then I had recorded a song, and then EFN said, I'm patenting that shit.
We're playing poker. We're playing poker. He's recording nonstop, weekly. We're having fun. We're doing our music shit. N.O.R.E is recording his music. We're supporting the vibe, and he's recording, and we're playing poker. And we at the end of the night, he would finish recording music and say, "What y'all niggas doing? Smoking weed. We having fun, and we playing drink, and we having drink, and we playing poker." But we would say we would drink so much, we'd be like, "We're drink champs."
Yeah. Whoever lasts.
Whoever ended at the end of the night saying we're still awake.
Yeah.
Shannon Crowder, I love him. I love him.
We used to do that in college.
No, exactly. We didn't have college. We had Crazy Hill Studios, and then he recorded a song with Alchemist called Drink Champs, and he recorded a song, and we loved it because it was just us.
I'm gonna tell you something that I don't even remember. It was the original Drink Champs was on a Missy beat.
Right.
No, I remember that. I remember, and
Alchemist called me and said, "Please, I sold the beat to Missy. Can I change it?" Yeah. And the beat that you hear now works way more perfect.
This is 2006.
I like the first one.
This is 2000 what?
Really?
2006 between 2006 and
That's the year
2008.
I got drafted.
That's when he stamped.
No, but you guys are skipping a lot of shit.
Right,
if we're really gonna get into a Drink Champs story,
I'm high and I'm drunk.
we had a show already on XM before Sirius XM.
Wow.
When XM was by itself and Sirius was another thing, we had a show.
Y'all OGs for real.
Yeah, and this show was called Militant Crazy Raw Radio.
That's what you talked about earlier.
Yep.
Right.
Because he named the show.
What was
That's
it
his
called?
name.
Yeah, what's the name? That's
Crazy.
My company's
He
name
wanted to
Militant.
name everything
His
after
company's name's Crazy.
Crazy Hood.
Entertainment.
And then,
Oh, okay.
and then Raw was Lil G.
Lil G who
The
gave
guy.
us the show. His shit was
So,
raw.
so we had Drink
Shout out to
Champs,
Sirius.
the same exact show.
Whose idea was it to say no? Let's not do that. Let's go to Drink Champs. No, just give me one name. Who was
It's
it?
a very long story.
Just give me one name.
Make it short.
Who was it?
EFN.
I don't want to give myself the prop.
It was you.
The problem.
I don't know what that is. I'm so glad you said that.
The reason why you can't get nobody to give the prop because at the end of the day it's a collective idea.
I get that.
Well, I'm saying that was you.
N.O.R.E did it all.
That was
Like
you.
yes, I grabbed it. I thought I was like, yo, Dream Champ sounds amazing.
That's it.
I grabbed it.
Yeah.
Without knowing it would be a podcast.
Right.
Then my homie was like, yo, do a podcast. And then we did a radio show before. I was like,
I love it.
Do your show with N.O.R.E as a podcast.
Yeah.
And then other people are telling him, do a podcast.
Yeah.
It was just so many things being in us
Correct. It
to
was
make it
perfect
happen.
storm.
And then when he was ready,
And we love N.O.R.E
when he was ready, I said, yo, Drink Champs, I got it ready.
Yeah.
And he said, let's go.
But I think that I'm glad that y'all talking about this because I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm like, I don't know what this Drink Champs is. I just know that this is the culture, and they got all these amazing guests. N.O.R.E is freaking phenomenal. Right. Like he come in here, he's smoking, he drinking, but you don't know how intentional he is and how he pushing the conversation. Right? So I'm like, well, what is this Drink Champs thing? You feel me? So like to hear the backstory on it, I think it's needed. Like what is this Drink Champs come
I've been
from?
said it. He's a younger big brother.
Yeah.
Because he's younger than both of us, but he's so far.
And the thing is, me and N.O.R.E, we looked at it as we've said this for like a joke. Eric B and Rakim of podcasting.
He's a DJ.
Like as the DJ, I'm the background. I'm the guy that's doing what I do.
Correct.
And he's the MC.
Yeah.
And that's the way we approach.
But how much does you guys being respected in your previous fields, right?
Right.
Like I don't think you guys would have the same success.
Absolutely
if people
not.
didn't respect you in the game,
That's
being from New
interesting.
York.
Yeah.
But that's the same thing with I Am Athlete. Like you can't come on I Am Athlete and be like y'all some bums, because ain't no bums on the show. But there's no bums here
Nobody
either.
can say that on I Am
Exactly.
Win champs is I Am Athlete's fault.
Hell no.
Yeah.
Let's just
You're my
in your
son.
face.
Got
Let me
it,
just tell you
got it,
that.
got it.
And when I watched it, I said yes.
But
I need to be a part.
it's
I need
based
to
off of
produce
this
it
thing.
because you know why? That's exactly what we thought of.
Exactly.
The thing is, we don't like. I don't like. God bless everybody who was in the NFL. When I look at those 4 motherfuckers that y'all put together, I don't want my news from the NFL from anybody else.
Anybody else?
From anybody else. I want to fucking go to y'all page, y'all YouTube, and whatever the fuck y'all tell me is happening for that week, that's it.
Yeah.
I don't even give a fuck if y'all drive me in the wrong direction.
We ride it. We got your
What
back.
if they make you make the wrong bet? You don't even care.
No, we ride it.
I don't
The
care.
man,
You
we
don't
take a
care.
loss with him.
But that's because you respect them because of the respect they had
I
on the
respect
field.
on the field.
If they were bums,
God damn it. God damn it.
you would not care.
We're having another shot. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
when he was on the Patriots and he was on the Dolphins and we lost, we ride it with him
We got a Hall of
regardless.
Famer
We ride it with him
right
regardless.
That's one thing I respect
We
about.
ride it with him regardless. When he went to Jets, yeah. When he went to Giants, I went with him because I'm from New Jersey, so I was with the Giants.
Yeah, the Royal Reeves.
The Real
I gotta go to
Reeves.
the bathroom real quick. Hold on. Where you going?
No,
Where you going?
Is Tanner still sleeping? Bring him back.
No, Tannen's gone.
She's out of here, bro. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Tannen's gone.
They had the Royal Reeves, right?
Jets had Reeves Island. Word.
Yeah, they did.
Word. And he was a man. Ain't
You
nothing
got
wrong with
issues-
the
you
Real
got issues
Reeves.
with Darrell?
Ain't
What's the problem?
nothing wrong with the Real Reeves.
It's my team.
But when's the last time you really followed the team?
Mark Sanchez ran into the linebacker.
The butt
I'm be
the butt
honest.
fumble?
Why did
Okay.
Mark Sanchez get busy when he left? Why did Pharrell Fitzgerald? What's the guy? The guy with the beard? The white
Fitzpatrick.
He got,
Yeah,
Fitzpatrick. He got busy.
He got busy. They came to Miami, got a suntan, got a massage, and fucking played his ass off.
He did.
I love the Jets for what they did with Sam Donaldson.
Sam Darnold?
Sam Donald.
He did nothing.
I'll be honest. I don't know what the fuck you talking about, bro.
He had hepatitis.
No, he had mono.
Yes, he
which
had mono,
only
sat
white
back.
people get from
They
kissing.
reconstructed the whole offense. He came back and they didn't have.
I've never met a black person that got mono.
Adam Gates got fired.
I have no idea what the fuck is going on.
No. I'm gonna hook this up right now because I'm with Essay right now. Let me make this the right move right now. Why did the Jets fire Adam Gates and said they parted ways, and the Jaguars fired Doug Marrone and said they parted ways? But when
Anthony Flynn and
but
was
then
fired.
Anthony Lynn got fired from the Chargers and said they fired him.
Right.
So why can't the same respect go along with the whole overall perspective?
Well-
It's crazy. We had a conversation.
Yeah, we
about
did.
this. And that'll come up in one of our episodes. We actually had that conversation, right? Pretty much like anything else. We don't control the narrative.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Is that the other? Is that the
rap,
other journalist?
Hip hop.
It's unconscious bias, but it's also white supremacy being prevalent in media, right? Like I honestly don't know how much intention is put behind it, but they literally can't even control.
They can't.
They can't control
They
how
can't.
they think about headlines when it comes to black people, right? And so there's no way that a black coach can just go his separate ways. He has to be fired.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
when you already have that assumption in your head and your subconscious, you're gonna write the certain way, right? It's just like when there's a crime committed. If it's a black person, you are going to know that it was a black suspect that killed somebody.
Tear gas.
When it's a white person,
rubber
they
bullets.
don't ever mention the race. And you have to assume like that person was white because they haven't even said the race. We know when they say the race, they say the race. But when they don't say the race, that means that person is white, and they don't want to categorize that person as a white person that did something heinous or violent or crazy.
So is that a negative?
It's the same thing.
Is that negative against the NFL perspective?
It's not the NFL, it's the media. And the media is not diverse. The media is not diverse.
I agree with you.
ESPN is not as diverse as it should be. So when you look at draft, and when the black players are getting drafted, and they talk about, oh yeah, this black player had a crack, was a crack baby. Like that's literally what they put on the three lines they give for the player. One line is this baby was a crack baby.
Right.
But then when you see the white players getting drafted, went to Stanford, actually got a double major.
Right.
Like that's literally it. But it's that unconscious bias that lives in media.
Hey, Dez Bryant, when he was drafted, we all know about Dez Bryant, right? We know that name. So Dez Bryant drafted the general manager for a team. At the
Questions
time,
they ask at Combine.
Was your mom ever a prostitute?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Somebody asked that?
No, real, yeah, 1-on-1. Like
The questions that I haven't been in those rooms, so these two can attest to it, but I've heard that the questions that they ask at Combine can literally be wild.
The question I asked was, if Adam Gase got fired and they said he was partying.
NFL Combine is when you go to Indianapolis,
right,
and you literally work out, and every team is there assessing every single aspect of your ability and your personal life and your mental. They do a mental assessment.
Really?
And they're literally trying to figure out, are you a good fit for our team?
Hold on. Let's paint the picture. So from a physical assessment, you walk in, you got every single team sitting in front of you. Lights on.
Representatives.
You walk on the stage.
With just your draws.
You don't got bro.
Yeah, the Combine ain't no joke, right?
That sounds
I'm going
fucking crazy.
Like an audition.
Ranks to the NFL.
So we
now,
18?
now this is the stage to show them who I am. And we go through drills and stuff, right? And this is how they determine who they're going to draft. They get to go through everything. So one of the things that you do is, y'all the team, all 32 teams, but it's more people. Right. It's the head coaches, it's the general manager, scouts, and maybe a handful of owners here and there. Right. So I'm walking out and they say, Brandon Marshall, University of Central Florida, 6'5", 230.
You see
I ain't
that?
got nothing on but tights. Nothing, no socks, no shirt. And I go here, stand down.
And what if people compared that to?
Is that modern slavery?
The slave trade.
That's so
where
weird.
you go up and you stand on a block and people literally assess how useful are you going to be to me on the cotton field. And that's what people have compared it to. I don't necessarily think that it's apples to apples.
But how can that process be changed?
That's a different business.
Look, at the end of the day, we talking about a $10 billion industry, multi-million-dollar athletes, right? We're talking. This dude in Kansas City just signed almost a $500 million,
right?
Yeah. Right, right?
23 years old.
23.
Patrick Mahomes
just signed a deal. Like that's big time money. So you got to understand it from this perspective too.
He's only This is only his third season.
Yeah, it's degrading. How much
he signed for? How much?
500 million.
No, 450 million. Was it 450 million? Yeah. Right. So that's what he signed for. But you got to think. So that process degrading. But at the same time, that you got to keep in mind, like, we get paid off of our bodies.
Your bodies.
We don't get paid off of this.
Are you saying that you sign up for it, so this is the way
yes,
it goes?
Yes, kinda, but also, like, can the process be better 100%? When we talk about, the players have a voice? Does the NFL, does the owner give us an opportunity to utilize the platform?
Walk up,
correct.
Do this. Does it have to be that?
Yeah, but it's bigger than that.
I don't think it needs to be like. I mean, there was a guy that was running his 40, and literally his whole thing came out of his shorts, right? Like, I don't think that it needs to be.
His dick came out?
Yes.
yeah, this is a podcast.
She's like, I don't know what she meant.
No, but I'm saying that's where
his lizard came out.
But I think it speaks to.
I'm here. Continue.
Does Brandon Marshall need to be in tight spandex shorts to run a 40?
Right.
He doesn't, right? But that's where there needs to be changes, right? Like, I don't think that it needs to be in the same exact format as how they're doing it where
Because
it could be more respectful.
It's degrading because look, you're coming here, like it's just that, but also you wake up at 6 a.m., 7 a.m., and you go through, you see 200 doctors, and you're just laying on the table, and they coming up and they pulling on your toe, they pulling your ankle, your knee.
Like you're a
they
science project.
They not saying, hey, how you doing? You know, yeah, I watched your film. You know, we love what you did last year. It ain't like, bro, and he know everything about you. It's not that. You laying on the table, and they just moving you around to see, and they're like, oh, let's send them back and get an MRI on that.
But
knee
you were
and
an elite player. You don't feel like that there was other brothers that had it worse than you because you was elite.
No, but everybody.
You are elite.
No. Here's my thing, right? Like here's my thing. Like, you know, I have a goal in mind, and it's whatever. This is the process in place. Like, I got to make the decision. Am I willing to go through that to get to the goal? Right. And that's something I was willing to go through. It didn't matter. I wanted to play in the National Football League. I wanted to be one of the best ever. I wanted to sign a certain type of contract. I had goals in mind every single year. So I just blocked out the distraction.
But changing the experience for other people is a goal.
Yeah. Well, I think for her. It depends, like, right, and this is where it gets interesting when we talk about activism, activism. For her, you know, her passion is diversity in the NFL. Not just diversity in just corporate America, just period, right? Equality, that's her. For me, it's on health and wellness, right? So I say this
but
to the
aren't you more healthy if you're empowered?
100%, you're right.
But what I'm saying to you, G, say what's up, Brandon Marshall.
There
you go.
I went to Hampton, so I love you, VA. Much love.
Ask him
much love,
bruh.
And your wifey's best friend went to Hampton. So yes, all love. Yeah, she went to Hampton, so all love.
Hey, bro. Why you do Kanye like that? Because I was in New York. I know. Look, you gotta understand. Pusha T, I know you probably don't know me, right? But I'm on TV, you know, I pushed the conversation forward, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And I just remember living in Brooklyn. I was playing for the Giants at the time. And then your album came out. And then all I could listen to was those, I'm like, first of all, why, like he doing an album, he dropping only 7 tracks, whatever. Like what happened to 13, 16, et cetera, et cetera? You changed, I was changing the game. And I was like, yo, what? Like you really went in. Like Kanye, it was the Kanye, it was the whole Drake, all of that stuff. Like, bro, you really went in.
Yeah, they told him, man, it was a classic moment in hip hop. I appreciate it.
100%. So talk to me about that. Like you talk about it was a classic moment in hip hop. Why was that a classic moment in hip hop? Why'd you feel like that?
Well, first of all, it was because of the 7 songs. Number 1, the 7 that just changing the whole trajectory.
Damn, we got Pusha T on the phone. Oh my goodness. Yeah. All right, sorry, but go ahead.
So, you know, changing the whole trajectory of what was going on in hip hop at the time. I think everybody was putting like 15, 16 records on they album, so it was stream more. And we was just like going against the establishment, just saying, look, we just gonna make the best we can make in 7.
Yeah.
None of that. And then just, you know, just being lyric driven hip hop, and that year was like, you know, nominated for a Grammy, and it was just the best album that year.
Was it? Let me ask you this, because when I listened to the album, I felt like this could be potentially personal. Was it personal or was it business? Because like y'all didn't cross the line, but you went deep, bro. Like whereas like if you want to go there, we can go there.
Yeah. Well, it's always personal. You know what I'm saying? This is rap, so and when I do it, it's personal simply because it comes from a real place.
Yeah, respect. And that's what we just talked about in sports. It's like the difference between, we talking about a $10 billion industry, and most of us come from places where this is our way out. So like, how can you tell me that this is business? This is personal for me because it gave me my opportunity to survive.
Yes, sir.
Right.
Yes, sir. 100%.
Legend.
Yes, sir.
Pusha T.
Pusha T. Yo, thank you, Push. You know I love you for real. I'm in your first video, Brandon, man.
Tell them shout out to Shaolin.
I love you, bro.
Tell them shout out to Shaolin.
Whatever the fuck you just said.
Hey, let me ask y'all a real question, though. Let me ask y'all a real question. Real. You with me?
I'm with you.
You with me? Fred, you with me? You with me? Am I the drink champ?
Nope.
Yes.
No, let me tell you why.
Not on drinks.
She had 3 shots.
I've had more
feeling
than 3.
real good. 4. he ain't talk. He chilling. He real feeling real good. He gone.
But you were
I can see eyes getting glazy.
You were taking baby shots.
That's not the question. No, I ain't taking no baby shots. I'm drinking Douce, and I've been doing my thing. Am I the drink champ?
I tell you what.
I'm being honest.
You ain't really been drinking. You ain't really been drinking. You drinking.
I Jay shot.
Yeah, for real. Right.
I tell you how we rate the drink champ.
He ice champs.
No. It's not what you drink. It's not what you drink tonight. It's how you wake up tomorrow.
That's always a drink champ.
You wake up tomorrow on time. If you wake up tomorrow on time, you're the drink champ. You wake up late.
Well, he has to be up at 4:30.
Where's the shot?
Everybody drinks tonight.
Over there. Oh, no.
You gotta pour real
B.
That's a shot.
B Marshall. Everybody drinks
And I
tonight.
would do this. Look, I would say this camera. You got me? Health and wellness is my thing. But every once in a while, you can have a good time. And I'm gonna show you how to be the drink champ. Fred T.
No, you did do that. Hold on, time out. No, Fred, give some Fred up.
Nah, he gonna build glaze, baby.
We can't do that shit in the house, really. We can't do it without Fred. We can't do it without Fred.
Everybody
count without Fred.
Everybody drinks tonight. Nobody didn't wake up in the morning.
I'm getting up every morning at 4:30. I got production meeting at 5 a.m.
He gets up every morning at 4:30.
Salute, baby.
Yeah, so I'm a FaceTime
Then
y'all
you're a drink
boys,
champ.
or I'm a post, and I'm gonna show y'all I'm up, and then I just want my crown.
Nah, you didn't tag
I feel
us.
like y'all need to. I feel like you talk about producing and all that. Let me produce drink champs right now. What I feel like, no disrespect, OG. This is what we need to do. I feel like we need a belt. I feel like we need something. Right? Like we can crown it. Like,
we spoke about that. It's called a flag.
You had Pharrell on the show.
Right.
Okay, Pharrell, are you the drink champ or no?
No.
Okay, he's not. Yeah, he was. Yeah, Pharrell. Yeah,
A lot of people want to drink champ.
he couldn't even take off his mask. It took him halfway to take off his mask, and then loosened that. Was like, damn, he dropping jokes. But y'all had so many people on the show, and I feel like at the end, who's holding that? No, I'm good. I'm not. I ain't the smoke champ.
Almost.
Drink smoke. What is it called? Smoke
champ.
I ain't the smoke champ. I'll take some drink with you.
All right, let's calm it down now.
The drink champ don't drink more. The drink champ wakes up good.
We wake up on time.
It's not about how much you drink. It's how good you wake up.
Brandon is the king of that, though. He'll wake up.
Hey,
Because we shoot our show.
Nah, this is smart, guy.
I have to take this opportunity to say, a Miami legend. No. A Miami favorite, Sean Taylor. Were you familiar with Sean Taylor?
Little bro.
Can we give him some love? Because nobody ever gives him love after he passed away.
No, that's not true.
I think
In Miami,
give him
though.
love.
No, that's your own love.
Okay.
Yeah. I think the NFL community,
I mean,
and you
DC.
closer to it than me. Like, it's almost like a holiday.
Right.
We talk about it every year.
In DC and Virginia, they definitely do.
Thank you.
There, yeah.
Because we also do in Miami, but I
Yeah.
just didn't know we do it in Virginia also.
Yeah.
No,
they show a lot of love up
It's
there.
everywhere.
That's what's up.
everywhere.
Thank you. He's a Miami legend. Fred
Yeah.
Cheller's a Miami legend. Frank Gore's a Miami legend.
Yeah.
Chad Ochocinco's a
Frank
Miami
Gore needs
legend.
to get his flowers.
No,
I don't think he's
I
really
would
gotten
love to
his
give him
flowers.
Frank Gore his flowers, but he
Frank
went
Gore
and
has not gotten his flowers.
All right, let
will.
me just ask something real quick. Because, I did my Googles. We thought Ocho Cinco's be here, right? So then, no.
I have one question for Ochocinco. I'll wait till N.O. is finished.
Let's relax. All right. So then Ocho Cinco says he promoted wearing fake jewelry.
Yeah, that's a big conversation.
He promoted fake jewelry?
Yeah. For
He
years.
said it.
That's terrible.
He said
Yeah,
it
he
in
did.
clear
He did.
terms.
You got the most
Real
official
jewelry is
Cartier
already
bracelets
fucking terrible.
on. And then, I get money, so I know.
Yeah, Cartier, that one.
That's that Cartier. That's the nail bracelets. That's at least 17,000. And then you got the Sky
God, really?
Dweller.
Yeah, Jay-Z was the first one I saw.
Leather band.
Yeah.
Chocolate face.
Yep. Yeah.
He got about 270,000.
He got money.
Make some noise for that. In my calculation, I'm
So where you
dyslexic.
going with the conversation?
No, I'm just saying, like how, because those are our investments, and people don't realize that. See, when you get the bust down,
No diamonds. Don't put no diamonds in
I
my
got no
jewelry.
diamond.
He's speaking.
But what I'm saying, when I'm looking at your shit, the Cartier shit,
yeah,
a lot of people, that's what happens is they go get those Cartier bracelets, the same Cartier bracelets, and they bust them down.
Yeah,
they don't understand that it takes away from the value.
Ooh, you speaking. You are speaking. So a couple things here. Yeah, Fred Taylor, like OGs like that was the one that really taught me the way when I got into the league, seeing how they bought jewelry and how they explained it to me. And when you take this Cartier bracelet, this is something that's been around for years, or this Rolex watch. What you're looking at, when you put diamonds in it, now it depreciates. It's a liability and not an asset, okay? So that's first and foremost. And then you got to understand what type of watch you're buying. Is this watch a watch that holds its value and that you can put on your estate planning, or is this a watch that decrease in value as soon as you take it out the store? So there's a lot of conversations about that. How I bought my jewelry is every time I went to a Pro Bowl, All-Star game for the NFL, that money that they would pay us to come, that's when I would treat myself to a watch. So my watch collection came off of every time I went to a Pro Bowl. Right? And then I never bought, I put diamonds in my stuff because I'm like, I want this to be able to, like, that sits up with that art, that piece of art that I bought, and now that's a part of my portfolio. That when I look at my portfolio, every single quarter, and I'm looking at my assets, that's a part of that.
Nice.
And I like how you,
That's smart.
Yeah.
That's hard. Because, see, a lot of people say, yo, when you get money, and when you buy certain jewelry is floss.
Yeah.
But then certain watches is not a floss.
No.
Certain watches is an investment. Even a Birkin bag. Like I don't suggest people buy a Birkin bag.
If they can't
but
afford
a Birkin bag never depreciates.
Right.
Hold on. Second time around stores, you buy that Birkin bag for $12K, you put it in the second time around store, you got to pay $18K. It's like almost like that Ferrari 458, right? Like there's certain Ferraris that you buy. There's certain Ferraris that you buy. I wish I bought an exotic car and I actually enjoyed myself. I never really did that. But like I understood when I was looking at the investment of an exotic car, I knew if I bought a 458 Ferrari, that car that I bought for $385 and I put my time into like picking out the stitches and the leathers and all of that, I can then turn around and resell that for $425, $450. But if you bought the other Ferrari, as soon as you take that off the lot, you don't, the resale value, it don't hold its value. Right? So when we talk about buying luxury and those type of things, you got to understand some things hold its value, some things appreciate, and some things depreciate.
But what made you develop that attitude? Because I watched some documentary and I seen how so many athletes that get their money, and then it's over for them.
Yeah.
And for the moment I got on the phone with you, I knew you wasn't that type of athlete. But the thing is, how did you develop that?
Yeah. So let's talk about the exotic cars. I was actually in Waltham, Massachusetts, in Boston, and I spent 3 months in an outpatient program, okay? And I was diagnosed with borderline personality disorder. And the best way to describe that is an emotional disorder, okay? That's why I got into all this wellness stuff. And while I was out there, I talked about New York teaching me a lesson. My wife being out at the Marquee nightclub and getting hit in the face with a bottle. So we had to go to a dentist. So I called the New York Giants. I was playing for the Miami Dolphins at the time, but I was in New York. So I called the New York Giants. I said, I need to see a doctor, connect to the people. They helped me 100%. But then I got connected to the doctor, the best doctor in Boston. So when I'm in Boston, okay, I'm sitting with this dentist, white dentist. And he picked me up in a 458. And I'm telling him, like, this is my dream car. And he said, let me show you how to buy it. So that's how I understood that part. Because he told me, like, the 458, this is why I bought it this way, this color, this type of interior. Because if I choose to sell this back in 3 months or 6 months, I make my money back times 3. Right? And that's about what he always say is exposure leads to expansion. Yes. So when we talk about N.O.R.E and you guys giving us free game, or Jay-Z or Rick Ross or Diddy, like, that's free game. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Because y'all traveled the world.
Salute.
You know what I'm saying?
Are you seeing this as a betterment for I Am Athlete, or are we seeing the betterment for Dream Champs, having you as a guest?
Man, do Fred got a motherfucking another drink?
Hold on.
Makes sense, right?
I done got my foot kicked like 5 times. Wake up, nigga.
You kicked him, Paul?
Hey, bro.
Because me and you are the same
He looking
page.
out for me.
Yeah.
I tapped out, but I ain't go home.
You a real G,
He
bro.
tapped out. Look at his eyes getting
I'm gonna sit back on this one.
Man,
Y'all,
bro.
I'm good. Trust me, I'm going
Another shot. Shot.
Do another shot.
Yeah, shot. Yeah. Nah, I'm gonna do it. Because I'm gonna leave here with the belt. I'm gonna leave here with the belt. Undisputed.
Let me just tell you something.
This is like Brady
Yeah, and that's the same thing what my dude say. That's the same thing. What you mean? Look at that.
Like, we finished this bottle tonight.
You had help.
Help! This is me by myself.
I'm gonna take this bottle with me and say I did this shit with Fred Taylor.
Hey!
This is my shit.
Why wouldn't you say you drank it with Essay?
I am. I'm gonna make sure.
Thank y'all so much. Listen,
$10,000 member club. That's what you heard.
Everything y'all doing already, I want to support it. But what I wanted to tell y'all is, give me y'all audio. The audio.
Yeah.
The
Wait.
audio.
We giving it to you or we selling it to you?
Wait.
I can't afford shit.
Listen, you're a lawyer. We can't comprehend.
And we gonna sell it.
No, she's smart. Stop.
We giving it to you or we selling it to you?
Give it to us. Give it to us and we'll sell it.
Sharing is caring.
That's our goal.
Just buy our shit.
Yeah, that's our goal.
No, look, let me put it on record.
I'm selling it to the white people with you.
We're not buying
Me and you together.
You are a preferred buyer.
Yeah.
So if you're interested in our shit, we would love to sell it to you.
He's not buying because I'm a part of it, and we're not buying.
No, we're selling it. We're gonna help you sell to the white
You're
people.
licensing, and we're gonna sell.
We're gonna help you sell to Hacksaw Jim
We're
Duggan.
licensing.
And he's a great guy.
You got the bag?
Yeah.
the
No, we're gonna
licensor.
find the
Let's
bag.
find the bag together then.
God damn it.
That's what There you go. I thought that's what licensing was about.
And just so you know, I want to say it one more time.
Yeah,
we
we're
got Smoke
licensing.
Champs.
We're upstreaming.
Okay.
Smoke
You're the
Champs.
middleman.
We got Smoke Champs.
the middleman?
We got Drink
Oh yeah,
Champs
we're the middleman. I
Sports.
think he called us a little man.
No, the middleman.
He didn't feel like he didn't like that.
Let's just say Smoke Champs. We got Chink Bang, Young Really, Mike Booth, and Deuce on the Smoke Champs. And then we got the Drink Champs podcast.
Drink Champs Sports.
We trying to get Warren Sapp.
We're
Right?
trying to get Warren Sapp and Paul. My name is Paul.
DJ and Paul.
DJ Paul.
Yeah, you will. I got the easiest name in the world.
Paul, you can't talk in the third person.
I know, but I know didn't say it.
Bro,
So
you and
Paul.
Warren Sapp would be dope.
Yo,
I love Warren Sapp.
Fred, it's
hold
so
on.
good, man.
So here's the deal. You keep saying trying to get Fred. You trying to get Warren Sapp. That's your people. Can we get Warren Sapp?
They cycle together.
I know. No.
Listen,
Can you get Warren Sapp to do the deal?
Let's get him together with my bro.
Let's make some noise for Fred.
His name is Freaky Fred.
I can't do
Freaky
that.
Fred, can we make it happen?
That's what
You gotta watch the show to understand.
Crowder just said I can't do it. Can't do that. I've never been in the locker room.
Yeah.
I've been in the rapper locker room. It's different.
Yeah. Let me give you a story about the locker room. And then a lot of people gonna say, they're gonna say a lot of things. They're gonna say, Brandon, you went too far. And then y'all might be like, yo, you tripping. Because the culture is different in sports and then the entertainment, right?
Right.
One time I'm playing for the Giants. I just went from the Jets to the Giants. 2018. Good job. 2018, my last real cup of tea. We got Odell Beckham Jr. I went over there. Sterling Shepard, Eli Manning. They just came off like an 11-win season. No, he ain't got that yet. He ain't do that yet. But he got everything else, right? He the man in New York when it come from an athlete standpoint. They just came off the playoffs. They come off the boat tour. They got Trey Songz on them, doing all of that. They winning. They losing Green Bay. So in my mind, I'm like, we just imploded with the New York Jets. Let me go to the Giants. They got the #1 receiver in the league in him. I'll go on the other side, take pressure off of him. They got the top 5 defense. We gonna win the Super Bowl. That's my mentality. So I go over there anyways. And where was I going with this? The locker room.
The locker room.
So I'm with the Giants. There you go. So I'm with the Giants, and I get there, and this is my 12th year This is my 12th year. And I go in the shower, because you got to understand this. We go in the locker room, you got 60 guys in one locker room. Come out of practice, you take all your clothes off, throw it in the bin, you put your, whatever, you go in the shower. In the shower, there ain't no individual stalls.
Right.
You got 20 guys in there, 30 guys. Like, it's like
high school.
Yeah. It's like prison.
Right.
Whatever that means. Yes. Senor. So I'm in there, I'm in the shower one time, right? And this is when I knew it was over. And I knew I was old. I'm in the shower, and I'm just minding my business. Like, there's rules to it, right? So you in there, bang, and I'm hitting this. And the dude look over, he's staring at me. I'm like, bro, why you staring at me? What's up? Are you good?
You in this, bro?
And he like, you're Brandon Marshall. He said, I used to play man with you when I was in middle school.
The dude next to you?
The dude next to me, he's 6'6", 300 pounds.
Oh, shit.
I'm like, bro,
He's a fan.
I'm like, bro, like we can have this conversation.
Yo, that happened to me in jail, bro.
You was in jail? What happened to you in jail? What happened? Tell me the story.
Wait, what?
No, oh, my bad. I didn't want to.
No, it happened.
No, it happened to me in jail.
What happened?
Somebody recognized you in jail.
6'6",
In the shower.
240.
Yeah.
6'6", 240? Ask him, 6'6", 240?
Yeah. Come on, go.
No, that's the story. That's
the story. Sorry, my bad.
Right when we talk about the locker room, because we came off of that, and you're like, I don't know what happens in the locker room. That was one of the most awkward.
So it's any given Sunday, like that's realistic. Like, has there ever been a fight in the shower?
In the shower? There hasn't been a fight in the shower, but I saw, I was playing for the Denver Broncos, and dudes was hot, they was heated, and they, on the field, they took the beef to the locker room. 99% of the time, like, all right, when we go to camp, Hard Knocks, everything you see on HBO, offense versus defense, and you talked about this earlier, we fight and we don't like each other.
Right.
But as soon as we get through the preseason, now we one team. And now we talking about playing against the Colts, the Giants, or whatever, you feel me? So the fights in practice, it happens. But usually, it's like, man, whatever, we get in the locker room, it's done. Right. So there's a couple times where it carry into the locker room. So when I'm playing for the Denver Broncos, guys get into it. It was a wide receiver, and it was a defense end. Wide receiver from Duval. Y'all know how y'all from
Duval County.
Duval County. Your home team, baby. Shout out to the crib. So they get into it, and they go in the locker room, they still yapping, they still talking. They get in the locker room, they still yapping, they still talking, but they taking off their helmet, they taking off the shoulder pads, all the thigh pads, the butt pads, the hip pads, all of that, and they put on the shower, they put on the towel. They still talking. That ain't nothing. We don't fight in the locker room. That's dead on the field.
Right.
And then all of a sudden they go in the shower, they still, as they going in together, still talking. And them boys, I seen it. Two grown men and they towels fight, and then towels fall off.
Come off.
And I'm like, what's going on? Yeah, that happened. I seen that one time. I seen plenty of fights in the locker room.
What about the Geno fight?
Oh yeah,
You saw that?
with the Jets, yeah. Geno Smith.
He got his jaw broke.
No, that wasn't a fight.
That was just a one-hitter quitter?
Yeah.
We want to understand what happened.
We want to understand what happened.
It was a snuff.
You tell what happened?
Yeah, he was there.
No, Brady was there.
No, he was
and that was his quarterback.
So we finished.
You know how wide receivers feel about their quarterback.
So we finished practice.
Yeah.
So we finished practice. We go in the locker room.
Yeah.
Gino,
You finished practice?
we finished.
Where Gino at?
He walking in.
Okay.
And then Buddy says, "You ain't shit. This season, the last week was kind of not good." Gino said something.
No, you off. See,
okay,
I thought they cut you before this.
Please.
You know what happened is Gino's already in the locker. No, I'm good. You know, I'm all on your walk.
I need to learn.
So you come in, but I like it. So I come in the locker room. Gino's locker is like where Fred is, and I'm over here by the bar right here. And I just told you, like, that's not, we can beef on the field, but when we get in our locker room, that's dead.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
It should be dead.
So, like, you'll be in the locker room, man. We got music blasting, guys is wrestling, guys, everything. Guys is going crazy, and you will never look up. Like, it get real aggressive, and you be like, oh, that ain't nothing happening, right? Like, oh,
right.
That ain't nothing. We know in the locker room, it's dead. We family, we good, okay? So I'm in the locker room, taking off everything. I got my head down, and all I hear is yada, 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 yada. and I'm not looking up, but it's aggressive.
Right.
But I know like that's the locker room. No, we don't fight
Is
in the
this
locker room.
Denver or Miami?
No, this
scenario?
is the Jets. It's the Jets.
No,
This
I
is
know
the-
what it is.
The
To
Jets?
you at that moment, it's like, oh shit.
Leave the Jets
There's
No,
story
it's none
alone.
of that.
Leave
It's none
it
of
alone.
that. It's none of that. So I'm sitting there, and then all of a sudden, I say, I still don't look up. And then all of a sudden, I hear again, like, let me look up, let me check. Geno Smith in the locker room, in the back of the locker room, big old dude, sir, like 260 pounds. He from Africa.
He's Nigerian.
He Nigerian. Right?
Don't mess
so I'm
with
like, oh,
Nigerian.
this is real, but this is the quarterback, and you talked about it earlier. This is the CEO.
Right.
If you don't got no
He
quarterback,
gave
you got
him
no
one
choice.
time, a one
So
timer.
I'm like in awe, I'm in
Relax,
shock. I'm
buddy.
like, so I run over there and I'm like, there's like 7, 8 of us trying to pull this dude. He 250 pounds. I got 300 pounders. I got 350 pounds trying to pull this dude off of
That's
Geno.
a lot, 350
right?
pounds?
And then, so anyways, that happened. Geno Smith, I grabbed him, I pulled him in the hallway, his jaw broke, and I probably broke his jaw for real. It's because he bleeding out of his mouth. Let me tell you why, because he bleeding out of his mouth, and he hot, he want to fight. I'm like, nigga, 260 pounds, shut up. Like, stay with me, let's go over here. Let's talk about what's going on, what happened. Blood coming out of his mouth, and he talking, he hot, and I'm grabbing his mouth like, nigga, you good? I'm doing all of this. So I probably broke his
But wait, why didn't you didn't feel like you had to defend him?
I did. So what happened was...
You bigger than Geno.
So I'm in there, and the only thing I think about is I'm a wide receiver. My destiny, my livelihood is in his hands. We got Ryan Fitzpatrick, who's our backup quarterback. He can't complete a 5-yard pass. So I'm thinking about my twins that I just had. And I'm like,
right?
yo, I'm not going to get those 100 catches.
And Darrell Reeves.
He on the other side, though, but I'm thinking about the quarterback. I'm thinking about him throwing me the ball. So I'm like, damn, this is terrible. How you do that to the CEO? So I run back in the locker room, and in my mind, it's like, yo, he got to see me. I ain't thinking about no corporate America. I ain't thinking about NFL. I totally blanked out. I'm running to this dude, defensive lineman, 250 pounds, rock diesel from Nigeria now, straight natural. And I'm running to him like, you got to see me. I'm going to smash him right in his mouth. And I ran up to him, and I looked in his eyes bloodshot red. And I was ready to hit him, and I said, yo, this thing is serious. I said, bro, what you doing? Why you hit our quarterback? And in that moment, I thought about, I said, oh my goodness, I was about to smash him in his face, but then I just saw his eyes like, I'm gonna lose this fight right now.
Right.
And I went the totally opposite end of the direction. So I went up there to fight him, and then when I seen his eyes, he turned around like,
You about to lose, bro.
You recognize a pivot.
Yeah, but then we went on to his point where you said we got
energy.
hope. You know, Fitzpatrick came in and ended up leading us to, a 10-win season, and we thought we had and then you got Darrell that season, yeah. You like Darrell?
I felt like this is it for the Jets. And the Jets, I'm a lifetime loser. I don't know why
Can you break it down for me? What's a lifetime loser?
She's a Virgo.
I'm a Cancer.
Almost. I was almost there.
This is the backstory, yeah.
See, now you're getting into the third hour.
No, fifth.
We're like in the fourth or fifth.
So we legends now, because y'all said
into the fifth hour.
Because y'all said if we go 4 hours, then that's legendary.
You get into the fifth hour.
The conversation's good. The 5 is the longest by who?
I need you and the brother to tell me, is the Jets
I'm gonna give you the prediction.
Are we taboo? If you go to the Jets, we dead.
No.
And if you go to the Giants, we dead.
So with the Jets, right? Like you gotta understand, it's the biggest media market in the world, in New York, right? So like that media market is serious. So the perception is it's a circus, and it kind of is a circus. But when I got there, I was like, "Yo, these people is good people." Woody, the owner, the physical
white collar workers.
I wouldn't say all of that, but it was just like that was my best experience. You got to remember, I played on 7 teams.
No, you played in Denver.
Yeah,
Miami didn't count.
Miami didn't count. Yeah, right. So for me, that was my best experience of how the people, how they treated me.
Jets or Giants?
The Jets.
Right.
So
Jets.
there's a difference between the Jets and Giants. The Jets is like the hood, the projects. The Giants is like you going like so. No, let me paint this picture again. Let me start over. The Jets is like you going to public school. The Giants is like you going to private school.
But they're both playing in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Yes.
Right, we kind of enjoy.
But it's such a different
It's two New York
flavor.
teams playing in East Rutherford, New Jersey.
Totally different vibes.
Totally
You
different
go to the
vibes.
Jets, we don't care about no Giants. We ain't talking about no Snoopy trophy, no truth, no Snoopy bowl, none of that. We just trying to whatever. We doing our business.
Right.
I went to the Giants and everything when we playing against the Jets, it was just like the Snoopy bowl. This is why this is important to us and all that. I'm like,
Because
I was
of
just with
TV.
the
That's
Jets.
because of TV.
We ain't talking about none of that. We
Right.
don't care about that. So it's a different vibe there. So here's what I would say moving forward. My prediction: they're gonna hire a black coach that can lead up, that can lead down
Who's
the
they?
Jets. The Jets.
Okay.
Well, they have a huge diversity problem. So
Yeah, and it's the number one. Right.
they got 4 black people that work for the organization.
Okay.
Are they capable of being head coach?
Hold on. Here's what's going to happen.
There's a lot of
Because
capable coaches.
There's going to be a black. I'm saying it right now, Drink Champs. It's breaking news. Okay, in the sports world. Now I know y'all culture and all that other stuff, hip hop, but in sports and football, breaking news. It's going to be a black head coach. I think that. All right, and then also it's the number one job. Why is it the number one job? You got 2 first-round picks. You got draft capital. You got you got 2 second-round pick, and you got 2 third-round picks.
And you got a losing record for 4 years.
No.
And you got 6 different coaches in 5.
Hold on. And you also got $70 million in cap space, which means you can go out there and sign the top free agents. That's number 2
That
in the
don't mean
league.
you're gonna get them.
And also, you got the number 2 overall pick, so you're gonna go get that black quarterback, Justin Fields.
That don't mean you're gonna get them either.
So the Jets, I'm gonna tell you this: the Jets in 3-4
Because they're not thinking like y'all thinking.
Trevor's going first. Justin's going
He's going to
second.
Jacksonville.
I'm a black boy.
Trevor's going to Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's
Justin
getting Trevor Lawrence.
Yeah, Justin Fields is going second though.
100%.
Yeah.
You gotta have it.
So my argument ends there.
I love this black excellent.
We live it and breathe it.
I love this black excellence.
But why not? Why not?
Why not?
No
Why
apologies.
shouldn't we?
It's 9 p.m. and I won. I'm Drink Champ. Thanks for having me on the show. We've been here 5 hours. Hold on. We gonna go. Hold on. You said 5 hours.
Let me
It
know.
don't fit. It's an X. I'm a 2X.
Huh?
You a 2X?
But I'm getting there.
No, but I'll
No.
You want me to give you a
No, we
2X?
started at 4.
I'll give you a 2X. I'll take that and give you a 2X.
440. Yeah, they saying 440.
Okay, cool.
No,
I'll give you
I'm
a 2X.
saying as soon as we pulled up and we jumped out the van, the clock started. Yeah, but I'm talking about the clock started at 4 p.m. We pulled up at 4:01. So we gonna stay a couple 2 minutes, and then that's gonna put us number 1 at over Busta Rhymes, right? So that means we spent 5.
He has a
What are you talking about?
He just wants to win.
You said 5. You said 5 hours.
Nah, but it's the liquor that matters.
What you mean?
He drank way more.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did.
Shout out Buster.
Hey, that's a whole nother conversation though. I know we gotta go, but that'll take me to, my minutes, because we competitive as athletes, right? So Buster went 5 hours on the dot. We gonna go 5 minutes and 5 hours and 5 minutes. So that put us number 1 on Drink Champs.
Right,
Okay?
right.
So we gonna hold that, and I'm also gonna hold the crown because I drank y'all under the table. Yeah. All right, but Buster, you put me on his new album. Yes.
Look over your shoulder.
Yes.
Look over your shoulder is the hardest song out right now.
Right. How old is he?
Buster?
Buster's like
46.
Why does that matter?
47.
It don't matter. But that's my point. Is that you only see like 2 or 3 guys that's able to still produce at that level in the rap game. And you listen to his album, and he didn't go with the Pusha T route where it was 7 songs. He went 16, 17, 18 or something like that. and it was tough because there's a lot of aging rappers, and they put out stuff, and it's like that is trash.
Do you think it's because of aging?
No. I think Busta's album is phenomenal.
Thank you.
Classic.
Unique.
You feel what I'm saying?
I do.
But in my mind, the reason why it's a big deal is because give me. All right, let's say this. Give me the top 5 rappers right now plus 40. That's hot.
Plus 40?
That's my point. That's why I'm bringing it up.
But give me 5 rappers that can out
Even Jeezy's new album.
Get outright.
Is he 40?
Yeah, I know,
but he doesn't get the credit though.
But
He doesn't get credit for being
He will. He will.
I don't think he gets the credit. I don't think he gets the credit.
But that's my point. But here,
Is he top 2?
stay with me though. But even think about Jeezy's new album. Like
No,
the album he
it don't
put
match.
before, it don't match. But if you listen to the last 2 albums before what he just put out, it's like okay. But that last album Jeezy put out was like, yo, that ride.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
That's like Nipsey.
Yes, but Nipsey is I wouldn't put him in that category. I'm talking about
When
like,
I say like Nipsey,
if N.O.R.E put out an album, I'm saying if N.O.R.E put out an album, let's say he put out 12 joints, can I ride to 11 of them?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
That's what Busta
Because
did.
you're a
And
N.O.R.E
that's what
fan.
Jeezy did in my mind. Yeah.
Nah, you gotta turn the light on.
Yeah, bro, turn it on. Bus, B Marshall here. Give us some light, Bus. Where you at?
Man, I'm dealing with some personal shit, y'all.
Yeah. Okay. We talking.
Get off my damn phone.
Yeah. We talking about your album, and what I'm saying as an athlete, what I'm saying is, yo,
First of all, wait. Happy New Year to you. Okay?
Happy New Year.
So here, OG, here's what I'm saying. I'm like, the album you just put out, right? I'm like, that's legendary. You know what I mean? Because,
Thank you, King. I appreciate that greatly, brother.
Yeah, because like how many aging rappers do we see age gracefully and still put out, let's say 15, 16, 17 joints, and you can ride to all of them. And so when I listen to your album,
Make some noise for that.
you know what I'm saying? Because we talking about a lot of stuff right now, and I brought it up. N.O.R.E ain't bring it up. I brought it up I brought it up.
But who put you on?
You put me on bus. You put me on bus. You put me on bus saying you gotta listen to his new album. But that's what I'm saying. Like, you 46 years old and you put out something like that, and it's like, yo, that is insane. That's legendary. So I just want to give you your flowers.
Oh man, thank you, King. I mean, I appreciate you saying I'm 46. I'm 48 though. Blessing, and it's an honor and it's a privilege to still, be in a space where you can do what you love and be passionate about it, and it get received on such a profound level. So I'm personally grateful and humbled by what you're uttering with your words and your sentiment, my brother. And man, just on a general consensus level, man, I'm just grateful that the world is appreciating, what I still feel is going to help push the culture forward as I continue to try to contribute in a great way. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. And look, I know you dealing with some personal stuff right now. We called you just right, boom, like that. I just want to ask one last question. So, to me, what you just did was legendary, okay? I wasn't expecting that. I'm going to be honest with you, okay? But, like, where did you go to, like, how did you get to that place where it was like, yo, you put that out? You know what I'm saying? What happened? Was there something, or was it just like, yo, this is who I am, this is what I do, and I'm just going to go and do what I do? Or was it something that happened?
I mean, it's always a collective of things that happen in your life, and just the natural progression and evolution. This is who I am in current time and space, and I just shared who I am now.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not trying to redo nothing from back in the days. I ain't trying to redo nothing based on people's, preferences or opinions. I'm just doing what feels good to me, and I'm just grateful that it feels good to everybody, because it's rare that you get to do the shit that you think is right, when in the same sense it always has to be right to you first.
Yeah.
Before you give it to anybody. But a lot of the times what's right to you, especially after you know, this year is 30 years of my profession.
30 years.
Damn.
30 years in the game. Oh my goodness.
So I feel extremely fortunate to be able to do something 30 years later that feels right to me, that is received in such a significant way on a global level. But I didn't really, it wasn't like one significant thing that it's a collective of things. So just you try to make the moments that matter to you throughout the different things that you go through and have gone through.
Okay. And I respect that.
And you put that shit together and you share it. You know what I'm saying?
And I respect that. And I know I said that was the last question, but this is the last question. Did we go platinum yet?
Oh, no. We still on the journey. I mean,
Okay. That's cool. Because I like the Drink Champs, we gonna get you platinum. Everybody right now, all platforms. Like, no, for real. I'm telling you, because like there's millions of people gonna watch this show and they watch our show all the time. And it's because it's like, oh, Bus, he's 48 years old. They not expecting it. They need to go download on all platforms and get this man platinum. Forget platinum. I don't care about the numbers, but you really gonna enjoy the joint.
Yeah.
Everything. And it's an album that you can ride out to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So, hey, OG, thank you. You know what I'm saying? We connect soon, man.
Thank you, big homie, and I appreciate
No, you the big homie.
We gotta get you on the podcast.
Yeah, you the big homie.
He didn't
All
say
right,
it.
baby. Appreciate you.
Thank you, B.
Yeah, love.
Love.
Nah, for real.
Hell yeah.
All right, I'ma go. But no, for real, N.O.R.E, do that. Like, you gotta tell them people like how
Now you
how
down
nice
with
it-
us. Now you with us.
Yeah, that's love. Because you told me.
I'm gonna say this, bro. I've been over there, bitch, taking a nap and everything.
That is good, bro.
Shots and whatever else.
Let's do another shot. That's the way it works.
That's how it works. One more shot.
I'll pour my own shot.
I already have one.
What's the
Your
time?
own shot,
What's the
goddamn.
time?
9.
What's the time?
9.
450.
450? No, bro.
I'm gonna say
We
this.
need more time.
I'm gonna say this, N.O.R.E. Hey, N.O.R.E. Bro.
Go ahead. You know you're my friend already. Right?
Over the years, dog,
Yes.
you had to keep your face clean. I ain't never seen a nigga that call other niggas to answer on the first call.
Facts.
You called
Big
3-4
facts.
niggas tonight.
Yeah.
He recognized that.
Big facts.
He recognized that.
That's huge.
Hey, not even,
You know, the eyes didn't fall in the cup.
That's huge.
bruh.
He called Pusha T.
He called Pusha T. He
Ja
called Ja Rule.
Yeah.
And Jim Jones.
He called Jim Jones.
and Budden.
And Budden. And they all hit it on the first.
One more.
Y'all so crazy. Yeah, right.
Can you
You know he was just with Diddy, though.
Can you call 50? Can you call Diddy?
He was just with Diddy. We got millions of albums over
That's
there.
big, though.
It don't
That's
matter.
huge. To answer on the
All that
first
shit
time.
don't matter.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
They don't even try. You don't got
It don't matter.
Expectations.
You ain't got
You know
to
what I'm
even
saying?
prove that no more. You already know.
What do you think?
I recognize I'm over this
What do you
bitch.
think?
I'm tapping
I don't
out.
have
But I
those
seen all that.
expectations.
He don't need to call nobody. He already won. He
Fat
already
Joe.
showed us. He called
Yeah,
Fat Joe.
all right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got it. He dialed in.
Hey.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Hey, oh, let me
He
get my
answered?
shot.
Oh.
Give me my shot. Let me get my shot. Dale que tú quieres. Yo, that's fantastic.
Thank you for letting me be here.
What that mean?
It means, let's take a picture. Let's go.
That's very true.
Yeah.
Let's take a picture.
Let's go. Take a picture.
God damn. Yo, let me tell you something. One of our best.